This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero's in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. The car which contained Miss Elise Identified, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss Saint-Exupery would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss Saint-Exupery?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car, with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, the only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets, when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do, and tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results, of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polvey. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Oh, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh,
not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room. Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for 2.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Oh, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. He seemed to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export. Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... Can't understand. A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghai. I'm being...
Taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you? Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king. But this king's name was Roger, and why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Polvey, trailing Elise and Crease. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Polvey. And in the course of that, Polvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was, all set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fog. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck, and after a while there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door. and I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King. Got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10-day cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. Now, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No, a bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot on an empty bottle. The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, Dusty.
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
You know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but it's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name was Wallace, by the way. You, Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. That seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace, right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that. And what exactly is going to happen on the 18th?
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for two reasons. One, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And two, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Crease. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh.
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast, simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figured there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. The Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're gonna tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Paulvy's coming.
Paulvy? One of these days I'm gonna wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah, it makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me, too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Paulvy will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me. You and Polvy, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Polvy of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Polvy says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. And why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Polvy's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Polvy and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Polvy comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Polvy. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Paulvy's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. Yeah, that's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Paulvy things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Paulvy think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who were on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Paulvy's worry, not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Paulvy's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Paulvy's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Paulvy tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else that might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
Now, it's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Palvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Palvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Now, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Palvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Palvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'd be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess. Palvy?
Palvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Palvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Palvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Palvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Palvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Palvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
But not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Palvy.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Palvy. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Palvy's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. Well, how do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend, Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. What? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Palvy hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today is the 16th. Paulvy's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise Identified around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Paulvy's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders, and you've heard what they are.
Yeah, but I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and crossed the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise Identified.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise Identified were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Paulvy's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the Saint-Exupery woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise he goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Paulvy only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Round about now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Povey trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Well, come on. Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
6, 0, 6, 2, 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Povey!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it, and then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise Identified?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure, why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise Identified had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Povey. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Povey. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Oltz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise Identified are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
But why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah, and at the same time I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then dough gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise, or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough, and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise Identified.
Well, all that dirty double-crossing...
Povey, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me. I'll...
I am afraid poor Mr. Polby will do nothing any more.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Crease, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polby, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polby had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, we are wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
What in the...
Drop it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polby holds us up, then the Baron holds Polby up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get him, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia,
Yes, Roger.
go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polby's secretary and that I was working for Polby, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1,
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2, 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polby's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why, you...
We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile, suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do little girls still dream of growing up and becoming queens? Probably not. Queens are no longer glamorous. And yet, there is a country in this world where a queen still holds power, where she rules as well as reigns, an absolute monarch who holds her throne by divine right. A queen whose smile may mean life, and whose frown can mean death.
I'm afraid I must insist, Miss Dennison. I'll be forced to kill you.
You can't kill me.
How can you say that?
Because you don't exist.
Miss Dennison, I do exist.
No, you don't. Because this is a dream.
You are not dreaming. This knife is real. If you insist on dying, it's your fault.
You stabbed me. Oh, why don't I wake up? Why don't I wake up? Why?
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Darkness, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Julie Harris. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Statistics say that many of them have problems making a living. The record shows that even the successful ones burn out quickly. And yet, we have no shortage of actors and actresses. By acting, we mean that mysterious magical force which creates in an audience the almost religious conviction that the performer on stage is the embodiment of a living truth. Josephine Dennison is such an actress. Some say she was born with the gift. Others claim it was refined and purified by long years of tedious application. Does it matter? Josephine Dennison only knows this. She is 38 years old, and she is out of work. Well, she's been out of work before, but never has she been so absolutely, completely, and totally out of work as she is right now.
Joe, you've had it.
Don't say that.
I have to say that. You're washed up, through, finished.
How could this happen to me? It's ridiculous. I'm a good actress.
You're a great actress. I don't know why it happens. It's just... Joe, you know the only call I had for you in the last week?
Somebody wanted me?
Some clown, some character wanted you to be the queen in some pageant.
And you turned it down.
Joe, you played Joan of Arc. You've done Shakespeare. What are you supposed to do now? Go back to cheesecake like some winner in a beauty contest?
If that's all there is.
If you need money to pay the rent, I'm always...
I don't need money. I need a job. Jimmy, what kind of queen was I supposed to be, and who wanted me?
Some phony. You could tell by looking at him. A smooth talker. I think he was some kind of foreigner.
But what was it about?
We'll never know. I threw him out of the office.
Jimmy, I'll do anything. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is. But you don't.
Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
I just don't know what's the matter. I can't figure people out. I don't know why these things happen.
Well, don't feel so bad, Jimmy. Sooner or later, the longest streak of luck, good or bad, has to change.
Quit dreaming, Joe.
Don't tell me to stop dreaming, Jimmy. What else is left? What? Why are my lights on?
Good evening, Miss Dennison.
Who are you? How did you get into my apartment? What do you want?
You have just asked me a complex question. It consists of 3 parts.
Just tell me.
Of course. I will tell you everything in good time.
What do you mean in good time?
My dear Miss Dennison, I am a native of a civilized country. One does not boorishly blurt out one's business upon initial confrontation. Americans seem to have so little time for the ceremonies, the niceties. I am here to offer you a job.
You'll have to speak to my agent.
I have spoken to your agent. The man is an idiot.
Are you a theatrical producer?
No.
What are you?
I am a Grand Duke.
A what?
I am the Grand Duke Arsan of Dalran.
Dalran?
Well, surely you have heard of my country.
Oh, I think so. What do you want with me?
First, we shall have dinner. You must be my guest.
I don't feel like going anywhere.
We shall dine here.
I don't want to sound inhospitable, but I have nothing in the house. Wait a minute.
Yes. Sniff again. That heavenly aroma is coming from your own kitchen.
But how?
My servants are preparing a feast fit for a queen. Raina, Loro, wheel in the table at once.
I can't believe it. None of this can be happening.
Trust the evidence of your senses, my dear.
But what is the meaning?
The wine will grow warm and the food become cold later. Right now, we must perform a ritual, Miss Dennison. We shall celebrate dinner. May I fill your glass?
No, thank you. I've had enough of everything.
I hope you have enjoyed your dinner.
I've read of feasts like this, but I never thought...
Would you care to dine this way every night?
No, I don't think I could stand it.
You could learn?
Your Highness, or Your Excellency, is it?
No, our son is good enough.
Is it permissible to talk about business now?
Entirely appropriate. You are wondering why I am here.
Let's say I'm at least mildly curious.
You know very little about my country.
Well, that's true.
But my country knows a great deal about you. Do you know you are the most popular actress in Dalran?
Oh, you're joking. I haven't been in a movie in almost 4 years.
But your television series was...
Well, why must we talk about...
Everything in which you ever appeared lives, flourishes in Dalran.
Do you know what all this is? It's a dream.
No, Miss Dennison.
Yes, it's a dream.
Miss
A dream.
I assure you I am real.
Oh, please. Now, be good enough to hear me out. Besides, this is my dream, and I should like to do some of the talking.
But why do you insist you are dreaming?
Because I need this dream. I must have this fantasy. You see, I have reached what can only be considered the nadir of my existence.
Nonsense.
Oh, you're very kind, but the handwriting is on the wall. We simply disappear. Some of us drop by the wayside as soldiers fall in battle, victims of random misfortune. And now, it seems, a whole new generation of producers has come along, and they never heard of me.
I insist that you listen to me. You are practically worshipped in Dalran.
Of course.
Yeah, see what I have in this folder. Newspaper clippings, magazine articles. You cannot read Dalranese, but you can make out your name and you can certainly recognize your pictures.
Certainly.
What do you say now?
I say it's significant.
Let me tell you about the job I wish to offer you.
No, not now. Right now, I'm tired. I'm even too tired to dream anymore.
Very well, then. I shall call on you tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. You do that. Call on me tomorrow.
Joe.
Huh?
Joe, wake up. It's noontime.
Oh, Sally.
You've got to get up. You should be making the rounds. Or you should be out there roiling the water.
What are you doing here, Sally?
The show folded.
Well, why don't you go to your own place?
My marriage folded, too. He gets custody of the apartment. Do you mind if I move in with you for a while?
Oh, let me go back to sleep. I was having such a fantastic dream.
And say, what kind of party did you have here last night?
Party?
Yeah, the kitchen. It's loaded with champagne.
Champagne?
And in the refrigerator, caviar and steaks.
What are you talking about?
And there's an enormous basket of fresh fruit and...
Sally,
what's the matter?
I'm dreaming. I'm still dreaming.
Oh, how can you be dreaming? You're wide awake.
No, I am dreaming, and you're part of it. Now, let me get out of bed. I'll prove it. Come with me.
Prove what?
Prove this is a dream. Sure. Here they are. They're still here. Look at these papers, these magazines.
Hey, what language is that?
A phony language from a phony country that I'm dreaming about. Dalran. Did you ever hear of Dalran?
I can't read this, but I see your pictures. Oh, you must be the hottest property in that country. Here you thought you were all washed up. I told you. You must never quit on yourself.
I know. That's why I'm dreaming. Answer it.
Oh, it has to be for you.
Well, go ahead. If it keeps ringing, it'll wake me up, and this dream is too beautiful to lose right now.
Hello?
Is Miss Dennison at home?
Is that the Grand Duke Arsène?
Who's calling, please?
The Grand Duke Arsène.
Joe, how did you know?
It's my dream. I know everything. I'll speak with him.
But, Joe, you're not...
Hello?
Miss Dennison, would it be convenient to come by and discuss an important matter of business, say, in about an hour?
Let me consult my calendar. Yes. It so happens I shall be free.
In an hour, then.
Oh, one moment, sir. I assume you wish to discuss an acting assignment.
Of course.
You should be apprised of the fact that my minimum fee is $25,000 in advance.
Of course.
In exactly 1 hour, then, I shall grant you an interview.
Joe, what were you saying?
Does it matter? What do I have to lose? It's only a dream.
I think you ought to see a doctor.
And so, we should like you to come to Dalran to be the star of our millennia.
Your what?
Your country has merely approached its bicentennial. Mine is celebrating the 1,000th year of our holy monarchy.
I see.
The greatest moment of our history occurred when our first queen was crowned 1,000 years ago. Her immortal speech is memorized by every schoolchild. Someone had the idea to have an actress portray our legendary empress, and at first everyone shouted blasphemy. But then I said, let us invite Josephine Dennison, who is idolized by our population.
How can I deliver this speech? I can't speak your language.
Oh, you are an actress with a marvelous ear. You could recite it perfectly. On Saturday, you will appear before the country in our national network, in ceremonial robes, as Queen Amara.
That's the day after tomorrow, Joe.
Coronation Day.
Let us discuss my fee.
A certified check for $25,000 has already been deposited in your bank. The royal plane leaves at 7 this evening. You will be picked up here at 5. Good day.
Well, what do you say now? Still think you're dreaming?
Oh, come on. The Grand Duke Garson, the Kingdom of Dalran, the Warrior Queen. Oh, it's a crazy fantasy. Dream mixture of 1,000 plays I've been in or read.
Well, is it a dream or isn't it? Whatever it is, Josephine Dennison is in the grip of it. I'll be back with both dreams and realities in just a few moments. Every actress yearns for a dream part. But Josephine Dennison is convinced she is playing a part in a dream. But for an actress, the only reality is the theater. And so, awake or asleep, she is determined to prepare for the part of the Queen of Dalran. How does an absolute monarch hold her head, her shoulders? What is a regal smile, a royal frown, an imperial gesture?
Joe, don't you want to think about this?
Think about what?
Well, it's now just 10 minutes before noon. A man offers you a job.
He's not just a man. He's a Grand Duke.
In 5 hours, you'll be out of the country.
Well, what's the problem?
Well, shouldn't you check this out a bit more carefully? It's all happening too quickly. Suppose there's some danger involved here.
Sally, nothing can happen to me.
Why do you say that?
Because this is only a dream.
Look, Joe, call your bank. Ask if the money was deposited.
Of course it was.
Well, call them. Do me the favor.
Certainly. Is there anything else you want me to do?
Oh, please. Take this thing seriously.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Howland, please.
And also call Jimmy Higgins.
This is Miss Dennison. Has a deposit been made to my account today?
I know Jimmy hasn't done much for you lately.
No, that's the understatement of the year. How much? A certified check for $25,000. Thank you. Oh, you should have heard the tone of absolute deference in that little flunky's voice. He made me feel like a queen. Just a minute. Yes?
Are you Miss Josephine Dennison?
Oh, well, that's hardly a flattering question to ask an actress.
I'm not in the flattery business.
Well, whatever business you're in, I'm afraid I don't have time to talk to you. I'm about to leave the country.
I'm in the intelligence business with your government.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Harold Foster. My credentials.
Oh. Well, I'm impressed.
May I come in?
Well, I'll have to pack while we talk. Well, sit down anywhere.
Thank you. Miss Dennison, why are you going to Dalran?
Why is that your affair?
Your government is interested.
Why?
You're the first American private citizen who has been permitted to enter that country in 50 years.
Really?
Dalran is an absolute monarchy. The Queen rules by divine right. She holds the power of life and death.
Sounds medieval.
It is. Why are you going there?
I've been invited to appear in their millennial celebration, to play the part of their legendary queen.
I find that difficult to believe.
Do you? Why?
How would they ever have heard of you?
Mr. Foster, I admit I haven't been working lately, but I am a rather well-known actress.
The most famous actress in the world would still be unknown to the natives of Dalran.
And why do you say that, Mr. Foster?
Because the monarchy does not allow the import of any foreign films or books or publications of any sort.
How do you know?
Miss Dennison, it's a fact. The monarchy is afraid the pure and innocent and orthodox minds of the Dalranese will be subverted by dangerous democratic ideas.
But I have been informed that I am the favorite actress of the Dalranese. My films, my TV...
Impossible. No American film has ever been permitted to be shown there.
Suppose I were to tell you that the movie fan magazines in Dalran are constantly filled with articles about me.
It would be my sad duty to inform you that you're mistaken.
Why?
Because it's impossible. There are no movie fan magazines in Dalran.
There aren't?
Definitely not. We've been assured by our experts on Dalvanese affairs that such trivial publications are banned in the interests of the state.
It's comforting to know that we have such knowledgeable experts. Would you care to look at these?
Well,
obviously, these are Dalvanese magazines. Obviously, they are about the movies. Obviously, those are my pictures.
But this is...
Yes?
May I take these back to the office?
Oh, certainly.
Miss Dennison, could you postpone your trip? There's something about this entire setup. I don't like it. I say this for your own safety.
What could happen to me?
Miss Dennison, I wish you would listen.
I have a commitment to appear before the cameras the day after tomorrow.
I'm asking you to wait.
And I'm asking you to tell me why.
Well, all I have to go on is my instinct as an intelligence officer.
Is your instinct worth $25,000?
I know it's a lot of money, but...
And even if they weren't paying me a nickel, I'd go no matter what.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Why?
It's very simple. The show must go on. Well, how do I look?
Magnificent. You are the queen, the warrior queen.
Why did you want me in costume?
It is not a costume, my dear. This is how every queen of Dalran has dressed since Amara the First. When we land at the airport, we shall be greeted by a guard of honor, a band, a crowd. You have no idea how popular you are in my country.
But a guard of honor?
Everyone knows you shall be portraying our ancient and holy queen, Amara.
Couldn't I just go quietly to my hotel and study my lines?
Let me hear you speak them again.
Ide me, ide tu, ide me, ishedu.
Ah, spoken like a native.
What does it mean?
Our first queen, our immortal Amara, stood triumphantly on the battlefield and said, "In God's name, I conquer. In God's name, I rule."
Fantastic.
Home was never like this, was it?
Why? Why are they so fond of me? Oh, no, it can't be the crowd. People are bowing, kneeling. Why?
The millennium has begun. You are the ancient queen.
I never thought anything like this was possible.
You have never lived in a monarchy. Oh, but you must be tired. I shall radio the escort to move quickly.
Where am I staying?
As a royal guest, you must stay at the palace.
Oh, it's the most magnificent room I've ever seen.
I'm sure you must be very tired.
I am. Strange. You can get tired of dreaming. I hope I don't wake up before my great speech.
Everything you will need is here. And this is Tekla. She does not speak a word of English, but you will find her a splendid maid.
Why, she's beautiful with her looks and, well, she could go far.
In Dalran, one follows the fortunes of one's family. For 1,000 years, the women in her family were servants.
But that's
an excellent arrangement. People know their place. They know who they are, what they are, what's required of them. Thus we have no problems of identity, no feelings of insecurity.
I think that's ridiculous.
Well, obviously we differ. Till tomorrow.
Good night. Tekla. Is that your name?
Tekla.
Well, I don't think I'll need anything, so you're free to go. Oh, I forget you don't speak English.
I speak English.
Oh, well, that's great.
I need I want culture. In my mother's time, culture people speak French. Before then, culture people speak German. Today, culture people speak English. Even you, even Queen, you do not speak Daran. You speak English.
Did you say I was the queen?
I work hard to get job in palace. So one day I can kill you.
What are you saying?
For 1,000 years, you and nobility have oppressed common people. Now, you pay.
But I'm not, look, I'm not, I'm a movie actress.
What is movie actress?
I am Josephine Denison. I'm Dalran's favorite actress.
You are Queen Amara.
Hey.
I will kill you.
Hey, put down that knife.
In name of the people.
All right, I might just as well get out of the stream right now.
I kill you in name of freedom.
Why don't I wake up? Oh, why don't I wake up?
Why doesn't she wake up? There can be only one reason. Perhaps she wasn't asleep in the first place. One thing should be obvious. It's a hazardous business to impersonate a queen in a country like Dalran, where, evidently, they take these things quite seriously. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. There are people who find excitement in dreams. The dream world can be filled with the most dangerous hazards, and these can be faced boldly, resolutely, without hesitation. Because, after all, what can happen? At the point where one falls into the sea among the ravenous sharks, or the split second before the bullet enters the brain, or the knife pierces the heart, one wakes up and is saved. Josephine Denison has been counting on being rescued by reality, but she has already taken the point of the knife, and there is blood and pain, and either she isn't waking up, or she's been wide awake all the time.
No! Don't! No, I cannot. I see blood. I cannot murder.
Oh, get me a handkerchief. Some cold water.
Take the knife. Kill me. I deserve to die.
Now, nobody's going to die. Oh, what am I doing here? Why don't I wake up?
For years, I have planned to kill the queen, to free the people.
I'm not dreaming.
But when I see blood, I have no courage. Oh, kill me, Your Majesty.
Oh, shut up, will you?
I have raised my hand to my ruler. I must die.
Now, that's enough. I'm not the queen. You know me. I'm Josephine Denison.
Josephine Denison?
Yes, your favorite actress. The biggest hit in all Dalran.
I have never heard.
I have come here to read the speech of Queen Amara in the millennial celebration.
Oh, yes. Queen Amara. You are Queen Amara.
No, I'm not the queen. I'm an actress, dressed as the queen.
But it is dance for any to dress as the queen.
I'm going to read the queen's speech. The speech Queen Amara I made 1,000 years ago.
Speech?
Yes, the speech. The speech that begins, Ide me, ide tu.
No.
Ide me, ishe du.
No. Please.
What's the matter?
I try to kill you before I know you. But you are good, kind. Oh, do not leave us. Do not. Oh, what is English word in Dalran mean? Step down from throne.
Abdicate.
Do not abdicate. You are good queen.
But I'm not saying anything like that. It means, in God's name I conquer, in God's name I rule.
No. It means, ide me, ide tu, ide me, ide do. It means, in God's eyes, I am unworthy. In God's name, I abdicate.
Well, that's impossible. Oh, why do I say it's impossible? Tekla,
yes.
Listen to the rest of the speech and tell me what it means.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one I threw out of my office.
Miss Jessup, is he the man? The one who made Miss Dennison the offer?
Oh, there's no doubt at all in my mind.
Now, what kind of a con artist are we dealing with here, Mr. Foster?
He's not a con artist. He's actually the Grand Duke Arsan of Dalran.
You mean there is such a guy? There is such a place?
Oh, yes.
Well, if everything's on the level, why are we worried? Especially the government.
In the first place, there is no such thing in Dalran as a millennial celebration.
Well, then why would the guy
There are no
say
movie fan magazines published there either.
I saw them. And you've got them on your desk.
These are fakes. They were printed over here.
But if this guy's legit, what's with the phony story?
I have a picture here. Recognize it?
Yeah, sure, it's Joe.
Miss Jessup?
Well, she never wore her hair like that, but it's Joe.
No. It's Queen Amara of Dalran.
The Queen? But she's the image of Joe.
Yeah. For a reason we're unaware of, they want somebody in that country to impersonate the Queen.
What's going to happen to Joe?
Hopefully nothing.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Well, it's a very violent country.
Tomorrow she'll be on the national network. At least we know she'll be okay till then.
Now, look, you just can't sit around here and do nothing.
I'm not going to be sitting around here. I'm leaving for Dalran.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
In this speech, you say, I am too weak, too ill, too unworthy. I abdicate my throne in favor of Iola Arti.
Iola Arti, that's someone's name?
Yes. That is sister of Grand Duke Arsan.
Oh, let me get this whole business straight. The Grand Duke wants to get his sister made the queen. So he creates a story to get me here to pose as the present queen and abdicate in her favor. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
No.
How does he know your people will accept his sister as the queen?
Ah, the old queen appoint new queen.
What do you mean?
When old queen wish to rule no more, she appoint new queen.
Where is the queen?
The queen? The queen is here. You are queen.
No, I'm talking about the queen. Now, where is the real queen?
The Queen? You see, the Queen is not well.
Oh?
In the ordinary way, she would read the traditional speech, but since she's indisposed, you are, as you would say in your country, pinch hitting.
Oh. Then I suppose we could say that I'm not here as an actress playing a part. I'm actually posing as the queen.
Precisely.
That isn't quite the way this job was sold to me.
Ah, well...
And my opening lines do not really mean, in God's name I conquer, in God's name I rule.
No? What do they mean?
In God's name I am unworthy. In God's name I abdicate.
Whatever gave you such an idea?
And I abdicate in favor of Iola R.D., who happens to be your sister. So, what has become of the Queen?
Queen Amara is dead.
Really? How did it happen?
Well, let us say her time had come.
Ah, and who knows about it, in addition to you and me? A small, select group, no doubt.
You are a brilliant woman, Miss Denison.
And afterward, what was supposed to become of me?
In time, you would be released quietly, and you could return home.
That's an unfortunate word, released. It implies that I would be a prisoner.
Well, you are a prisoner. You will be in a form of custody, restricted to an estate in a remote province. You would live comfortably, even luxuriously.
Well, I'm not interested in the part as it has been rewritten. And I shall not appear. May I have a lift to the airport?
I'm afraid not.
You can't force me to read that speech.
Would you rather be shot?
Oh, I see. The sophistication is only a veneer. You're basically a barbarian.
You have, as I said, two choices. Read the speech or die.
You think you can get away with killing me?
Duke Garson. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. I shall speak with him immediately. Show him into the audience chamber. How may I serve you, Mr. Foster?
Your Highness, I wish to speak with Josephine Denison.
Miss Denison?
Yes. She is here to portray your queen.
Ah, Mr. Foster, if you knew anything at all about our customs, you would know it is sacrilege for an actress...
We know, sir, that you engaged her in New York City for precisely this purpose.
Who dares accuse me of this utterly false and criminal... I resent this baseless accusation, this slur upon my personal integrity.
Your Highness...
I have never heard of Miss Josephine Denison. I have never met Miss Josephine Denison. I can tell you nothing of Miss Josephine Denison. And that, sir, must end the matter. Well, Miss Denison, obviously there shall be no international incident.
How do I know that I won't be quietly disposed of after I abdicate?
Now, what motive would I have for killing you?
How do I know I won't be shot or killed afterward?
Refuse to deliver the speech and you will be killed immediately. This way, at least you can enjoy the suspense.
Please, Your Majesty, do not leave.
Look, Tekla, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not the queen.
You are the queen.
Why do you think I'm the queen?
Because God says you are queen. And I see now, you are good queen.
Tell me, if you were queen...
I? Queen?
Suppose God says Tekla shall be queen. What would you do?
What would I do?
You wanted to kill me because I was bad. What would a good queen do?
A good queen would help the people. The poor people. Peasant people. A good queen would not be queen of darkness.
A queen of darkness?
All queens are queen of darkness.
I see.
What are you going to do?
My dear, I shall wait. I shall wait for God to tell me.
And people, silence for the Queen of Darkness!
Speak! Speak!
People of Dalran, I choose to speak in English.
What are you?
I am Queen. A divine voice speaks within me.
Who is she? She's not the Queen!
Arrest him!
Listen to me, people! She is...
Silence him!
Listen!
Remove him! People, I have been commanded by the divine voice to abdicate the throne. It is to be my fate to leave this lovely country. I have been commanded to appoint a new queen. From now on, the queen shall no longer be a queen of darkness. She shall be known as the Queen of Light. The divine voice within me commands that the first Queen of Light shall be Tekla.
Your Majesty.
I kneel before the new queen. Let the multitude kneel also.
But, Your Majesty...
You wanted to help your people. Now let's see you do it. How will you turn out? A queen of light or a queen of darkness?
But I...
Hail the queen!
How can I ever thank you? What can I do for you?
Put me on the first plane headed for America.
You remember, of course, the Queen who abdicated some time ago and came here. She pursued a rather successful career as an actress. She reminded so many people of an actress, Josephine Denson, something like that. You know how it is in showbiz. People come and go. Like skyrockets, they flare up in momentary brilliance and then fall silently into the unknown darkness. I, however, shall return with some light in just a few moments. How are things in Dalran? What kind of queen did Tekla turn out to be? I'm sorry. We only give you one story at a time. It is certainly the classic situation. The idealistic young reformer who wishes to change the system suddenly acquires unlimited power. Who changes? What changes? The system or the reformer? Well, we don't have definite answers to these philosophical questions, but you must admit, we certainly kick them around. Our cast included Julie Harris, Robert Dryden, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now, who could that be?
I'm afraid I know. Jerry Ferris tried to reach you half hour ago. He left word to call him.
Honey, why didn't you tell me?
I did want you at least to have your dinner.
Oh, well. Hello?
Bill, saddle and ride.
Not me, friend Jerry. I'm starting my 48 hours off.
We got us a homicide. The address is 718 Hayes. You don't need more than 15 minutes to get here.
Ferris? Yeah, I better run.
Can't you just finish?
No, dear. I don't even know what kind of homicide we're up against. I better get right over there. I'm sorry.
Well, it isn't as if you didn't warn me before we were married.
718 Hayes. 718 Hayes.
What, Bill?
It's the address where I'm supposed to meet Jerry.
That's northeast, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, why should that address sound familiar?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight's presentation, The Little Prince, by the late Antoine de Saint-Exupéry.
Years ago, I had an accident with my airplane in the desert of Sahara. Something was broken in my engine. Being alone, I set myself to attempt the difficult repairs. It was a question of life or death. I had only enough drinking water to last about a week. The first night, I went to sleep on the sand 1,000 miles from any human habitation. You can imagine my amazement when at sunrise I was awakened by an odd little voice.
If you please, draw me a sheep.
What?
Draw me a sheep.
I jumped to my feet, completely thunderstruck. I saw a most extraordinary small person who stood examining me with great seriousness. He seemed neither to be fainting from fatigue or hunger, or thirst or fear. When I was able to speak, I said, "What are you doing here?"
If you please, draw me a sheep.
I don't know how to draw.
That doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep.
When I was only 6, I had drawn a picture of a boa constrictor from the outside, digesting an elephant. The grown-ups couldn't understand it. They told me it looked like a hat. They advised me to lay aside my drawing and devote myself to geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar. I did because it's tiresome for children to be always and forever explaining things to them.
Would you please draw me a sheep?
The little fellow was so insistent, I took out my pen and some paper. Since I had never drawn a sheep, I drew for him my picture of the boa constrictor that looked like a hat.
No, no, no. I do not want an elephant inside a boa constrictor. A boa constrictor is very dangerous, and an elephant is cumbersome. Where I live, everything is very small. What I need is a sheep. Please draw me one.
I made several attempts. Then, being in a hurry to start working on my engine, I tossed off a drawing of a box that had some air holes in it and explained that the sheep was inside.
That is exactly the way I wanted it. Do you think this sheep will require a great deal of grass?
Oh, there will surely be enough. It's a very small sheep I've given you.
Not so small. Look through the air hole. My sheep has gone to sleep.
It took me a long time to learn where he came from. It was only from words dropped by chance that little by little everything was revealed to me. I learned, for example, that the little prince came from another planet, and that his planet was scarcely any larger than a house. I should remind the grown-ups that in addition to the great planets, there are hundreds of others, some too small to be seen through telescopes, called asteroids, which are designated by numbers. The planet the little prince came from is asteroid B612. As each day passed, I would learn more about the little prince's planet. On the third day, I heard about the catastrophe of the baobabs.
Isn't it true that sheep eat little bushes?
Yes, that's true.
Then it follows they also eat baobabs.
Baobabs? But it would take a herd of elephants to eat anything as gigantic as a baobab.
Before they grow so big, don't baobabs start out by being little?
Entirely correct. But why do you want the sheep to eat the little baobabs?
I knew a planet inhabited by a lazy man. He neglected 3 little bushes.
What happened?
Catastrophe. The baobabs spread over the entire planet, bored clear through it with their roots, split it in pieces.
So you must be careful.
It is a question of discipline. I must attend to my planet each morning, as I do myself. It's tedious. I need the sheep.
On the 5th day, thanks to the sheep, the secret of the little prince's life was revealed to me.
If a sheep eats little bushes, does it eat flowers,
A
too?
sheep eats anything it finds in its reach.
Even flowers that have thorns?
Yes, even flowers that have thorns.
The thorns. What use are they?
Don't you ever let go of a question once you've asked it. Can't you see I'm busy fixing my plane? There's so little drinking water left, I must finish the repairs.
But you haven't answered my question.
All right. The thorns are of no use at all. Flowers have thorns just for spite.
Oh, I don't believe you. Flowers are weak creatures. They are naive. They reassure themselves as best they can. They believe that their thorns are terrible weapons. And you actually believe that the flowers...
No, I don't believe anything. I answered you the first thing that came into my head. Now, don't you see I'm very busy with matters of consequence?
Matters of consequence? You talk just like the grown-ups. The flowers have been growing thorns for millions of years. For millions of years, the sheep have been eating them just the same. It is not a matter of consequence to try to understand why the flowers go to so much trouble to grow thorns which are never of any use to them.
Now, just a moment.
If I knew one flower which is unique in the universe, which grows nowhere but on my planet, which one little sheep can destroy in a single bite some morning without even noticing what he is doing, you think that is not important?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Now, the flower you love is not in danger. I'll draw you a muzzle for your sheep. I'll draw you a railing to put around your flower. I didn't know what else to say to him. Night had fallen. I had let my tools drop from my hand. Of what moment now was my hammer, or thirst, or death? There was a little prince to be comforted. I felt awkward and blundering. I didn't know how I could reach him. It's such a secret place, the land of tears. So that's why you left your tiny home on asteroid B612. It was love. Love for a flower. A flower unique in all the universe.
At first, I was captivated by her beauty. Very quickly, she began to torment me with her vanity. And soon I came to doubt her.
Was she the only flower on your planet?
Oh, no. But the others are very simple. They take up no room. Cause not one bit of trouble.
Your flower was different.
Very. She came from a seed blown to my planet from who knows where. From the moment she first showed herself, she became demanding. She commanded all of my time. Even that time I had always devoted to the baobabs in my volcanoes.
Volcanoes?
I have 2 active volcanoes. Very convenient for heating my breakfast. I carefully clean them out every morning. If they are well cleaned out, volcanoes burn slowly and steadily, without eruptions.
I see.
I also have one volcano that is extinct. I clean it out, too. One never knows.
No, one never knows. You were telling me about your flower.
I ought never to have run away from her. I ought to have judged her by deeds and not by words. I ought to have guessed that behind her poor little stratagems lay real affection for me. But I was too young to know how to love her. The fact is that I did not know how to understand anything.
And so it was that the little prince fled from the proud flower he loved but could not understand. To escape from his planet, the little prince took advantage of the migration of a flock of wild birds. He found himself in the neighborhood of asteroids number 325, 326, 27, 28, and 329. He began to visit them in order to add to his knowledge. The first asteroid was inhabited by a king clad in a royal purple and ermine who was seated upon a magic throne. The king was elated when he saw the little prince coming.
Ah, a subject. Approach so that I may see you better.
The king felt consumingly proud of being at last king over somebody. The little prince looked everywhere for a place to sit down, but the entire planet was crammed and obstructed by the king's magnificent robe. So he remained standing. since he was tired. He yawned.
It is contrary to etiquette to yawn in the presence of a king. I forbid you to do so.
I can't help it. I have come on a long journey and have had no sleep.
Ah, then I order you to yawn. Come now, yawn again. That's an order.
That frightens me. I cannot anymore.
Well, then I order you sometimes to yawn and sometimes not to. Look here, I insist that my authority be respected. I tolerate no disobedience. I am an absolute monarch. However, I always make my orders reasonable.
That is very wise.
Oh, of course. If I offered a general to change himself into a seabird and he did not, it would be my fault, not his.
May I sit down?
Yeah, I order you to do so. Here, I shall move my robe.
Sire, I beg that you will excuse my asking a question.
I order you to ask me a question.
Sire, you are alone here. This planet is tiny. Over what do you rule?
Over everything.
Over everything? You mean the other planets? And all the stars?
Oh, over all that.
Oh, that's marvelous. You can see a sunset whenever you wish. Oh, sire, I should like to see a sunset. Do me that kindness. Order the sun to set.
If I ordered a general to fly from one flower to another like a butterfly, or write a tragic drama, or change himself into a seabird, and if he did not, which of us would be wrong?
You.
Exactly. One must require from each one only the duty he can perform. I have the right to require obedience because my orders are reasonable.
But my sunset?
You shall have it. I shall command it.
When, sire?
Well, I shall consult my almanac. Here we are. That will be this evening about 20 minutes to 8. And when I give the order, you see how well I'm obeyed.
I see. Oh, I have nothing more to do here, so I shall set out on my way again.
Oh, do not go. Do not go. I'll make you a minister.
Minister of what?
Minister of Justice. Yeah, that's it, Minister of Justice.
But there is nobody here to judge.
Well, then you shall judge yourself. It's far more difficult to judge oneself than to judge others.
I can judge myself anywhere.
I have good reason to believe that somewhere on my planet there is an old rat. You can judge this old rat. And from time to time you will condemn him to death. You will have to pardon him on each occasion. He must be treated thriftily. He's the only one we have.
I wouldn't like that. I think I will go on my way.
Oh, no.
I am ready to depart. If your majesty wishes to be promptly obeyed, he should be able to give me a reasonable order.
Very well. I order you to be gone by the end of 1 minute. The conditions seem favorable. And here it is. I make you my ambassador.
The grown-ups are very strange.
The second planet was inhabited by a conceited man who thought the little prince had come to admire him.
I am about to receive a visit from an admirer.
Good morning. That is a queer hat you are wearing.
It is a hat for salutes. I raise it in salute when people acclaim me. Unfortunately, nobody at all ever passes this way.
Oh?
Clap your hands one against the other.
All right.
See? I now raise my hat in salute.
Do it again.
Thank you. Thank you. Wouldn't you like to applaud me again?
Well, no.
But you really do admire me.
What do you mean?
Well, you regard me as the handsomest, the best dressed, the richest, and most intelligent man on this planet.
But you're the only man on your planet.
Well, do me this kindness. admire me just the same.
Very well. I admire you.
Ah, thank you. Thank you, and goodbye.
Now, what is there in that to interest him so much? The grown-ups are certainly very odd.
The third planet belonged to a businessman. This man was so much occupied that he did not even raise his head at the little prince's arrival.
3 and 2 make 5. 5 and
Good
7.
morning.
12. Good morning. 15
Your
and
cigarette
7
has gone
make
out.
22. I haven't had time to light it again. That makes 501,622,731.
500 million what?
I can't stop. I've got too much to do. I'm concerned with matters of consequence.
500 million what?
During the 54 years I've inhabited this planet, I've been disturbed only twice by inconsequential balderdash. This is the third time. I was saying 501 million...
Millions of what?
Those little objects one sometimes sees in the sky.
Flies?
No, little glittering objects. The ones that set lazy men to idle dreaming.
You mean the stars.
That's right.
And what do you do with the stars?
Nothing. I own them.
But I have already seen a king who told me...
Kings do not own. They reign over. It's very different. And it makes me very rich.
What good does it do you to be rich?
Well, it makes it possible for me to buy more stars, if any are discovered.
How is it possible for one to own the stars?
To whom do they belong?
To nobody.
Then they belong to me, because I was the first to think of it.
I suppose that is true, but what do you do with them?
I administer them, count them, recount them. It's difficult, but I am a man who is interested in matters of consequence.
You cannot pluck the stars from heaven.
No, but I can put them into the bank.
Whatever does that mean?
I write the number of my stars on a paper. I put the paper into a drawer and lock it with a key.
Is that all?
That is enough.
That is rather poetic, but of no great consequence.
Your ideas about matters of consequence are quite different from those of grown-ups.
Quite. I myself own a flower which I water every day. I own 3 volcanoes which I clean out every day. It is of some use to my volcanoes and my flowers that I own them. You are of no use to the stars.
Balderdash! Now, let's see, where was I? 342, 77 plus 89.
The grown-ups are altogether extraordinary.
Tell me, how did you come to visit this planet, the Earth?
It was recommended by a geographer on the 5th planet I visited.
You like it? Do you intend to stay?
It has been almost a year since I left my home, my flower, my volcanoes. I'm worried.
Baobabs?
I left them under control.
Your flower, then?
On my journey, I learned many things. I learned that flowers are in danger of speedy disappearance. Soon I must return.
It had been 8 days since my accident in the desert. The last drop of my water supply was gone. The little prince seemed not to guess the danger. A little sunshine was all he seemed to need. He was recounting some of his experiences after coming to our planet.
I met a friend. He was a fox.
My dear little man, this is no longer a matter that could have anything to do with a fox.
Why not?
I am about to die of thirst.
I'll tell you about it as we go, then. Come, let us look for a well.
It's absurd to look for a well at random in the immensity of the desert.
When arrived on the earth, I was surprised not to see any people. It was explained to me that I had landed on the desert.
Your friend the fox told you this?
No, it was a little gold-colored snake. A funny little animal. No thicker than a finger.
A little yellow snake, but they're deadly.
Not deadly, but more powerful than the finger of a king.
He could have struck you fatally.
He told me he could help me someday. If I grew too homesick for my planet. He told me All I need do is come back to the place where I descended. He would meet me there.
Are you so homesick then?
It is very close to the anniversary of my arrival. At that time, my planet will be right overhead.
I shall be unhappy if you go.
That is what the fox said. It was his fault. He wanted me to tame him.
Tame him?
It was when I wandered into a garden filled with flowers. There were thousands of them, precisely alike. They called themselves roses. I was broken-hearted.
Because of the roses?
They were all exactly like my flower. A flower I thought to be unique in all the universe.
Oh.
The fox made me understand, to have hope again. He wanted me to tame him because it would establish ties and make him different from all the other foxes.
I'm beginning to understand.
I looked again at the roses. They were beautiful, but one would not die for them. My rose is more important than all the others because it is she that I have watered. It is she I have put under a glass globe, sheltered from the wind behind a screen. Listened to when she grumbled or boasted. She is my rose.
And your friend the fox?
When I met him, he was as yet nothing. Just a fox like thousands of other foxes. But I have made him my friend. And now he is unique in all the world.
You have learned a secret. A sinful secret. It's only with the heart that one can see rightly.
What is essential is invisible to the eye.
Men have forgotten that you become responsible forever for what you have tamed.
I am responsible for my rose.
When we had trudged along for several hours in silence, the darkness fell and the stars came out. The little prince dropped off to sleep. I took him in my arms and set out walking once more. I felt the need of protecting him as if he himself were a flame that might be extinguished by a little puff of wind. I walked on, and I found the well at daybreak.
Now, you must keep your promise, you know. The muzzle for my sheep.
I remember. I'm afraid it's not very good.
This will be all right.
You have plans I don't know about.
Tomorrow will be the anniversary of my descent to the earth.
And your star will be just above?
You must return to your work on the engine now. I will be waiting here. Come back tomorrow evening.
I'm a little frightened.
Remember the fox. One runs the risk of weeping a little if one lets himself be tamed.
I was not reassured. I did not want to lose my little friend. I pretended to go, but returned and hid behind a rock. I could not see to whom the little prince was speaking.
This is the exact spot. The right time. You have good poison. You are sure you will not make me suffer too long.
My heart jumped to my throat. I looked around the rock. Before me, facing the little prince, was one of those yellow snakes that take just 30 seconds to end your life. I dug into my pocket for my gun and started to run. The snake let himself flow across the sand like the dying spray of a fountain and disappeared among the stones. What does this mean? Why are you talking with snakes?
You will find out what is wrong with your engine today, and you can go back home. I, too, am going home today. It is much farther, much more difficult.
I want you to stay a while longer.
I have your sheep and the sheep's box, and I have the muzzle.
Little man, I want to hear you laugh again. Tell me it's only a bad dream, this affair of the snake, the meeting place, the star.
At night you will look up at the stars. My star will be just one of the stars for you. You will love to watch all of the stars in the heavens. They will be your friends. I am making you a present.
Little Prince, dear little Prince. I love to hear that laughter.
That is my present. Just that.
What are you trying to say?
For most people, the stars are silent. You alone will have the stars as no one else has them.
I don't understand.
In one of the stars, I shall be living. In one of them, I shall be laughing. It will be as if all the stars were laughing when you look at the night sky. Only you will have the stars that can laugh. I, too, shall look at the stars. They will all be wells with a rusty pulley. You will have 500 million little bells, and I shall have 500 million springs of fresh water. Now, let me go by myself.
You're afraid, little friend?
I am responsible for my flower. She is so weak, so naive. She has 4 thorns of no use at all.
Don't go. Please. Don't go. I seemed unable to move. The little prince hesitated, took one step. There was nothing there but a flash of yellow close to his ankle. He remained motionless for an instant. He did not cry out. He fell gently as a tree falls. There wasn't even any sound because of the sand. Now, years and years have gone by. Until now, I've never told this story. My sorrow is comforted a little. Not entirely, but I know he did go back to his planet. His body was not there at daybreak. At night, I love to listen to the stars. It's like 500 million little bells. But there is one extraordinary thing. When I drew the muzzle for the little prince, I forgot to add the leather strap to it. He will never have been able to fasten it on his sheep. So now I keep wondering what's happening on his planet. Perhaps the sheep has eaten the flour and the little bells are changed to tears. Here, then, is a great mystery. Nothing in the universe can be the same if somewhere a sheep that we have never seen has, yes or no, eaten a rose. And no grown-up will ever understand that this is a matter of so much importance.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. The script was adapted for radio by Frank Tausig. Richard Beals was heard as the Little Prince, with Raymond Burr as our narrator. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, and Hans Conried. Music for tonight's workshop was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when, from New York, we present H.L. Mencken, The Story of a Journalist. That's next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Humphrey Bogart and Greer Garson in The African Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When the Academy Award for Best Performance by an Actor was presented last March, a star who had built his reputation with great performances of gangster parts was among those nominated. And Humphrey Bogart won that award with great acclaim in the unusual role of the intemperate skipper of the African Queen. And as his co-star of this John Huston production, we have beautiful Greer Garson, another Academy Award winner. Tonight, Miss Garson will vary her popular role of the charming wife to play a straight-laced spinster. Naturally, Hollywood stars like to change the roles they play. But when it comes to complexion care, there's just one favorite, Lux Toilet Soap. Our most glamorous stars know they can count on daily Lux facials for the finest in complexion care. Care that really leaves skin smoother and fresher. So try Hollywood's own beauty care, Lux Toilet Soap. Now, The African Queen, starring Greer Garson as Rose and Humphrey Bogart as Charlie Allnut. The year is 1914, German East Africa, where Rose Sayer and her brother Samuel spread Gospel of God. For more than a year, the missionaries have seen only one white man, Mr. Allnut, pilot of the African Queen, a filthy, dilapidated launch that gasps her way up and down the river.
Do we have some more tea, Mr. Allnut?
Thanks, miss. I don't mind if I do. Just listen to this stomach of mine. I mean, the way it keeps growling and squealing, the way it sounds, you'd think I had a hyena inside of me.
You do take sugar?
Queer thing, ain't it? Now, what do you suppose makes a man's stomach carry on like this?
You're planning to stay overnight, Mr. Allnut?
Oh, no, miss. I got to get upriver and back to the mine. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you I probably won't be coming around this way for a couple of months.
But what about our mail?
Don't look like there's going to be any mail for a while on account of the war.
War? What war? Where?
Europe, miss. Germany and England.
England? You really mean war?
Yeah, that's what they tell me, Reverend.
But what do you know about it? What's happened?
Well, now, let's see. Oh, yes, French are in it, too, and all them little countries, Austria, Hungary, Belgium. I forget who's with who, though.
Oh, brother.
Yes, Rose. I know.
This is German East Africa. We're enemy aliens.
Now, what harm could anybody do the Germans in this God-forsaken place?
God has not forsaken this place, Mr. Allnut, as my brother's presence here will bear witness.
Oh, no offense, miss. Well, I'll be getting aboard the Queen and shoving off. Thanks for the tea, miss.
Goodbye, Mr. Allnut.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Oh, that wretched little man with his foul cigar.
His indifference about the war. He's Canadian. Doesn't he realize he's in this too?
Shouldn't we try to get to Limbazi? I mean, while we can?
The shepherd does not forsake his flock when the wolves are prowling. We shall stay here, Rose.
Yes, brother. Yes, of course.
Come, dear, come. We shall pray.
Miss, it's me, miss. I come back a lot sooner than I said. Oh. So the Germans have been here too, eh?
Yes. They've been here, Mr. Ornat.
When I got to the mines at Limbazi, everything was a shamble. Deserted. Burnt to the ground, just like the village here. Reverend around, miss?
My brother is dead.
Oh, well, now ain't that awful. If them Germans would shoot a reverend, there ain't nobody safe.
They were here 3 days ago. They didn't shoot him. They struck him, and his heart was bad, and...
Oh, well, that's certainly too bad, miss. That's all I can say. I tell you what, miss. You get your things together, we'll get aboard the Queen and clear out. Them Germans are sure to come back.
But why? Why should they come back
Why, they'll be looking
here?
for the boat, miss, for the African Queen. She's not much, but they'd give a lot to get their hands on her, you bet. And for what's aboard her, too. Blasting gelatin, tin grub, cylinders of oxygen and hydrogen. Heaps of things I was bringing to the mine.
But where could we go?
Why, out there on the river, miss. Get behind an island where it's quiet and safe. We can talk about what to do then.
I'll get ready.
That's the ticket, miss. You bet. You come with me. Well, miss, so far so good. Here we are, safe and sound, as you might say. A nice shady spot and a nice lonesome spot. The question is, what next?
Quite, Mr. Allnut.
Now, we got heaps of grub aboard, 2,000 cigarettes, and 2 cases of gin.
Gin?
Why, we could sit out the war here if we wanted to. All the comforts of home, miss, including running water.
Mr. Allnut, we simply cannot remain off a backwater island until the war is over.
Can't we now, miss? Well, you've got the map there. Show me a way out and I'll take it.
The British will certainly launch an attack. Now, the only question is, which way will they come?
From the sea, maybe. Up the railway to Limbazi. Well, that'll put all them Germans between them and us.
Might not our troops come up from the Congo?
Miss, look. You see this lake on the map?
Yes.
That's 100 miles of lake. And there ain't nothing going to cross it while the Louisa's there.
The Louise?
She's a 100-ton steamer, miss, and German. She's boss of the lake because she's got 6-pounders, the biggest guns in Central Africa.
Oh.
We're in a bit of a fix, miss, whichever way you look at it.
This river runs into that lake, does it not?
Yes, miss. Yes, it does. But if you got any ideas of getting there in this launch, you better get rid of them.
Why?
Well, you look at the map, miss. This here is Shona. The Germans have a fort at Shona. They blow us right out of the water, and before that, there's the rapids. 20 miles of water that's like it was coming out of a fire hose.
But it has been done.
Yes, miss, in a canoe. A fellow named Spengler, he almost...
Mr. Allnut, what did you say was in those wooden boxes?
Them? Them's blasting gelatin, miss.
Is it dangerous?
Bless you, no. That's safety stuff. Takes a detonator to set it off.
And what are those long torpedo-like things?
More stuff for the mine. Them's oxygen and hydrogen cylinders, miss.
Mr. Allnut, you're a machinist, aren't you?
Kind of a fixer, miss. Jack of all trades, like they say.
Could you make a torpedo?
How's that, miss?
Could you make a torpedo?
A torpedo? Ask me to make a dreadnought and do it upright, miss. A torpedo? You really don't know what you're asking. Why, there just ain't nothing so complicated as the inside of a torpedo. It's got gyroscopes and compressed air chambers.
But they're only to make it go, aren't they? Well, we've got the African Queen.
How's that, miss?
And if we were to fill those cylinders with that blasting gelatine, and then fix them so that they'd stick out over the end of this boat, And then if we were to run this boat against the side of a ship, well, it'd go off just like a torpedo would, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, miss.
Well, then we could point the launch towards a ship, and just before she hit, we could dive off, couldn't we?
Sure. Sure, miss. Absolutely, only there ain't nothing to torpedo.
Oh, but there is.
Is what?
The Louisa.
The Louisa? Oh, now, don't talk silly, miss. You can't do that. Honest, you can't. I told you before we can't get down the river.
Spengler did.
In a canoe.
If a German did it, we can do it.
Not in no launch, we can't.
Well, how do you know? You've never tried.
Well, I never tried shooting myself in the head, neither.
In other words, Mr. Allnut, you're refusing to help your country in her hour of need.
I wouldn't put it that way.
Just how would you put it?
All right, miss. Have it your own way. But don't blame me for what happens.
Very well, then. Let's get started.
Well, you mean now?
Now.
But there ain't 2 hours of daylight left, miss.
We can go a long way in 2 hours, Mr. Allnut.
But the boiler, the fire's gone out practically. We can't move till we get the old kettle boiling again.
Well, you're well stocked with firewood. Do so.
Oh. Refusing to help your country in her hour of need. Could you make a torpedo, Mr. Allnut? Well, do so, Mr. Allnut.
Did you say something, Mr. Allnut?
Mean, miss, I didn't say nothing, miss.
Anything wrong, Mr. Allnut?
That's just this old boiler, miss. She's leaking steam. See?
Oh. Why are you kicking the boiler, Mr. Allnut?
Feed pump full of rust and scum. She gets clogged up.
And that's all you have to do? Just kick it?
It's knowing how to kick her, miss. She gets peevish now and then, ever since I dropped a screwdriver down the safety valve.
What would happen if you didn't kick it?
The whole boiler'd blow up.
Then why don't you dismantle the safety valve and remove the screwdriver?
You know, I'm going to do that one of these days. The only reason I haven't up to now is that I kind of like kicking her. She's all I've got.
Well, she seems to be operating quite normally now.
Yeah, like I said, miss, all she needs is a good boot. Well, you ready to call it a day? There's kind of like a lagoon up ahead. It's a real nice place when the bugs ain't too bad.
I shan't complain, Mr. Allnut. We have much to be thankful for.
And that's a fact, miss. It's like they say. It ain't never so bad that it can't be worse.
Mr. Allnut, do you suppose anyone has seen us?
Oh, there ain't nobody in these parts, miss, forgetting the beasts of the forest. Kind of hot, ain't it? I could do with a drink. I got an extra cup here, miss, if you're going to have one.
Oh, no, thank you. What is it?
Gin, miss. Gin. Something wrong?
No.
Well, if you're worried about there not being enough, why, there's 2 full cases aboard.
Oh, no, please.
Well, maybe you'd like a nice cup of tea.
Well, thank you.
You get real service on the African Queen. Hey, see this? Hot water all the time.
Out of the boiler?
It'll taste a little rusty, but then we can't have everything, can we? There you are, miss. Just add the tea to suit your taste, like they say on the box.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Well, now, you just sit and relax, and after a bit, I'll start thinking about supper. How long you been out here, miss?
In Africa? Oh, almost 10 years.
You ever get homesick?
Well, I'm afraid I have been homesick many times. It's Sunday afternoons that I think of most. The peace and the quiet of home.
On Sunday afternoons, I was always sleeping one off.
Sleeping one... Oh. What brought you to Africa, Mr. Allnut?
The Zambezi Bridge, miss. A whole boatload of us Canucks came over to work on it. Don't know yet what they wanted the bridge for, but then why did the chicken cross the road?
I beg your pardon?
Nothing, miss. Yeah, sometimes I wish I was back, but then I remember how I'd have to be taking orders from somebody while out here I'm my own boss. Well, Drink your tea, miss. I'll go fix us some grub. Now, what do you think you're doing, miss?
Well, if I may draw some hot water from the boiler, I'll wash these dishes.
Mostly, I just hold them over the side and let the current do the washing.
If you will forgive me, that's about what I imagined.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, eh, miss?
Is that so amusing, Mr. Allnut?
No, miss. You don't see no crocodiles around, do you?
Crocodiles? No.
No, it's too shallow for them. Well, I could do with a bath before I turn in.
I'd like a bath myself.
Well, now, you do the dishes back here, and I'll go off the bow. So long as we don't look, it don't matter. Well, how about it, miss?
Well, very well, Mr. Allnut.
That's the ticket. I won't be a minute, just a slosh or two.
Mr. Allnut! Mr. Allnut!
Right here, miss. How's the water?
Oh, no. Stay just where you are. Oh, dear, I can't get back into the boat.
Well, I'll give you a hand then.
Oh, I've been trying to climb up, but I can't. I'm afraid I do need help. Is that blanket still there?
Yes, miss.
Well, if you will please hold it up in front of you and close your eyes.
Well, I just got two hands, miss, and if I hold up the blanket...
Oh, then just close your eyes.
I got them closed, miss. Now, here, you grab my arms.
Oh, thank you. Oh, but don't you dare move until I say so.
Oh, no, miss.
I bathed in my undergarments. You'll have to wait until I...
Now, it's all right, miss. It's all right. You just say when. Well, you feel better, miss?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Well, now, you better sleep here under the awning, miss, in case it rains. And here's a couple of rugs. There ain't no fleas on them.
Where will you sleep, Mr. Allnut?
Me, all forward, miss. And if it'll make you feel better, you can hang up one of them tarpaulins, like a kind of a curtain, sort of.
Thank you. Good night.
I'll turn out the lantern if you're ready, miss.
I'm quite ready. Good night, Mr. Allnut.
Good night, miss.
Mr. Allnut!
Boy, I'm sorry I woke you, miss.
What are you doing?
Well, I ain't doing nothing, miss. Just getting out of the wet.
Well, go away this instant.
Yes, miss.
Mr. Allnut,
Yes, miss?
you may come in out of the rain if you wish.
Thank you, miss. Miss,
Yes?
I'm sorry I gave you such a turn.
Oh, that's quite all right. I didn't realize that you were just... how hard it was raining.
I won't get near you, miss. There's heaps of room.
Good night, Mr. Allnut.
Good night, miss.
Before we return with Act Two of The African Queen, here's Francis Scully, popular Hollywood commentator.
Wasn't it a pleasure, Ken, to meet the famous swimmer Annette Kellerman on your program last week?
Oh, yes, indeed, Francis. She's a remarkable woman. No wonder Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer filmed her life story and called it $1 Million Mermaid.
Well, the film looks like $1 million in gorgeous Technicolor with stars like Esther Williams, Walter Pidgeon, Victor Mature, and David Bryan.
Esther Williams certainly does some sensational routines in those beautiful water ballets.
Oh, and she looks so glamorous, particularly in the famous one-piece bathing suit that shocked Boston in the 1920s.
Yes. Well, I thought it was an exceptionally good love story, too, Francis, with both Victor Mature and David Bryan in love with Esther Williams, as she becomes the toast of two continents.
Yes, and Annette Kellerman, Esther Williams, plays an exciting role, filled with glamour and romance in $1 Million Mermaid.
Well, I can't imagine a mermaid more beautiful than Esther Williams. In Technicolor, her complexion looks like $1 million.
And yet, Ken, Esther Williams' complexion care is one that every girl can use. It's Lux toilet soap. Like 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars, Esther's devoted to Lux soap care.
And when all these famous beauties agree on one complexion soap, you know it must do something wonderful for skin. must really smooth and freshen your complexion. And that's just what Daily Lux Care does. Its skin tonic action helps your skin retain natural moisture. Even dry skin looks fresher, more appealing.
And Lux facials take only a minute. You just cream in the rich Lux lather, rinse warm, splash cold, and there your complexion sparkles.
Yes, girls, Lux Care is simple, but so effective that Lever Brothers Company guarantees it will improve any normal skin. So try these daily Lux soap facials. See how quickly your skin looks lovelier. Really looks lovely. Now, here's our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The African Queen, starring Humphrey Bogart as Mr. Allnut and Greer Garson as Rose. It's the following morning, and the African Queen wheezes her way down the river. Mr. Allnut is at the rusty engine, administering with tools and frequent kicks of his experienced foot. And now suddenly what he is dreading is upon them. The sluggish river has turned into whirlpools and rapids.
Well, miss, how'd you like it?
Like it?
White water, rapid.
Oh, I never dreamed that it...
I don't blame you for being scared, miss. Ain't nobody in his right mind ain't scared of white water.
I was about to say that I never dreamed that any mere physical experience could be so stimulating.
Huh? How's that, miss?
I've seldom known such excitement. A few times in my dear brother's sermons, when the Spirit was really upon him, I felt...
Well, you mean you want to go on?
But of course I do.
Miss, you're crazy.
Oh, I must say, I'm filled with admiration for your skill, Mr. Allnut. Do you suppose that after I practice steering a bit more, that someday I might try?
Miss, let me tell you something. Those rapids back there ain't nothing to what's in front of us.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
But, miss...
Oh, now that I've had a taste of it, I don't wonder that you love boating, Mr. Allnut.
Boating? Excuse me, miss, I need a drink.
Mr. Allnut, if something's the matter, please, I must know.
It's nothing you'd understand.
You're drinking gin again, Mr. Allnut.
Yes, miss, I sure am.
It's been such a pleasant day up until now. What is it that's driving you to drink, Mr. Allnut?
All right, I'll tell you. It's all your foolish talk about us going on into the lake, all this crazy talk about the Louisa. Well, we ain't gonna go.
Well, of course we are. What an absurd idea.
What an absurd idea. What an absurd idea.
Why don't you want to go on?
Because of the river and the rapids and Shona.
Shona? Oh, yes, where the Germans have a fort.
Yeah, you're darn right, Shona. Just one bullet in that blasting gelatin missing, we'd be little bits and pieces.
Then we'll go by the fort at night.
Oh, no, we won't?
Then we'll go by day. We can go on the far side of the river, speeding along just as fast as ever we can.
We ain't gonna go speeding along any place.
You agreed to go.
I never did. I never agreed to anything.
Mr. Allnut, you are a liar. And what is worse than that, a coward.
No! Cowards yourself. You ain't no lady, no, miss. That's what my poor old mother would say to you. My poor old mother would say to you. Whose boat is this, anyway? I asked John because I was sorry for you. That's what you get for feeling sorry for people. Well, I ain't sorry for you anymore. You're a crazy, psalm-singing, dried-up old maid.
Mr. Allnut, you are drunk.
Not half what I'm gonna be, either. There was a bold fisherman set sail for Port Pimlico to catch the bold piggy and the gayback. Oh, miss. Oh, my head. Oh, have pity, miss.
Mr. Allnut, you are still intoxicated.
Oh, the gin. That's gin you're pouring into the river.
Indeed it is.
Oh, You don't know what you're doing, miss. I'll perish without a hair of the dog.
Look at you, reeling about helplessly.
Oh, my head. Oh, my head. I'm warning you, miss. That gin ain't your property.
It's no one's property now. 21 empty bottles floating on the waves, and I'm glad.
You're a criminal, that's what you are. Oh, I'll die. Then what'll you do? I'll suffer and die, and I'll float on the wave. It's all you're doing, you hear? You did it all. Oh.
Oh, it's you. Good morning.
I look different, huh? Yeah, I shaved. Ooh, I see you're reading your Bible. Ah, it's a good thing to have a lady aboard, miss. Sets a man a good example. A man alone, well, he gets to living like a hog. And too, with me, it's always put things off. But with you, miss, it's business before pleasure every time. I tell you, it's like an inspiration. And that old engine, I ain't got that old engine so clean in years. Just look at her, miss. You don't care. If I only had some clean clothes like you. Now, why, you could be at high tea. Say, that's an idea, miss. How about a nice little cup of tea? How's the book? How about reading it out loud? I could do with a little spiritual comfort myself. And you call yourself a Christian, don't you? Don't you, huh?
You're behaving like an infant.
And how are you behaving? You're just plain mean. Man takes a drop too much once in a while. It's only human nature.
Nature, Mr. Allnut, is what we're put into this world to rise above.
I'm sorry. I apologize for getting so drunk. What more can a man do? Besides, you paid me back. Didn't even leave me a drop. Have a heart, miss. Say something. I don't care what it is, but you gotta say something.
So you think it was your nasty drunkenness I minded?
Oh, what else?
You promised me that you'd go down the river.
Miss, listen to me. There's death 1,000 times down there. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but don't blame me. Blame the river.
You promised.
Well, I'm taking my promise back. All right, miss, you win. As the crocodiles will be glad to hear. Down the river we go.
Thank you, Mr. Allnut. We're making splendid progress, Mr. Allnut.
Look over there.
Shona?
Not yet, miss, but soon. Over there's a crocodile waiting for his supper.
Which side of the river is Shona on?
Starboard, miss.
But good. Then the sun will be in their eyes. Why, you're worried, aren't you?
Oh, not me, miss. I gave myself up for dead back where we started.
Well, that noise, what was that?
That fort's closer than I thought. They're just letting us know they've sighted us. Their next shot's going to be closer.
Their aim's dreadful, isn't it?
Their aim will be good enough unless we turn back.
Mr. Allnut, I don't want to hear those words again.
Yes, miss. Now put your head down. We'll get rifle fire, too, in a minute.
Can't we go any faster?
Well, we're sure going to try, miss, and if it's all the same with you, start praying. We've made it! Look, we've made it!
Hooray, Mr.
Oh, we
Allnut.
sure put one over on them Germans that time, didn't we, miss? Oh, we showed 'em, miss. Hip, hip, hooray!
Was my handling of the boat all right?
Better than all right, miss. They were that surprised at seeing the old African queen. They didn't really start shooting till we were past.
Oh, this wonderful old boat.
Well, we're full of water, miss. We're battered and we're busted. You see these bullet holes? One through the steam hose and two in the boiler.
The engine stopped.
Long since, miss. But we can drift into them shallows, and I'll start pumping.
No, I'll pump while you go ashore for logs.
Well, that would save us time. Thank you, miss. Here now. You watch close,
Yes.
and I'll show you the trick.
I've got almost all the water pumped out, Mr. Allnut. Come and look.
Just let me see. Set these logs down. Oh. You've worn yourself out, miss.
Or so have you.
Well, if it's all right with you, we'd better stay here till morning. Hey, where'd they come from? Them flowers.
Oh, I just couldn't resist them. I waded ashore and I picked them. Do you recognize them, Mr. Allnut? I've never seen them before.
Well, I can't say that I have either, miss.
What if no one ever has? What if they don't even have a name?
Well, name or not, miss, they sure are pretty. Here, put one in your hair. Catch.
Oh, dear. Oh, I dropped it.
No, I'll get it.
No, I can pick it up. Well, look at us. Hands and knees in 3 inches of water looking for a flower. I could laugh and cry and Oh, you kissed me.
Yes, miss. I sure did, miss.
You kissed me. Mr. Allnut. Mr. Allnut. Dear.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Rosie.
You've been napping. Supper's ready.
Rosie. Fancy you building a fire and all while I slept.
Dear, what is your first name?
Charlie.
Charlie.
Give us a kiss, Rosie.
Charlie, dear.
The more I look at this place, the prettier it gets. I expect it's about the prettiest place I've ever been to. Oh, not that I ain't all for going down the river, you understand?
Oh, yes, Charlie, I know.
Why, the sooner we blow up the old Louisa, the better. What I meant was I'd like to come back here someday.
Then you think we can do it?
Do it? Why, there's nothing a man can't do if he believes in himself. Never say die. That's my motto.
I've had misgivings, Charlie. I was beginning to think that perhaps the whole thing was a mistake.
How's that, miss? I mean, Rosie.
Well, I had a moment of weakness.
Oh, well, if you're feeling weak, Rosie, why, a day or two here on shore won't make any difference.
Oh, no. We'll go on and thank heaven for your strength, Charlie. Thank heaven.
Well, Rosie girl, looks like there ain't nothing can stop the old queen.
What about the propeller, Charlie?
Turning nice as you please, Rosie. Why, we're going down the river just like Anthony and Cleopatra in their barge. This couldn't happen, Rosie, if it hadn't been for you. Don't you feel proud of yourself?
Certainly not. It's you, Charlie. It's all you. I don't think there's another man alive who could have done what you've done.
Oh, I'll never forget the way you looked when we was going over them rapids. Head up, chin out, hair blowing in the wind. The living picture of a heroine.
Oh, fancy me, a heroine. Oh, Charlie, you've lost your mind.
Lost my heart, too, sweetheart. Oh, what a time we've had, Rosie. What a time. We'll never lack for stories to tell our grandchildren.
Charlie, how much further do you suppose it is to the lake?
Well, there's no telling, Rosie. All depends on how much winding around this old river does.
The river's changed, hasn't it? And that smell. Why, it's like marigolds. Stale marigolds.
Not a very good smell for a flower.
They're very pretty, though, marigolds.
Rosie, look.
Another bend?
Oh, if only that's all it was. Rosie, it's on all sides, nothing ahead but grass and papyrus as far as you can see.
But the river doesn't stop up there. It can't.
Not according to the map, it can't. Only, how do you get through that stuff?
Charlie, they're islands. Thousands of tiny islands. But where's the main channel among them?
Don't look like there is one, Rosie. Just a sea of grass and a forest of reeds. Well, I better cut the engine.
Charlie.
What are we going to do, huh? I don't know, Rosie. Get into it and take a look around, I suppose.
Yes, dear, yes.
But once we're in, Rosie, and the grass and them reeds close up in back of us, there'll be no going back. If anything happens, we'll just sit there till we go off our heads with fever.
I know, Charlie.
So, you pays your money, and you takes your choice. Which is it, sweetheart? Straight ahead or turn around?
Straight ahead, Charlie.
We'll continue with Act 3 of The African Queen in a few moments. Now it's with great pleasure I introduce our guest, the lovely Zsa Zsa Gabor, who will soon be seen in United Artists' great new Technicolor picture, Moulin Rouge.
Hello, Irvin. You know, I've just returned from Paris. That's where the picture was filmed, because it's about the famous French painter Toulouse-Lautrec.
Yes, and his genius and reckless way he defied convention make one of the screen's most dramatic stories.
You know, José Ferrer plays, and now the new French star Colette Marchand plays the woman he loves. And I am Jean Avril, the famous singer and dancer in Toulouse-Lautrec's post.
It's a spectacular picture, Zsa Zsa. In Moulin Rouge, producer John Huston captures all the flavor of Paris left bank and the colorful artist life.
Well, Zsa Zsa, you're a knockout in that red and white costume of Lautrec's famous poster. You set it off so perfectly with that creamy complexion of yours. It's a Lux complexion, I know.
Of course, Ken. I'm devoted to the Lux toilet soap facials. And I really appreciate Lux for my bath, too, especially after making this picture. My dance number required 93 rehearsals. Was I tired? But my Lux bath completely refreshed me.
Yes, a bath with creamy white Lux soap is the quickest beauty pickup ever. It treats you to so many luxuries in one. First, there's the rich, abundant lather Lux gives, even in hard water. Second, there's that delightful mildness of Lux, the way its gentle lather leaves your skin so soft.
The luxury I love is the Lux perfume. It clings so long, yet is so delicate. Flower fresh.
Well, thank you, Zsa Zsa. Girls, try the big bath-size Lux toilet soap. Do it tomorrow. Be Lux lovely for the holidays ahead. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The African Queen, starring Greer Garson as Rose and Humphrey Bogart as Charlie. For days now, the journey of the African Queen has been halted. Across the breadth of the river, like a towering living wall, is a jungle of grass and reeds, an endless morass through which 1,000 different channels twist and turn. And somewhere among them, Rose and Charlie are hopelessly lost.
Charlie, please, let me pole for a while.
It's no use, Rosie. All the channels we've lost, all the squirming and turning we've done. This river's crazy. Crazy as I am.
Oh, Charlie.
Sorry, old girl. Well, the only thing that will put the roses back on our cheeks is to get out of these reeds. I'll go over the side again. You pole, Rosie, and I'll push. Just keep her straight if you can, Rosie. Head her through the grass.
There must... Your main channel... Mustn't there... It just can't... disappear.
I'm sick of talking about it, Rosie. Or searching for it, or even...
Charlie! Leeches! Bloodsuckers! You're covered with them.
Ooh, my legs, Rosie, my arms. Ooh, the little beggars. Pull them off me. Rosie, help me.
Yes, Charlie,
No,
really...
don't touch them, don't. Ooh, salt, Rosie.
Yes.
If you pull them off, their heads stay in. Poison the blood. Get the salt.
Yes, dear, yes, I mean...
Ooh, pour it over me. Pour the salt over me.
I am, Charlie, I am.
Ooh, they can't stand the salt. See, Rosie. Look, they're dropping off.
Oh, my poor Charlie.
Ooh. If there's anything in the world I hate, it's leeches. Oh, the filthy little devils.
You're bleeding.
It ain't nothing. The salt will kill the poison. Well, here I go.
Charlie, no. You're not going over again. No, no.
Take the pole, Rosie. We'll try again. Rosie. You still awake, Rosie?
I'm here, dear.
I'm awful cold, Rosie. Hot and then cold. Chills and fever. Fine specimen of a man I am, ain't I?
You're the bravest man that ever lived. You're just overdue, that's all. Try to sleep, and when you wake up, we'll be on our way again.
On our way. Even if we had all our strength, we'd never get the boat off this mud. We're finished, Rosie.
I know it.
But I'm not one bit sorry I came. What I mean is, it was worth it.
Dear Lord, we've come to the end of our journey. I pray for you to be merciful. Judge us not for our weakness, but for our love. And open the doors of heaven for Charlie and me.
Rosie, it's over, sweetheart.
It is?
The storm's over. Open your eyes, dear. It's daylight.
I wonder if I dreamed it, Charlie. If it was just a nightmare. I saw animals and birds running, screaming.
Oh, it's nothing you dreamed, Rosie. I never seen such a storm.
Charlie, what are you doing? You mustn't work, dear. You're not strong enough yet to...
Rosie, I ain't doing anything. Open your eyes and see. I'm just sitting here next to you.
But we're moving.
Moving? Moving? Rosie, look.
Charlie, where are we?
Rosie, dear, we're on the lake. Oh, the rain did it. It filled the channels. Look, the rain and the wind just lifted the old queen up and carried her over the mud. We've cleared the weeds, Rosie. Oh, look back there. Oh, we couldn't have been 100 yards from it last night when we give up hope. Oh, Rosie.
Oh, let's try and build a fire if we can. And get the engine started. And go right out to the middle, away from these reeds, where we can breathe again.
Sure, sweetheart, sure. We'll be out of here in a jiffy.
Oh, this air. Oh, Charlie, it's wonderful.
And wait till this mist clears away. You see the lake's as big as an ocean. And we're on it, Rosie.
Oh, just to breathe again.
Yeah, it's like... I know you don't approve, but it's like a shot of gin. Makes your blood race and your spirits soar.
Oh, I'm sorry I poured out all that gin, Charlie.
Oh, forget it, Rosie. And just to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll make you another cup of...
What, Charlie?
Rosie, there, to starboard. That's the Imperial German Navy. That's the Louisa.
She's coming towards us, Charlie.
We gotta make a run for it, back to the weeds. Take her around while I stoke the boiler.
Yesterday, those weeds were our death. And Charlie, today, they're our salvation. Oh, I was so sure they'd seen us.
Look at the size of her, Rosie. See her guns?
Why did they stop at that little island, Charlie?
Well, likely it's just routine, or maybe just checking what the storm tore up. They'll be back again. You know how them Germans are.
Methodical, yes.
Yeah, that's them, all right. They lays down systems, and they stick to them. Mondays, they're one place, Tuesday, someplace else, and Wednesday, they'll be back here. Oh. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, Rosie. You're thinking of the next time the Louisa comes back here, aren't you, old girl?
How long will it take, Charlie, to get the torpedoes ready?
Depends on the detonators. Well, I gotta rig up something. We'll manage it, Rosie. We'll manage it. Well, there they are, Rosie. Them's the detonators.
Oh, Charlie, you're
what's
wonderful.
more, I think they'll work.
Now, what about the cylinders?
Well, with you helping, I'll lash them on each side of our bow. Only we can't set the detonators on until we're ready to set out. You see, they're kind of tricky, Rosie.
We'll be working at night, Charlie. Can you do it in the dark?
That's the case I have to.
And you're sure they'll come back with the Louisa?
Well, let me see. Figuring both her speed and the size of this lake, my guess is she'll be back here tomorrow afternoon. And when she comes, we'll be ready.
Tomorrow afternoon. Charlie, let's make the Queen as clean as we can. Let's scrub her decks and polish her brass.
She ought to look her best, representing as she does the Royal Navy. I think I even got a flag around somewhere.
Charlie.
Why, we'll sail out of these reeds proud as a dreadnought. Rosie.
Yes, Charlie?
Now, there ain't no use of both of us doing it. As you can plainly see, it's a one-man job.
Oh, you couldn't be more right, Charlie, dear.
Now, Rosie, I'm glad you agree. When the time comes, I'll put you off here on the east shore. You'll wait for me while I attend to the Louisa.
Well, certainly not. You're the one to put ashore. This whole thing was my idea, wasn't it? I'm the logical one to carry it out.
Rosie, I'm surprised at you. You're a very sensible woman, as a rule. While with 2 torpedoes hanging off our bow, she'll steer entirely different, let alone being half swamped.
Didn't I steer us down the rapids?
Well, suppose she broke down out there. Wouldn't you look foolish? But me, she knows who her boss is, you bet that old engine does.
Well, I suppose you're right.
Now, that's settled.
Oh, no. I only meant it may be necessary for you to come along.
Come along? Oh, no, you don't. You'll wait for me on the east shore.
Who do you think you are? Ordering me about?
I'm the captain, that's who. And I ain't taking you along. You'd only be in my way.
I suppose I was in your way, going down the rapids. Then what you said to me back there on the river was a lie. How you never could have done it alone, and how you had lost your heart and everything, and... Oh, you liar! Oh, Charlie, we're having our first quarrel.
Oh, Rosie, it's just that I can't bear the thought of you, well, supposing that anything should happen, not that anything will.
Don't you understand, Charlie? I wouldn't want to go on without you.
Oh, Rosie. All right. It'll be you at the tiller and me at the engine, just like it was from the start.
I knew you'd see it, Charlie, dear. Thank you.
There she is, Rosie. That's the Louisa, right on time.
There's no smoke from her stacks.
The wind, sweetheart, is blowing the smoke fast as it comes out.
I don't like this wind.
Me neither, Rosie. It's going to storm.
But if it storms tonight, there'll be less chance of them seeing us. Maybe a storm would be a blessing, Charlie.
That's the way to look at it, Rosie, old girl. Now let you and me get them started on them detonators. We're not making any time, Rosie. Something's wrong.
I can't steer, Charlie.
We're taking too much water in the bow. It's them torpedoes weighing us down.
Charlie, look! Those waves!
Hang on, Rosie.
Charlie, the torpedoes! They're torn loose.
It's worse than that. We're sinking, Rosie.
The tiller's gone. Something broke.
Everything's broke. Grab the preserver, Rosie, and then jump.
Charlie!
You, I will remind you just once more, you are a prisoner aboard the steamship Louisa of His Imperial Majesty's Navy.
Yeah, I know.
You will tell us the truth. Now, what is your nationality? French, Belgian, British?
Yeah.
Yes, what?
British.
What were you doing in these waters?
Fishing. Yeah, fishing off the island.
You're a spy for the British. Well, do you deny this?
I told you I was fishing.
Das ist der gesamte Beweismaterial der Anklage, Herr Kapitän.
Fahren Sie fort mit der Verteidigung. Obviously, you're lying, but it does not matter. This court will sentence you to be hanged.
Eine Frau.
Oh, scheint weiß zu sein. You, there was a woman with you.
Rosie!
You will answer my question. Bringen Sie die Frau her.
Rosie!
Charlie!
Who is this woman?
I don't know.
You called her by name.
I thought she was somebody else.
Charlie!
Sie war mit ihm.
Who are you?
Miss Rose Sayre.
What were you doing on the lake?
I ain't told them nothing, Rosie.
Silence! What were you doing on the lake?
We were boating.
As your fellow prisoner is about to learn, the penalty for lying to us is death.
Charlie. Very well, then. We came here to...
Rosie, no.
To sink this ship. Charlie, dear, at least let's have the pleasure of telling them.
Don't you believe her, Your Honor? She's touched, you know. Fever.
And just how, Fräulein, did you propose to sink the Königin Louisa?
Why, with torpedoes.
Torpedoes?
Yes, Mr. Allnut made them.
Made them? Amazing.
Charlie, tell them how you made the torpedoes.
Well, you see what I did was I took the heads off 2 cylinders of oxygen. I filled them up with live explosives, about 200 weight. Now, that was easy enough, but it was the detonators took some doing. And you know what I used? Cartridges and nails and blocks of soft wood.
Go on, please.
Then I took the 2 cylinders and hung them port and starboard in the bow of the African Queen, so as when we rammed you, poof!
And where is the African Queen?
She sank last night in the storm.
Too bad. I should like to have seen those torpedoes.
Perhaps you will. They'll still be floating around somewhere nearby.
Yeah, they could still sink this ship, Rosie.
Enough of this Torpedo-Nonsense. Ist ganz klar, dass die beiden Spione sind. Ich schlage vor, wir geben Ihnen 5 Minuten Frist, diese Lügen zurückzuziehen. You have 5 minutes in which to reconsider. Tell us the truth, or you will both be hanged.
We've told the truth, haven't we, Charlie?
Yeah. And we got a favor to ask, Your Honor.
Well?
Well, you're the captain, I guess.
I am.
Well, then you could marry us.
Oh, Charlie, what a lovely idea.
What kind of craziness is this?
Come on, Captain. It won't even take 5 minutes. And it'll mean such a lot to the lady.
If you wish it. Absolutely. Very well. What are the names again?
Charles.
Rosie. Rose.
Da ist eine Bibel auf dem Brett hinter dem Schreibtisch.
Ja, Herr Leutnant. Ich sehe sie. Bringen Sie her.
Charlie, look. A Bible.
Look at me, both of you. Do you, Charles, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
Yes, sir.
Do you, Rose, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Then by the authority vested in me by His Imperial Majesty Kaiser Wilhelm II, I pronounce you are man and wife. Proceed with the execution. Ab mit den beiden Gefangenen nach Achtern und los mit der Hinrichtung!
Charlie, my husband.
Rosie. Rosie.
You will follow me now, at once.
Charlie, the torpedoes.
Rosie, we've done it! We've done it! You all right, Mrs. Allnut? Can you keep swimming?
Oh, yes. I never felt so good in my life. We blew her up, Charlie.
I guess we did, Rosie.
The wreckage of the African Queen, that did it. They ran the Louisa right into it. How do you feel, Mr. Allnut?
Pretty good for an old married man.
I'm all turned around, Charlie. Which way is the east shore?
The way we're swimming, old girl. There was a bold fisherman set sail from off Pimlico to catch the bold piggy and the gay mackerel.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Are you blaming stocking runs on the stockings themselves? Well, perhaps you're making a big mistake.
Yes, look, the blame may belong to the way you wash stockings. You may be wearing out your stockings in the wash. Harsh washings with strong wash day products were never meant for delicate nylons.
Cobweb sheer nylons need delicate care, really special care. Always wash your stockings gently in pure Lux Flakes. Nylons thrive on gentle washings in safe Lux lather. You see, Lux Flakes melt completely into a silky cleansing foam, and each gentle washing in Lux has a special action that keeps nylon threads strong as new, washing after washing, wearing after wearing. Lux Flakes care double stocking wear. That's like getting an extra pair of nylons with every pair you buy. Start giving your stocking safe Lux Flakes care tomorrow. 95% of stocking manufacturers recommend Lux. Lux Flakes are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company.
Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are coming forward for a well-deserved curtain call. Humphrey Bogart and Greer Garson. We certainly suffered every step of the way with you two on the trip of the African Queen.
Irving, I remember another safari full of hardships that you and I made quite a long time ago.
A safari, Bogey? What, to Africa?
Well, no, to Palm Springs.
It was Bogey's first picture in Hollywood, and I was the director. We went on location to Palm Springs, and it was 120 in the shade.
Only there was no shade.
And you should have seen Bogey in his first love scenes.
I couldn't see the girl for the water dripping in my eyes.
Well, it doesn't sound as if you were having exactly a circus.
No, but my latest picture is just happens to be Battle Circus, co-starring June Allison. I'll get into it. See, I've been working at your home studio, Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Well, I congratulate you, Bogey. You know we make only the very best pictures over there.
We mentioned one on the Lux Radio Theater recently. Plymouth Adventure, starring Spencer Tracy, Gene Tierney, Van Johnson, and Leo Gant.
Oh, I don't think Greer would like that. It's all about the pilgrims leaving England and sailing for America on the Mayflower.
Oh, we English think it's a great idea. We've been doing it ever since.
We're always glad to welcome our English cousins, particularly you lovely actresses with those beautiful complexions.
Well, thank you. We're glad to adopt your way of caring for those complexions with Lux soap. I think it's wonderful.
And you'll both think next week's show is wonderful. It's such a great story that it's been made into a picture 5 different times. And we're going to bring you the inspiring 20th Century Fox version of Victor Hugo's immortal classic, Les Miserables. And from the original cast, we have the lovely Deborah Paget and that fine actor, Robert Newton. And in the unforgettable role of Jean Valjean, another great Academy Award winner, Ronald Coleman.
Well, that'll be a swell show. Good night, Irving.
Good night.
Good night and happy holidays. Now here's Ken Carpenter with news about mouth health. Ken?
Millions of Americans have found that Chlorodent toothpaste does more to give you a clean, fresh mouth than any other dentifrice. And now here is proof that Chlorodent gives you a healthy mouth, too. Wholly in the interest of child health, Chlorodent was tested under the supervision of dentists at Father Flanagan's famous Boys Town in Nebraska. In this research, Chlorodent and a fine white toothpaste were used regularly by different groups of youngsters. And in just 60 days, dentists found that 3/4 of the boys using Chlorodent showed dramatic improvement in mouth health. Chlorodent was actually proved twice as effective as the fine white toothpaste for quickly reducing acute gingivitis, a common mouth ailment. And that's another reason why Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees that Chlorodent does more for you than any other toothpaste, white, ammoniated, or chlorophyll, to give you a clean, fresh, healthy mouth. Make sure you get the toothpaste used in this Boys Town research. Ask for Chlorodent.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Coleman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton in Les Miserables. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were John Dodsworth as the Reverend and Harold Ironforth and Hans Conried as the German officers. Our radio play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust to give you more for your money with a goodwill offer that's really a honey. Trust Silver Dust.
New improved Silver Dust Wonder Bubble Suds for laundry and dishes now makes you this amazing goodwill offer. Inside every large-size Silver Dust, you get, as an extra, a genuine Canon face cloth. It's big, soft, fluffy, lovely pastel colors, worth up to 15 cents. Remember, in large-size Silver Dust, you get this genuine Canon face cloth as an extra. Try Silver Dust. See how it safely digs out dirt, gets clothes cleaner, speeds dishwashing, kind to your hands. Yes, Silver Dust, a great washing product with a Cannon face cloth inside, gives you more for your money than any other washing product. That's guaranteed.
Get the large size box of Silver Dust with the big Cannon face cloth as an extra today.
Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorident Toothpaste, and Silver Dust, or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents Victor Herbert's enchanting operetta, The Princess Pat, starring Gordon MacRae and his two lovely guest stars, Dorothy Kirsten and Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another big musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we have an abundance of good things. Two lovely guest stars from the Metropolitan Opera, Dorothy Kirsten, and from the nation's airwaves, Lucille Norman. And from the pen of Victor Herbert, a memorable score. Here's The Princess Pat.
Sweet one, how my heart is yearning.
Does that music make you think of Neapolitan nights, the Isle of Capri, sunsets at Sorrento, Vesuvius rising like a proud giant over the blue waters of the Mediterranean? Well, that's where my palace was, in the Bay of Naples. My name is Prince Antonio di Montalvo. When you get to know me better, you can call me Toto. But I left the Bay of Naples to follow a lovely Irish girl halfway around the world, a girl named Pat. And when she finally married me, all her friends in Long Island called her Princess, the Princess Pat.
Oh, Pat, it's so strange to think that you're a princess. Why, it's no different from being Mrs. Jones or Mrs. Smith. Any woman who's in love with her husband is a princess, Grace. That's a happiness I'll never know, Pat. They're making me marry a funny old man named Mr. Schmaltz. That's awful. What's he like? Oh, he hasn't got anything at all, except $1 million. Don't marry him. I have to. My father has lost all his money. Oh. It's the only way I can help. The strange part is that I'm in love with Mr. Schmaltz's son, Tony. But he won't have a cent if he marries without his father's permission. Take my advice, Grace. Grab Tony, money or no money. Why, I wouldn't have cared if my husband were a prince or a street cleaner. I love him, and that's all that counts. It's in concern. Life is but a jest. Half the time we've lost is all and song. Seek to be guided with a merry smile, really hard when the world's going wrong. Far from life apart, near to nature's heart, what joy we find when our children are. What a peace will prove.
my beautiful wife and a beautiful little friend.
How are you enjoying America, Prince?
It's wonderful. Every girl here is almost as lovely as my wife. As Long Island is surrounded by water, so I should like to be continually surrounded by such beauty. I wish I was an island in an ocean of girls, surrounded by them far as I could see. And like the little waves that play, that kiss the shore and run away, so I should like to have them play with me. Just one and then another comes a slipping along, a creamy white within your arms she curls. As with one sudden fond embrace she splashes kisses on your face. Oh, for an island, what a place! An ocean full of girls.
I wish I was an island in an ocean of girls, surrounded by them far as I can see. And like the little waves that play, that kiss the shore and run away, so I would like to have them play with me.
Just one and then another comes a slipping along, a creamy white within your arms she curls.
As with one sudden fond embrace,
she splashes kisses on your face. Oh, for an island, what a place! An ocean full of girls.
No. Where are you going?
To get my feet wet. Ta-ta, my darling.
Ta-ta, Toto. Isn't that awful, Grace? My husband has an eye for every pretty girl in Long Island.
Men are all alike, except, of course, Tony.
Well, Grace, I'm going to teach my husband a lesson and do a little flirting myself.
Pat, if you're going to flirt with anybody, why not Mr. Schmaltz? You could make Toto jealous, and at the same time keep me from marrying that awful millionaire.
I'll do it, Grace.
Where is everybody? Where is anybody? Everywhere I look, I find nobody.
That's Mr. Schmaltz.
Ah, there. Oh, hello, Pumpkin.
Mr. Schmaltz, I'd like to present the Princess Pat.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Schmaltz.
Isn't she lovely, Mr. Schmaltz?
Oh, well, I tell you, the women are my strongest weakness.
I'm told you're a leader of men, a captain of industry, a giant of commerce.
I'm loaded. You've heard of Schmaltz's Oppositarian chicken fat, ain't you?
Mm-hmm.
A household word. Schmaltz's chicken fat is perfect for shining your shoes, frying your schnitzel, or to polishing the furniture.
And making $1 million.
Our other specialty is goose grease. Use the grease geese. Wild geese cry for that.
Mr. Schmaltz, I have a question to ask you.
Yeah?
How would you like to be an island in an ocean of girls?
Bring on the waves.
Then let's go for a little walk, Mr. Schmaltz. In the forest where it's shady and romantic.
Imagine this. A princess on the arm of the chicken fat king. I tell you, it's contagious.
We'll see you later, Grace.
I think it's going to work.
Caramia! Caramia! Oh, Grace. Where did my princess go?
She was called to the house for a moment. Toto, if you were trying to set the stage for a romance, how would you do it?
Well, music. Always. Soft music. The language of love. This is what we do in Naples. You make love to a beautiful woman, and in the distance, a street singer helps to tell her what is in your heart.
Toto, a very dear friend of mine is trying to be romantic at the moment and needs help like that. Let me hear how it would sound.
Always happy to help a romance. Steadfast, faithful, and true to me. Tell me when shall I again caress you? If you only tell me when. Tell me I long in my arms again. Sweet one, how my heart is yearning.
Listen, Your Highness. That Neapolitan love song of yours is echoing through the entire forest.
Oh, that is no echo. That is my wife.
Yes, isn't it romantic? Keep singing, Toto. Keep singing.
When shall I again caress you?
The second act of Princess Pat in just a moment. But first, the other day, Jim Berryman, well-known cartoonist of the Washington, D.C. Star, was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for the Outstanding Cartoon of the Year. Although stories about Mr. Berryman appeared in newspapers everywhere, few people learned that the first picture he drew, at 5 years of age, was of a locomotive pulling a freight car. Today, he still is an ardent railroad fan. The Berryman family has an extensive model railroad system, and when they travel, they look forward to going by train. Each time, they try to take a different, well-known train, and there are few famous named trains with which they are not intimately familiar. Mr. Berryman is but one of hundreds of thousands of persons, including many leaders in business, the professions, and the arts, whose hobby is railroading. Throughout the country, there are rail fans who build and maintain model railroads, who collect both historical and modern railroad objects of almost every kind, and who take trips by rail just for the pure pleasure of going places on trains. But whether or not you are a rail fan, you will enjoy traveling by train. Since the end of the war, the railroads have installed enough new passenger cars to make up nearly 400 new trains. They represent the latest in today's styling, appointments, and invention. Cars are spacious, well-lighted, have comfortable seats, large and well-equipped lounges, and hundreds of other improvements to make every mile of your trip more pleasant. Yes, the person who travels by rail has unsurpassed comfort, convenience, dependability, and safety. Extras which mean so much, whether the trip is to the next city or across the continent. This is another reason why the railway is the best way to travel. And now here is Act Two of Victor Herbert's The Princess Pat, starring Gordon MacRae and his two lovely guests, Dorothy Kirsten and Lucille Norman.
Sweet one, how my heart is yearning.
You hear that? This is my wife. She's out there in the forest with another man. Well, it serves me right. I thought it would be fun to be an island in an ocean of girls. And I turned out to be a mudscow. Because, you see, my beautiful princess, Patricia, with her lovely laughing eyes, was using those eyes to flirt with old man Schmaltz. See?
Oh, princess, you are fascinating. How do you do it? Every time you flash your eyes at me, it's like electricity.
Then I'll flash them once again.
I am electrocuted.
Whether young man or old man, or timid or bold man, there's one thing he cannot resist. Is the glance of your eye, which he takes to his eye. Perhaps you would like to be kissed. And so great his conceit is, your conquest complete is,
he's in for an awful surprise. When he finds to the shame of him, you have made game of him, through a pair of bright eyes. When a glance you are stealing, he finds it so appealing that he can't stand the feeling if he tries. In a smile there's a token of promises unspoken, and it's been broken by two laughing Irish eyes.
You are stealing, he finds it so appealing that he can't stand the feeling if he tries.
In a smile there's a token of promises unspoken. So it's broken by two laughing Irish
Such a beautiful girl you are. Such a beautiful voice. And those eyes. I cannot resist you, Princess.
But, Mr. Schmaltz, remember, I have a husband.
Forget about him. Married men never make good husbands. Kiss me.
No, please, not so fast.
Aramia! Aramia, where are you?
Quick, kiss me.
Yes. No. Yes. This is typical of a woman, all right.
What is going on here?
Oh, the husband.
Oh, hello, Toto. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Mr. Schmaltz. He's in goose grease.
I'll make goose grease out of you.
Toto, don't do anything.
If you just step over this way, Mr. Schmaltz, we'll arrange the details of the duel.
A duel? Ah, every time I take a woman's hand, I put my foot in it.
Now, you just tell me what weapons you prefer. Pistols, rapiers, swords.
I prefer chicken feathers. Into such a mess. How did I get into that?
Grace. Yes, Pat? It's working. He's so jealous he's challenged Mr. Schmaltz to a duel.
Oh, that's awful.
No, it's wonderful. Everything's going to be hunky-dory.
What will the future be? Let us meet the centerpiece of life we know should be an ever give one. Surely to be fine will never be one. Ever happy will, if or good or ill, merry. Should fate bring us happiness too late, let us cheerfully await
The object of your affection isn't even man enough to stand up in a duel.
Oh?
He ran off. He said to tell Grace he'd never see her again.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes. He's taking his Upper Bavarian chicken fat business back to Upper Bavaria. And he leaves his son to you with his blessing.
You see, Grace? I told you everything would work out.
But what about us?
Don't you love me, Toto?
I'm afraid it's too late.
All for you, life has been.
life has become but
I have a confession to make to you.
Oh, what is it?
I was only flirting with that man to make you jealous.
Oh.
I didn't like the idea of your being in an ocean of girls. I felt like a wet rock.
I promise never to look at the ocean again.
And how about you, Grace?
Oh, I'm off to find Tony, the chicken fat prince. Why, Pat, I'm going to be the Princess Fat.
You know, this whole thing ends just like an operetta show.
Where love is best of all.
Far from life apart.
Nature's heart.
What shall we find? Where pleasure is found. But a kiss will come. But a
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dorothy, Kirsten, and Lucille Norman will be back in just a moment. And right now, we want to thank Sam Hearn, who was such a delightful Mr. Schmaltz. Princess Pat, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. When soon you lay away your work for that well-earned vacation, remember that the best way to start your vacation and end it is on a safe, comfortable train. You start your vacation the minute you get on the train and relax. You have room to stretch out and roam about, luxurious dining, lounge, and observation cars to visit. And on your return trip, you retain that relaxed, rested, ready to tackle anything feeling. Yes, the railway is the best way to travel. And now here again are Dorothy, Kirsten, and Lucille Norman. Well, thank you, Dorothy and Lucille. It was wonderful to have both of you on board. And you know, Dorothy, next week, Lucy and I start traveling on the summer show train.
Sounds like a wonderful trip. I'm all excited about it.
Yes, we're going... Oh, I forgot my accent. We're going to take the show train back through the years, stopping each week at one particular year to dramatize the events and sing the songs of that era.
We start next week with 1927.
Mm-hmm. Our regular crew will be along, too. Carmen Dragon and Norman Luboff. And, Dorothy, we promise you a mighty tuneful summer.
Well, it sounds charming. Best of luck and bon voyage to all of you.
Well, thank you, Dorothy. And we hope you'll visit us again many times next season when we'll again bring to life the great musicals of our generation.
Good night, Gordon and Lucille. I'll be listening to you both all summer.
So long, Dorothy.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
The Princess Pat was presented by special arrangement with Tam's Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae is currently starring in the Warner Brothers Technicolor musical hit, The Daughter of Rosie O'Grady. Gordon MacRae is guest editor of a Look magazine feature you will enjoy, Photo Quiz, in the new issue of Look on newsstands tomorrow. Dorothy Kirsten appeared through the courtesy of Lucky Strike Light-Up Time. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Thomas L. Thomas sings on the voice of Firestone. Hear him on NBC.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter. There's music for you tomorrow evening with two of your favorite song stylists. First, it's the Dinah Shore Show, and then songs with Sinatra. There's laughter, too, in your Friday lineup with three comedy favorites. The Bob Hope Show with Bob's guest Jerry Colonna, the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This? It's a great Friday night program lineup, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
It was about 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and I was riding down the east trail that led from Castle City over to Crown Ranch. It's been a real warm day. A little breeze was coming up now, and things were cooling off to a nice, comfortable twilight. I hadn't seen any signs of habitation for the last few miles. The soil was pretty thin and sandy. Probably wouldn't grow much. But a little further on, the ground turned brown, rich-looking. I noticed a frame house sitting back, 50 yards back from the trail. When I was almost even with the house, the front door opened and somebody came running out toward me.
Hey, mister! Would you hold up a minute, mister?
Young boy, it looked like, about 15, 16, wearing blue jeans and a checkered shirt and a little peaked cap pulled down over his ears. Whoa, Scar. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. Howdy, son. What can I do for you?
You come from town, mister?
That's right.
You didn't run across Friendly DeWitt on the trail, did you?
Friendly DeWitt?
You know him, don't you, mister? He runs the traveling mercantile.
How's that?
Oh, sure. We're too far out to get into town very much, so he brings around a wagon load of goods every once in a while. I just don't know what we'd do without him.
Well, don't stand out there all night jawing. Just find out about Friendly, like I told you.
The gentleman ain't seen him, ma'am.
Oh, shut up, Fern. You can wear something else if you have to. The supper dishes are waiting, Cindy Lou.
What was that she called you?
Cindy Lou?
But that's a girl's name. Oh. In this light here, the way you were dressed, I sort of thought maybe you were...
It don't matter. Thanks again, mister. So long.
So long. Cindy Lou. Well, I gave Scar a little touch of my heel. Let's go. Come on. Come on, boy. We started off. I figured I'd had about 8 miles to go before I'd reach the Crown Ranch. I hadn't been through this part of the country in quite a spell. But I was pretty certain Floyd Prince would remember me from the old days. He'd sign me on for the summer if he had an opening. Come on, Scar. Come on. It was about 15 minutes later, and I came to the fork in the trail. I saw a wagon rolling along from the south. It was some wagon, too. Almost twice the size of anything I'd ever run into before. And the way the canvas bulged out, it looked like it was loaded to the brim. Well, it stood to reason that this was the traveling mercantile that Cindy Lou had mentioned. Whoa, Scar. Whoa.
Whoa, Peggy, whoa, Peggy. Easy now. Easy there. Howdy, friend.
Good evening. Evening. You're, Mr. DeWitt, I take it.
You take it right, sir, except for that Mr. part. Just call me friendly, like the rest of the folks. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Something you needin', mister?
No.
Shoelaces, chewing tobacco, flour, salt, kitchen utensils, ammunition, yardage, zone equipment, anything at all. Just you name it, I got it, here in my wagon.
Yeah, it sounds like quite an assortment there.
Oh, that's only a part of it. I didn't even touch on my medical supplies.
Oh.
Old Doc Barstow's painkiller, Seth's simple all-purpose salve, Miss Jenny's bunion plasters and corn removers. You got any corns that's troubling you, mister? They're just a thing.
No, I don't do too much walking.
Oh. Some liniment, then?
No, thanks, just the same. I'm in pretty good health.
Well, what about wearing apparel? I got a full line of Levi's shirts, bandanas, cotton and wool socks.
No, I'm just not in the market for anything friendly. The only reason I stopped was to tell you that those folks down the trail were getting kind of anxious about you.
Folks down the trail?
Uh-huh. You know, the farmhouse a couple miles back there.
Well, I just can't imagine who you're talking about, mister. I ain't even headed that way. I'm making a delivery over the Davis Ranch near Evergreen. Davis girl's getting married tomorrow morning. I'm bringing all the paraphernalia for the wedding. You sure somebody in this neighborhood's looking for me?
They seem to be. I don't know the family's name exactly. The girl I bumped into is called Cindy Lou.
Well, that must be Cindy Lou Ames. But why would... Great yellow pumpkins. Hattie Ames. That dress she ordered for her daughter Fern. What time you make it out to be, mister? I ain't unpacked my shipment of alarm clocks yet.
Oh, it must be 7:30.
Well, maybe I can get there before they leave. If I don't, Hattie Ames will skin me alive. Giddy up, Petty. Come on now. Come on, Francis. Come on. I knew there was something else. And I was working on that dress only this morning, too. Shortening the hem. So long, mister. Hope you enjoy the square dance.
Dance? What do you... Come on, Scar. Come on. Dance? What are you talking about?
Well, that's where you're heading, ain't it? The Crown Ranch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is, but I didn't know about any dance or anything. I was going to ask Floyd Prince for a job.
Oh, you mean tell me you ain't heard about the celebration tonight?
No, not a word.
Well, it's account of Floyd Prince's son. He just come home from schooling back east.
Well, you mean Monty Prince?
Yeah, that's the boy's name. You know him, mister?
Oh, I used to. He was just a little shaver then. He's all grown up, huh?
Well, he must be 20 or so, somewhere's along in there. I guess he'll be taking over the crown one of these days.
I see. Well, I reckon better put off my job hunting until some other time. I wouldn't want to bother Floyd and give him a party. I'll ride along with you for a spell, friendly.
Well, if you're an acquaintance of Floyd Prince's, I imagine you'll be more than welcome at his party. Practically everybody in the neighborhood's been invited.
Maybe so. But fact is, I'm not too good at square dancing. I don't know, but there's just something about my legs. A little too much of them, I reckon.
Well, I just hope you're the only absentee.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, Hattie's daughter Fern, she was planning to wear this here dress her ma ordered from me.
Oh.
Yeah, like as not, she's having a tantrum right now. She sure takes after Hattie.
She does, huh?
Yes, sir. And mind not delivering her outfit on time, well, there'll be real catastrophe. You see, Hattie's aiming to marry her Fern off to this young Monty Prince. And she'll probably manage it, too. Hattie usually gets her own way. Uh-oh. Look over there, mister. Buggy coming up the trail. That'll be Hattie and Fern on the way to the crown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, it's too late to do anything about the dress now if they're started off. Yeah, the best thing for me to do is to stay out of sight. I'll get my wagon over here under these trees here. Easy, Francis, easy now.
But what do you... They're bound to see you sitting there.
Oh, you don't know Hattie Ames like I do.
What do you mean?
Why, she's as nearsighted as a buffalo. Can't see her hand in front of her face unless she's wearing her bifocals.
Oh.
And she won't be wearing them either. Not if she's heading for a shindig.
Well, what about the daughter?
Well, I told you, Fern takes after her mother. She's as blind as a bat without her spectacles.
I see.
Here they come. There. What did they tell you?
Oh, doggone. They never even glanced over toward us, did they?
No, not a glance. Well, I guess I might as well mosey over to the Davis Ranch. Nice meeting you, Mr.
No, I'm sorry, Friendly. I meant to introduce myself. My name's Ponset, Britt Ponset.
Oh, why, Mr. Ponset, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, no reason why you should, Friendly. No reason you should.
Well, I heard so much about you. And that gun. Here, Mr. Ponset, here. I got me some samples of a new hair tonic. Smells real elegant, too. Maybe you'd like to try it. They say it'll grow fuzz on... Not that there's anything matter with your hair, you understand?
Well, my supply's kind of decreasing. A little tonic might be very handy.
All right, sir. Just a second now. I got it right back here. Yeah, here it is.
Ah, thanks, Friendly.
My pleasure, Mr. Ponset. My pleasure. Well,
Say, I just happened to think, what happened to the other daughter? Well, that buggy that just went by, there were only 2 women in it. Now, the girl I met back at the farm, she wasn't...
Oh, you mean Cindy Lou? Well, she wouldn't be going to Prince's dance.
She wouldn't have?
No. You see, Hattie ain't got much use for her. Cindy ain't Hattie's real kin. She's just a stepdaughter.
Oh.
Yeah, Hattie and Fern, well, they just seem to go out of their way to make things miserable for her. Like this here dance, for instance. Everybody knows that Monty Prince and Cindy Lou used to be real friendly when they was kids. Well, she'd probably give her eye tooth to go to that party tonight, see him again, but, well...
It's too bad she can't.
Yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Why, she don't even have a dress to her name. You know, I've got a hunch she'd be real pretty if Hattie ever allowed her to fix herself up.
Well, she seemed a mighty nice-looking girl to me.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Why shouldn't Cindy Lou go to that dance tonight? With all the stuff in this wagon, I could fix her up so she'd be the prettiest girl there.
Oh, maybe you could, Friendly. Maybe you could.
It'd sure be a good trick to play on Hattie and Fern. Why, if they couldn't tell my wagon at 50 feet, they'd never know Cindy Lou when I got done with her. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
What?
Well, girl can't go to square dance all by herself. She's got to have an escort.
Oh, I suppose so. But, now hold on, Friendly. What, you don't mean me?
Well, you're a friend of the princess. You said so yourself.
Why, I'm old enough to be her...
If we don't hurry, Mr. Ponset, square dance will be all over. Come on. Step lively there, Francis. Come on there, Peggy. Let's go traveling. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Don't understand, Mr. DeWitt. You mean you want to loan me a dress?
And all the trimmings, Cindy Lou. Before I get done with you, you'll be so dooted up that your own stepmother won't recognize you.
And you want to take me to the dance, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, sure. That is, if you want to go. Yeah.
Well, that's right kindly of you both, but the fact is, I don't have no interest in attending the doings at the Crown.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, in that case...
I don't know where you ever got such a notion, Mr. DeWitt. As if I cared anything about seeing Monty Prince again. Why, I haven't even thought of him since he went away to school. Not once.
Well, I reckon your stepsister Fern's done some thinking about him.
A lot of good it'll do her. Monty wouldn't look to... I mean, it's none of my business, one way or the other.
No, I guess it isn't. Oh, sorry we bothered you. Let's go, Friendly.
Okay, Mr. Ponset. Night, Cindy Lou.
Mr. DeWitt.
Was there something you wanted, Cindy?
I guess maybe I'm acting kind of ungrateful. I mean, well, you both did put yourself out for me, and it was real generous of you to do it. I don't suppose it would do me no harm to go to that square dance. For a little while, anyway. If you really want me to.
Well, now, that's more like it. Let's see now. The first thing we got to do is find a dress. You come on out to my wagon, Cindy. We'll pick something that'll make you look like a princess. Yes, sir, a real princess.
Well, I want to tell you, Friendly wasn't very far wrong. That's just exactly how Cindy Lou looked when she came out of that bedroom about half an hour later. And for a minute, we just stood there, just not saying a word, just staring at her.
Is something wrong? Don't I look good enough to go to the dance?
Good enough? Why, Cindy Lou, You're as pretty as a picture. Ain't you, Brett?
Why, she sure is. Well, if you're all ready, Cindy. Well...
There's just one thing. We forgot the shoes.
Shoes?
I don't have any party slippers of my own.
Oh. Well, you see, Cindy Lou, that's about the only item I don't stock in my wagon. I guess you can make do with the shoes you're wearing, can't you?
Oh, I don't see how. I mean, well, look at them yourself.
Yeah, no. No, wait. I am carrying one pair of fancy slippers. They're part of the Davis girls' wedding outfit.
Well?
No. I couldn't loan them to Cindy, though. I got to leave for the Davis ranch as soon as you two start off for the dance. I promised I'd be there first thing in the morning, and it's a good 8 hours drive in that wagon of mine.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Well, it was real nice of you both, anyhow. I'll never forget what you tried to do for me and how I felt when I put on this dress. And how wonderful.
Now, hold on, Cindy. Hold on.
It's all right.
Just let me do some figuring here. Let's see. If I was to leave here by midnight, I could be at the Davis place along about 8 a.m. That ought to be early enough. Well, there ain't no reason why you both couldn't be back here before 12 o'clock, is there?
No reason at all.
Well, then I guess the next thing to do is to find out whether them slippers will fit or not. I'll bring them right in.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Mr. Ponce. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It all seems like something out of a storybook.
You know, Cindy, I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, here you are, Cindy. Try them on.
Gee, they sure do look small, don't they?
Yeah? You think you can make it?
I don't... Oh, there. Oh, it is kind of tight, but...
Well, try the other one. If you can get one on, the other ought to go, too.
There.
Good. Now, you going to be able to walk all right?
Oh, I'll be able to walk all right, Mr. Dewey. The way I feel I could almost fly.
Well, then you better get started. You won't have too long to the dance, you know. And don't forget, Brett, you got to have her back here by midnight.
Don't worry, friendly. I won't forget.
You are listening to James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, the story of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the great Southwest. Now, Act 2 of the story called When the Shoe Doesn't Fit.
I hoisted Cindy Lou up on Scar, and she managed to seat herself in front of the saddle. I kind of held on to her to keep her from falling off, and we started off for the Crown Ranch. It took us about 45 minutes to get there, and that party was in full swing when we walked into the parlor.
Rope your cow and brand your calf. Bring your honey an hour and a half.
Floyd Prince came over to the door when he saw us and told me we're more than welcome. He's real nice considering I'd invited myself. I sort of managed to avoid mentioning Cindy Lou's name, and what with all the hubdub, Floyd didn't seem to notice that I hadn't introduced her properly. But Floyd's son, Monty, well, he didn't wait for any introduction. He just took one look at Cindy, and that was the last I saw of her. As far as I could tell, the other girls at the party were just completely out of the picture from then on. I waited until there was an intermission and the dancing, and then I moseyed over to the punch bowl.
Oh, can I help you, Mr. Ponce?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Ames, Hattie Ames.
Oh, how do, Miss Ames?
Oh, Fern, over here, dear. I want you to meet somebody. This is my daughter, Fern, Mr. Ponce.
I'm pleased to meet you, Fern.
Well, speak up. Fern's sort of shy.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, that young lady that you brought to the party, she doesn't seem to be spending much time with you, does she? Oh, that's the trouble when a man brings a pretty girl to a dance. He's apt to find himself all alone. Fern, stop your fidgeting. Of course. Now, some girls have character as well as looks.
All right,
I
now,
say.
grab your partners for the next dance. And I'll tell everybody join in.
Oh, my goodness. They're starting another dance. Now, Mr. Ponset, don't think that you have to ask my permission to dance with Fern. You just go right ahead.
Yes. Fern? Like I said, I'm not much of a square dancer, but there just didn't seem to be any way of turning Fern down. Well, I guess I should say there wasn't any way of turning her mother down. So, we did our best. Whoop. Oh, sorry, Fern. As the evening wore on, it didn't look like she had any other part lined up. Well, I figured it was up to me to sort of fill in. Whoop, whoop. Oh, I sure didn't mean to kick you, Fern. There's one thing about her, though. She sure didn't talk a man to death. And somehow the time passed, and the next thing I knew, it was after 11 o'clock. Now, that meant Cindy and I had to be starting home, so I looked around for her, but she wasn't in sight. I excused myself for Fern and headed out the front porch. Yeah, Cindy was there all right, but the thing that surprised me was she was all alone. Looked like she'd been crying. Cindy.
Oh, Mr. Ponset.
What, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine, just fine.
Where's Monty?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you'd better find him and say goodnight.
I never want to see him again. Not as long as I live.
Oh. Well, what happened? I thought you two were hitting off real good.
I thought so, too, at first. While we were inside dancing, everything was just wonderful. And then, all of a sudden, he started acting like he didn't care about me at all. Said he couldn't be spending all his time with one girl. He had to dance with some of the others.
Mm-hmm. Well, after all, the party is in his honor.
And that ain't all, Mr. Ponset. He didn't even know who I was.
Well, didn't you tell him?
Well, I thought sure he'd know. I never figured he'd forget me, not in just a few years.
Well, you've changed, Cindy, and the way you're all fixed up tonight.
Oh, that wouldn't matter. Not if Monty really liked me. I'd never forget him. I'd know him no matter how much he changed or how he dressed.
Well, all you had to do was just tell him who you were, you know.
No, I just couldn't. And you mustn't tell him either. You've got to promise me you won't. Now, please, Mr. Ponset.
Well, that's what you want. Well, I think maybe we'd better leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready.
You got everything?
I guess so. Why?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd lost one of your slippers or...
My slippers? Whatever gave you that idea?
I don't know. I just sort of crossed my mind somehow. Never mind. I'll get Scott. Well, it just goes to show you that stories in real life don't work out the same way. Instead of falling in love, Cindy and Monty Prince were just far away as ever, and even farther. And there didn't seem to be any way of getting them together either. Leastways, he wasn't going to be able to do it by finding one of her slippers at the dance, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, she couldn't have lost a shoe at the dance if she'd wanted to. When we got her home, we found out she couldn't even get them off.
Doggone it, Cindy, you must not be trying. Well, you didn't have as much trouble getting them on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt. I'm doing my best. My feet must have swelled up from the dancing or something. The slippers just...
Here, let me do it.
Oh, sure.
Why, they're just plain stuck fast.
I know. Maybe in the morning my feet will go back to normal. And then you...
Hey, look out the window there, friendly. Isn't that a buggy out there?
Holy smoke. Fern and Hattie. So long, Cindy. Bye, Britt.
Oh, wait a minute, friendly. I don't want them catching me here either.
But what about the slippers and the wedding tomorrow?
The bride's wearing a long dress, reaches clear down to the floor. She can get married in the bare feet if she has to.
Well, thanks for everything.
Good night, Cindy. I'm sorry things didn't work out better for you, but good night. Well, along about noontime the next day, I was in my hotel room washing up for Sunday dinner. They were planning to serve fried chicken and corn fritters and apple pie. The Castle Hotel always put the food on family style, so I figured I'd better be real prompt or there wouldn't be any... Yeah? Yeah, come in. Oh, Marty. Oh, what are you doing in town?
I came to see you, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, is that so?
It's about that girl you brought out to the Crown last night.
Well, I sort of had the impression you weren't too interested in her.
Oh, I'm interested, all right. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
How's that?
Well, you see, Mr. Ponset, before I went back east, I was, I was real fond of another girl. Cindy Lou Ames, her name is.
Oh.
And we sort of promised that we'd wait for each other. But last night, that girl with you, well, she sort of made me forget Cindy.
She did, huh?
For a while, anyway. And then I remembered, and I felt real bad because it didn't seem like I was being fair to Cindy. So I went inside and I left the other girl to herself. But doggone it, all night long I kept thinking about both girls, and they sort of got mixed up in my mind. I couldn't even keep them straight.
Uh-huh. You've got quite a problem there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Ponset. I finally managed to get... Oh.
Cindy Lou.
Hello, Monty.
Golly, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd be at the dance last night.
Were you?
You know, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I guess I haven't. They're in this paper bag, Mr. Ponset. Those things I borrowed last night.
Oh.
I thought maybe you could return them to Mr. DeWitt for me.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be running into him again, Cindy.
Here, Mr. Ponset. Now be careful. Don't...
Oh,
Mr. Ponset.
Oh, doggone it, Cindy. I just sort of slipped out of my fingers. Well, here, I'll put these party shoes back in the sack. There.
Well, goodbye, and thanks. Goodbye, Monty.
Cindy, wait a minute. Where'd you get those shoes?
I don't know what you mean.
Why, they're the same ones they're exactly the same. Cindy Lou, you were at the square dance last night. You and that other girl... Why, there wasn't any other girl. It was you. No wonder I couldn't get you straightened out in my...
What are you talking about?
Tell her, Mr. Ponset, what I told you just before she came in.
Well, I think maybe you better tell her yourself, Monty. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of anxious to get downstairs while there's still some fried chicken left, so...
Now, you listen to me,
you'll
Cindy.
excuse me.
I've been in love with you ever since I can remember.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And it doesn't matter what kind of a dress you wear or how your hair is fixed or...
Well, there wasn't much point in my hanging around to see if Cindy and Monty would finally get together. There's only one way a story like this can end. I guess you know as well as I do. They were just bound to live happily ever after.
The Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Burt and is based on a character created by him.
Now, Saturday Night Theatre. Millicent Martin, Peter Wingard, and Fay Compton in The Sleeping Prince by Terence Rattigan, adapted for radio by Jerry Jones.
They call me the coconut girl. No
a penny, and I've been offered many a ruby or a pearl. You may be coconut shy. Do say you'll give me a try. Walk up, commoner or earl. Every bloke likes a joke with a coconut girl. Every bloke likes a joke with a coconut girl. You may be coconut shy. Do say you'll give
Sir,
me a try.
the girl's singing. Her name?
Miss Elaine Dagenham, sir.
Mark it.
Very well, sir.
Yes, mark it. Very well.
Every bloke likes a joke with a coconut girl.
Come on, line yourselves up along the stage now. His Royal Highness will be here in 30 seconds. Now, come on, move yourselves. And don't forget, the boys bow and the girls curtsy. And you call him your Royal Highness. Or if that sticks in your throat, call him sir. Well, now, let's have sunshine, smiles from everybody, and bags of panache. And if I catch anyone chewing gum or calling him Duke, I'll make their names mud on Broadway.
God, I'm nervous. I mean, a real-life highness and everything.
Relax, Miss Elaine Dagenham. He's not going to ask you to dance. Just stand there looking pretty and humble. Hell, he's probably more scared than you are. Here he is.
This is a great honor for us. I trust you enjoyed our little entertainment.
Capital. Yes, indeed. Most okay.
Oh, well, that's just wonderful, Your Highness. Now, if I may just introduce the members of our little company. Starting at the end, here we have Miss Fanny Stanton, our talented little soprano.
This dressing room looks just like I feel. A mess.
Oh, come on, Laura. You weren't as bad as all that.
Wasn't I just? Boy, he's the first guy to succeed in shutting my mouth, I can tell you. Look, just give me my coat and let me get out of here.
Well, I thought you were just sweet.
Like a lump of lead, I was sweet. The only consolation I've got out of the whole goulash is that I made less of a fool of myself than our beloved juvenile lead, Preston Armstrong. Boy, when he curtsied, I almost died.
Well, his name will be Mud on Broadway. Just Mud.
Right.
Anyway, what are you worrying about? I was hardly the wit of the year.
You didn't need to be. The way you look, who needs to listen?
You're talking nonsense, Laura.
Miss Dagenham.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Dagenham.
Hey, Laura, look at this envelope. It's got an eagle on it and everything. And a flag.
Oh, open it, honey. I've a feeling we're about to start a fairy story.
Laura? Laura, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. It's an invitation from His Highness, from His Royal Highness.
I believe it.
Asking me to go to the Carpathian Embassy.
Once upon a time.
Oh, but why me?
Oh, one day I'll tell you, honey, when I'm a lot older and a little less jealous. Good night. Oh, and have a good time.
Well, this way, please, Miss Dagenham.
Gosh, this is the first time I've ever seen the inside of an embassy.
No, legation. There are only 9 embassies in London at the present time.
Do you live here?
Oh, no. No, I am merely attached temporarily to the Grand Duke's suite. I am actually the head of the Balkan department of the Foreign Office.
Well, who's coming to this supper, apart from His Majesty, I mean?
Look, Miss Dagenham, I think perhaps before the Grand Duke arrives, you should learn the correct form of address. The Grand Duke is not King of Carpathia, but Regent. The Grand Duke, who was a Prince of Hungary, married the late Queen of Carpathia, and while she was alive had the title and form of Prince Consort. On her death, their son Nicholas, Minor, became king, and the Grand Duke was appointed Prince Regent. The correct form, therefore, is Your Royal Highness.
I thought his wife was alive.
She is, but it's his wife, en secondes noches.
What's that mean?
His, second wife. Now, the Grand Duchess, Charles, is addressed as Your Imperial and Royal Highness, or Ma.
Well, that's an awful lot to remember. Imperial and royal? Why all that?
It all goes back to the Holy Roman Empire. She is a niece of the Emperor Franz Joseph. Now, if you should meet the young king...
Oh, gosh, another one?
He is addressed as Your Majesty, Sire, or Sir.
Altogether, far too much plot and far too little time.
Plot. Oh. Oh, yes, plot, of course. Stage term. Oh, and one other point. In conversation with royalty, only speak when you are directly addressed.
Oh, God, I'm shaking. Do you think we've come to the right place? Where are the other guests?
I don't know. I was told 11:30.
But why am I asked anyway, do you know? Are you sure he hasn't mixed me up with somebody else?
No, I am quite sure he means you.
But why? When I've only got that little bit in the second act.
Well, perhaps that was just the little bit he liked.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, this table's only set for two. For two, Mr. Northbrook.
Now, please, I beg of you, there is no need for panic.
Isn't there just? This is a plot, isn't it? Now, you knew all about it.
Why all this alarm at a harmless little tete-a-tete supper?
I know all about these harmless little tete-a-tete suppers, thank you. I've had to fight my way out of quite a few. Champagne and something cold to follow. Because we really don't want the servants around, do we? It's so much more fun serving ourselves, don't you think? And then after supper, oh, you must be tired after your show, Miss Dagenham. Why don't you put your feet up? No, seriously, Mr. Northbrook, I'm off. You make any excuse you like. My aunt's ill or something.
No, please, Miss Dagenham. Look, after supper, well, all you have to say is, well, good night, sir. It has been a most delightful evening, and now I must go home.
Yes, as an exit line, that's swell. But can you personally guarantee the exit? This is a Balkan Grand Duke, for heaven's sake.
Educated at Eton.
That's what I mean. No, I'm off.
Now, wait a moment, please, Miss Dagenham. Supposing I give you time for supper and then come in with a message from a hospital where your aunt has been taken after an accident,
Well, that's possible. Not more than half an hour, though.
But surely that isn't enough.
It's far too much. After all, Oh.
How do you do? So good of you to come. I must apologize for being late. The crowds are already gathering in the streets and my motor was held up. Northbrook, I expect you're looking forward to your night's rest. We have a very full day before us. The carriage leaves the legation for the Abbey at 9 o'clock. If you're here at 8:20...
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Good night, Your Royal Highness.
Were you surprised to get my invitation?
I'll say I was. In fact, I was so surprised. I thought you couldn't possibly mean me.
But of course I meant you. I had your name most carefully marked down on my program. In matters of this kind, I assure you, I am most methodical.
Oh, yes. I can see you'd need to be.
And who did you think I meant, if not you?
Well, Maisie Springfield?
No, I've already met her in Paris some time ago.
I know. That's why I thought that
Maisie Springfield. No, she is quite what I would call old hat.
Oh, would you? And I'm what you would call new hat?
Excellent, Miss...
Haven't got your program handy, huh?
Capital. Most amusing.
Dagenham. Elaine Dagenham.
Of course. How stupid of me.
But that's just my stage name. My real name is Mary Morgan.
I ordered a cold supper because then we can serve ourselves. And that's so much more fun. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes. Much more fun.
Do you like vodka?
I've never tried it. I don't know
Oh,
whether
you must. This is very special. Well, cheer-ho.
Cheer-ho?
Oh, no, not to sip. You will make yourself tiddly, like this. And then it has no dangerous effect. That's it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know, I'm quite delighted you're here, Miss Dagenham. Quite delighted. I hope you are, too.
Oh, yes. Enraptured.
Now, will you sit here on the sofa? That is excellent. Champagne?
Yes.
There. Now we are to ourselves.
Yes.
Good. Oh. Will you forgive me? Gone off? Yes, I suppose you know that the arrest of Bulstein has stirred up an international hornet's nest. Yes, we can speak freely. There's no one here.
Well, that's nice. Help yourself, Mary Morgan.
Those stupid Americans have protested. You know what children the Americans are in matters of this kind?
Well, anyone would think I'm invisible
no,
or something.
Possibly more sensible. They'll wait until after the trial and then protest. Well, unhappily, the American protest has been published in all our newspapers, and there have been a few riots tonight, I hear. No, the situation is well under control. But when will those idiotic Americans grow up? Yes. Yes, we will talk tomorrow. Good night. Well. And how is everything?
Just dandy.
I see you have already served yourself. How remiss of me.
Oh, not at all. I prefer it that way.
Splendid. Shell-ho?
Mud in your eye.
What a priceless expression. Wherever did you learn it?
In America.
Really? Have you been there?
I was born there. I am American.
Are you, indeed?
Yes, Your Royal Highness.
Father, why was I not informed of Waldstein's arrest?
Go to bed, Nicky. We'll talk about it in the morning.
No, Father, we'll talk about it now. Why was I not informed of Waldstein's arrest?
There was no need to inform you.
No need to inform the king?
May I present Miss Elaine Dagenham?
Good evening. It's delightful to meet you. Won't you sit down? Now, Father, when the leader of His Majesty's opposition is thrown into prison on a trumped-up charge, His Majesty himself is apparently the last person to learn about it.
It was only because your stepmother told me before she went out that you had gone to your bedroom with your Meccano set and had left orders not to be disturbed that I omitted to do so.
By whose orders was Waldstein arrested?
By mine, of course.
He must be released immediately.
It seems to be my duty to point out to your Majesty that it is only your right to information that I concede, not your right to give me orders. You have to wait another 18 months for that.
Oh? I wonder if you should count on that.
Oh, I know exactly what that threat implies, Nicky, and so I've no doubt do my secret police. You may be a real king very soon, but for the moment I am still the ruler of Carpathia and of yourself. Go to your room. Go to your room at once.
Good night, Miss Dagenham. It has been a great pleasure.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Colonel Hoffman. Hoffman, go to the king's bedroom. See if he's there and lock him in. Better put a guard on as well. If he's not there, find him, wherever he is, and never leave him. Also, most important, put no telephone calls through to him, outward or inward, until further notice.
You know, a minute ago I was good and mad at you. Now I just feel terribly sorry for you.
My dear Miss Dagenham, you really must not let Nicky's rather emotional tendencies mislead you too much. He's merely expressing his loyalty to an old and long-established Carpathian royal tradition, that a son must of necessity oppose his father's policy.
Yeah, but plots and secret police.
Yes. But you see, in this case, I believe that the end justifies the means.
Now, I could give you an answer to that if I'd had a little less to drink. I know. If the means are bad, then the end cannot be good. Who said that?
You did, I think.
Did I? Imagine.
But in this case, you see, the end is world peace. Is that not an end good in itself?
It's difficult, isn't it?
Very.
Why don't you just persuade this Mr. Wolfstein to alter his policy?
He's a very obstinate man. He's half German, and he's in the pay of the Kaiser.
Well, then get public opinion on your side.
A third of my people can't read or write, and 2/3 are of German stock.
Gee, it really is tough. Gosh. Oh.
Excuse me.
Darn it, just when we were getting to be comfortable.
Yes?
I might have got a solution to the whole problem.
I see. Very well. My wife has come back from St. James's Palace earlier than expected and is coming up for a moment.
Oh. Your wife? Oh, heavens. You want me to hide then? In there? Or is there a cupboard?
My dear, I see you have a very strong sense of the dramatic.
Well,
I hate to disappoint you, but darting into cupboards, though it might be amusing for both of us, is really not necessary. Besides, as always happens, I notice on the stage, you'd be bound to leave something behind, like a glove or a fan, and we would both look foolish. Your shoes.
Oh, thank you.
No, just sit there and calm yourself. Now, before you meet my wife, I must warn you that she is a little vague and can be very deaf on occasions.
Oh, my dear, such a boredom. The decorations hideous and the music a catastrophe. At dinner, Olga Bosnia, who looked ridiculous, had an accident with her ice. It was chocolate, I think, and it slid across the table into poor Rosie Schlumberger Lip Guildenstern's lap. To killing. Oh, you're wrong. But that idiotic Olga laughed loudest of all. And then she said, it was lucky it wasn't a bonne surprise. Well, my dear, you can imagine. Such a silence you never heard. Afterwards, she said she had quite forgotten that poor old Prince Schlumberger Lip Guildenstern had been so brutally assassinated. And anyway, it wasn't a bomb. She said it was a grenade. As if that made any difference. Now, I must tell you how she was dressed. Oh, where is that idiotic Maud?
Here, Bob.
Oh, there you are, dear. I didn't see you. Give me a glass of that champagne over there.
My dear, might I present Miss Elaine Dagenham?
Yeah, my dear, of course. I remember you well.
Oh, I'm quite sure you don't, Your Imperial and Royal Highness.
What did she say?
She says she is deeply flattered and compliments you on your wonderful memory.
Oh, thank you, dear. Yes, she's sweetly pretty. She should use more mascara. When one is young, one should use a lot of mascara. And when one is old, one should use much more. What do you do, my dear?
I'm in the Coconut Girl at the Gaiety.
Yes?
She says she is an actress.
An actress? How interesting. Madame Bernhardt has stayed with us, you know. Personally, I do not find her so good in Magda as Mademoiselle Douze. You agree, no?
No.
Oh, you don't agree. That is interesting. You know Lucien Guitry, too?
No, ma'am.
Only Madame Bernhardt. You are quite right to be loyal to your friends, my dear. Loyalty is a quality that we do not see enough nowadays. Très bien. I saw her in Phèdre not long ago. I found the play quite irritating. So much love, most tedious. I never know why people want to write about love when there are so many more pleasant subjects to choose from. Well, my dear, I must go to bed. Maud, where is that idiotic...
Here, Bob.
Oh, yes. Well, run ahead, dear, and find my book. The Life and Trial of Dr. Crippen. I shall want you to read to me for 20 minutes. Oh, Maud, you look very pinched. What is the matter with you?
I have a slight cold.
Oh, poor thing. I'm so very, very sorry. I must make you one of my syrups.
Oh, so kind of you, Bob.
Good night, my dear. So delightful.
Good night, ma'am.
And do not make mischief between me and Madame Bernhardt now. Or I shall be cross.
A little vague. Well, say, listen, didn't she mind at all about you and me?
My dear, I proposed to my wife because I needed to reinforce the Austrian trade agreement. She accepted me because the Emperor told her to. Why should she mind?
Well, you know why.
My dear, wouldn't you be more comfortable on the sofa? You could put your feet up there.
I think I'll stay here, thank you.
Very well. Just as you please. My dear, it was so good of you to come and see me tonight.
You said that before.
What does it matter? What are words? What are words where deeds can say so much more? So much more. Where are you going?
That was just terrible.
What is terrible?
That performance of yours.
I fear I do not altogether understand you, Miss Dagenham.
Now don't come the Grand Duke on me. There's no need for that. You made a pass. I turned it down. That's all that happened. I mean, we can still be friendly.
Excuse me. I think I need a drink.
Say, listen, I could do with one, too.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's not your fault. In fact, if I'd known that was all that was going to happen, I wouldn't have been nervous at all. Well, long life and good health to your Royal Highness.
Cheho.
Oh, hey, say, now there is something to that stuff, you know. You sure it has no effect, drunk that way?
After 3 of them, you might experience a certain euphoria. I think you've had enough.
Okay. I admit I was feeling a bit muzzy a moment ago, but your rendition of the balcony scene now sobered me up completely. Look, I should have explained to you early on that I don't do this sort of thing as a rule, you know, on account of I'm a well-known eccentric. Well, that's what I usually do. I explain right at the beginning of supper, because I think that's only fair. But somehow this time I didn't get the chance, so when it happened, I thought, here we go, girl. This is it. A foreign embassy, a Grand Duke with Balkan fire in his veins. There's going to be a flood of turgid, intoxicating love talk. And even court musicians playing Zagani music just outside the door. And I just thought, well, you'd better watch out, girl, I thought. You just better watch out. Tell me, do they all fall as easily as that? I mean, the Mazes and the others?
Before your insults grow too great to be borne, Miss Dagenham, I am ringing for your car.
Okay, that's the deal. Except I haven't got a car.
A cab, then.
But I live way out in Brixton.
I shall naturally arrange for you to be escorted to your home.
Fine. I'll do the tip. Well, I guess I'll get my wrap then.
Zigana music outside the door.
Sir?
See that a taxi is fetched at once and tell the ADC on duty is to escort Miss Dagenham to a place called Brixton.
As your Royal Highness commands.
Wait.
Sir?
One of my personal servants plays the violin. Who is that?
I think it is France, your Royal Highness.
Where is he now?
In bed, sir.
Fetch him out of it. Tell him I may need him to play his confounded fiddle outside the door. No, not directly outside the door. That would seem too obvious. About 10 paces down the passage.
Just outside the minister's bedroom.
Yes. Station him there at once. But don't let him begin until I ring. I will probably not need him at all.
And the taxi, your Royal Highness?
Use your own judgment.
Sir.
Now, some soft lighting. Better. Much better.
Say, Your Royal Highness, that's some bedroom you've got in there. Yours?
No, it's the room they prepared for the Grand Duchess. But she prefers a room on the garden side.
Oh, I see. Well, this is my exit, I guess.
No, please. This is not quite yet goodbye. Give me just 1 minute to tell you how deeply distressed I feel at what has happened between us.
Well, listen, I'm the one who should be sorry.
Oh, please. Please, let me try and explain a little. I have behaved to you tonight like a cad and a bore, and you must accept my most heartfelt apologies. I have many things to disturb me at this moment. You know some of them. You remember what Shakespeare said? It is hard to sleep well with a crown on your head.
Not quite right, but the meaning's clear.
I'm so bitterly, my dear, so heartbrokenly unhappy that you should leave me now at my darkest hour with harsh, cruel, hating thoughts. I'm a very lonely person. Have a drink of vodka.
Thank you.
You cannot possibly understand with your happy, childish soul what it would mean to me if I could only find someone like yourself to share my life.
Oh.
Here am I, having reached the age of 39, and I have never known what it is to be loved or to love. It is like the legend of the sleeping princess. Only here it is the prince that sleeps and awaits the kiss of the beautiful young maiden that will bring him back to life.
Oh, Your Highness.
Do you know what your hair reminds me of? Summer corn, kissed by the wind into enchantingly exciting furrows. Your eyes.
Say, where's that music coming from?
Oh, one of my servants. He is lamenting his lost love.
Oh. You were saying about my eyes.
Twin pools of gladness and joy, in which any man would be glad to drown himself.
Oh, that's good. Twin pools. Go on.
Your chin.
You left out my nose.
What can one say of perfection, my darling? My darling.
Oh, that poor man. I do hope he gets his love back.
Oh, don't think of his love. Think of ours.
Gosh, your hair's pretty.
Do you think so?
Your eyebrows are pretty, too.
Love. What a universe of joy and pain lies in that little word.
All right. You asked for it.
If your Royal Highness will forgive this intrusion...
This is intolerable, Norfolk.
With deepest respect, sir, my message is so important that I had no choice but to intrude.
Revolution?
Oh, no, sir. Miss Dagenham's aunt has been in a motor accident. What?
What? Oh, go away, you silly man.
Yes, but your aunt, Miss Dagenham. You realize how very serious her condition...
It's her own fault. She's no right to be out in an automobile as late as this, at 93.
93? But
Miss Dagenham asks you to go away, and I command you to do the same.
Yes, but your Royal Highness...
I am most seriously displeased at this breach of etiquette, Mr. Northbrook, and shall no doubt find opportunity of expressing my displeasure in certain quarters.
Your Royal
Go.
Highness... Oh.
Come, my darling.
Where to? Oh, I know what you mean. Oops. Oh, I've got euphoria like mad. Listen, before I go one step further, I must utter a solemn warning.
Utter it, my beloved.
If I do go one step further, you know what's going to happen? I am going to fall in love with you. I always do.
Always?
Both times. So you just watch out, that's all. You just watch out.
But why? Isn't your loving me exactly what I crave for?
Not unless you're even crazier than you look. Swaying about over there with that star thing twinkling all over the place and your hair mussed.
Come, my dear.
One step further.
Come with me.
Oh, you poor man. You poor man. All right. You're in for it. One step further. One. Oh.
My dear, what are you doing on the floor?
What? Oh. What lovely cherubs you have on your ceiling. Well, good night, my darling. See you in the morning. Good night.
Get up. Oh, no. No, don't go to sleep. No, don't go to sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Northbrook. Where is my father?
Good morning, sir. His Highness is still in his bedroom.
Just look at the newspapers. Coronation, coronation, coronation. Nothing about the rest of the world. Nothing about my own country, where there is practically civil war.
You're surely exaggerating, sir. I understand the situation in Carpathia is well under control.
The wrong control. That's the trouble.
It's splendid weather for the coronation, isn't it, sir? I understand you are seeing the procession from a window in the Ritz Hotel. You should have an exceptionally good view. Pity that you cannot go to the Abbey, but of course protocol forbids it. Who is accompanying your Majesty?
My jailer, of course, Colonel Hoffman.
Nicky, I trust you have not forgotten that you are entertaining your Aunt Maria and Cousin Louisa at 7 this evening. And
No,
as you won't
Father.
be seeing your little cousin again for some time, and as we'll probably want to make an official announcement soon, it might be just as well if you gave us some slight indication of your feelings for her.
May the indication be as slight as the feelings?
Nonsense, you're devoted to her. And she to you. It's only that you're sulking because of Holstein's arrest.
That issue is far too important for mere sulking, Father. What has happened in my country since last night?
The riots are still continuing. As they appear to be well organized, I've had no option but to order certain further arrests.
Further arrests?
I have the list on me, I think. Yes. Here it is.
Let me see.
Any friends of yours there?
I am not allowed to have politicians for friends, Father. You know that.
Nicky, I have arranged for you to have a new Meccano set.
What number?
Number 4.
Oh, but I've got number 4. It's number 5 I want. Oh, Father, really?
That idiot Hoffman! He swore it was number 4. Northbrook, the consequences of such a blunder could be serious.
I shall see that the mistake is rectified immediately, sir.
Yes. Now, I wonder who it is I've left off this list. There was some name he was looking for and was relieved to find not there. Well, you have got rid of her?
Not yet, sir. There's been so little time.
You mean she is still here?
Yes.
What, she slept in that room?
Yes, sir.
Well, she might come out at any moment.
She has already been out, sir. She collected a carafe of water and disappeared again.
Is there a lock on this side of the door?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, Gottes Willen.
Do I gather, sir, that the evening was not an unqualified success?
This is not a humorous matter, Northbrook. I have only one evening in London, and what happens? Out of the whole of this vast, teeming city, you find me what?
A little American nincompoop.
With respect, sir, either ninny by itself or nincompoop.
Nincompoop will serve. She fully deserves a new word.
And again, with respect, sir, my part in the affair was limited to carrying out your orders.
To think that Lucy Maidenhead has been telephoning me every day since my arrival.
If I might remind your Royal Highness, I think I heard you remark the other day that you found Lady Maidenhead old hat.
Nevertheless, my dear Northbrook, there is an old Russian saying, better an old hat than a bare head. Now telephone Lucy Maidenhead and ask her to join me tonight here for supper.
Oh, but sir, the Foreign Office ball.
Well, I shall make an acte de présence and leave in good time. Now say about 12:30.
Very well, sir. Do you know her telephone number?
Mayfair 822... No, 382... No. Oh, how the years run by. Oh, Hoffman keeps my private list of numbers in his safe.
But tonight, sir, is coronation night. She may well have an engagement.
She will break it.
Yes, sir.
Mayfair 82...
Guess who?
Oh, Herrgott. Good morning, my dear. And how are you?
Well, I felt just a little frail at first, but now, after a bath in that Albert Hall of a bathroom, I feel wonderful. Oh, I'm so happy. Let me give you a great big hug.
Please,
What's the matter?
Someone might come in.
Sure. This is Grand Central Station. I found that out last night. Who cares?
Yes, but this is the morning. It's different.
What's so different about it? Unless maybe it's you.
I assure you, my dear, I am exactly the same person.
You're not acting exactly the same way.
But this is the morning.
Well, my darling Grand Duke, it may be morning for you, but it's still dream time for me. On this Coronation Day, 1911, I have woken up to find myself madly and romantically and joyously in love with you. So there you are.
My dear, I am overwhelmed. But I feel it my duty.
No, don't go into another long speech. It'll probably be utter nonsense like all of your long speeches last night. Well, there's no need to raise those pretty eyebrows, my darling. Because, you see, some of the things you said were pretty darn true. You do need love in your life. In fact, I've never met anyone who needs it more. Well, my dear, now you've got it, and good luck to you.
Cheer ho.
And I'm not going to apologize too much, because I gave you very fair warning last night.
Excuse me, but that warning covered only a certain contingency.
Well?
Let me hasten to assure you that no such contingency took place.
No?
No.
Well, what did happen then? I can remember everything up to the time I said, okay, I'll take the fatal step.
You took it. It proved fatal, certainly, but not in the usually accepted sense.
My legs betrayed me?
They were all that did.
Oh, you poor darling. You poor regent, you. Oh, darling, I'm very sorry. Never mind. We have years and years ahead of us, haven't we?
Most unhappily, I must return to Carpathia tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's tough, I admit. Anyway, the minute the show comes off, I'll be right over. Now, that's a promise.
Splendid.
Well, it's a lovely day, and it's wonderful to think we're going to spend some of it together. Aren't we?
Well, now you see, dear Miss Dagenham.
That was beloved last night.
Well, you see, beloved, in 10 minutes' time, I have to leave for the Abbey. At 6:30, I have a reception here. At 7:30, I go to Dorchester House for a moment, and from there to the Russian Embassy. At 10, I go to the ball at the Foreign Office, where, of course, I must remain for the rest of the evening. So, you see, it appears, alas, that there can be no chance whatever.
Well, I'll walk with you from Dorchester House to the Russian Embassy. How's that?
Alas, my dear, there is a certain protocol that must
What's
be...
protocol?
Well, a certain a question of formality. Carriages, precedents. Oh, it is impossible for me to walk with you through crowded streets from Dorchester House to the Russian Embassy.
We could walk through the park.
No. Alas, my dear, such things are not possible. What is it?
Oh, excuse me.
Here we go, Grand Central. Good morning, Mr. Northbrook.
Good morning, Miss Dagenham. What a pleasant surprise.
I don't know what's the surprise about it. How's poor old Auntie this morning?
My dear, I must go and get ready, so I'm afraid we must say our little adieus.
Oh, no, not till the last possible second. I mean, not till you actually leave the building. And it won't be adieu. It'll be au revoir.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Au revoir.
Say, listen,
Yes,
could you find me an old raincoat or something, Mr. Northbrook? I've paid £2 for a seat on the balcony outside the Haymarket Theatre, and I can't turn up in an evening dress with Maisie and the whole gang there.
Very well. I shall see if I can find you an old raincoat.
Thank you.
Such things are not so easy to come by as you may think in Belgrave Square. Now, let me see now. Perhaps one of the kitchen staff. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty.
Oh, hello.
Good morning, Miss Dagenham.
Your Majesty is probably wondering why I'm still wearing the same dress as last night. The fact is I had a stupid accident with my latchkey, and so a bed had to be found for me in the legation.
Of course. What could be more natural? Where is my father?
He's in there getting ready.
Has he just gone in?
A moment ago.
Miss Dagenham, may I ask you to do a small favor for me?
I'd be delighted.
Will you ring up a certain telephone number? This one.
What could be easier? Hello? Gerard 245, please.
Ask for the ambassador.
Hello, give me the ambassador, please. Well, it's not me. It's the King of Carpathia.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. There are spies everywhere.
Oh, are there? It's him.
Euer Exzellenz, ich werde ständig beobachtet. Sie sind der einzige, durch den ich eine Nachricht senden kann. Dies ist an General Ravenov weiterzuleiten. In Anbetracht der letzten Entwicklungen fällt die Entscheidung auf Datum 1. Datum 1, jawohl. Auf Wiedersehen. I shall not soon forget your kindness in this matter, Miss Dagenham.
Well, my dear, it's time for me to go.
So, this is where I wake up, is it?
I trust the little gift of a brooch will enable you to recall this time with happiness. It has been wonderful knowing you. If only it could have lasted longer. What is the matter? Well, have I said anything wrong?
No, you spoke the line beautifully. It was your medals. They were tickling me.
Why are you always saying such things? You seem to enjoy disconcerting me. And that is one thing I cannot bear, to be disconcerted. Northbrook.
Oh,
I'm spending 2 minutes with the minister. Join us in the hall. Goodbye again, my dear.
Your Royal Highness?
This is the only raincoat I could find, I'm afraid.
It'll do very well. Help me on with it, will you, please?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Oh, dear. Life's rather sad sometimes, isn't it?
Sometimes.
I'll never get a taxi or anything now. I'll have to walk. Oh, well.
I sometimes wonder why...
Oh, heavens, she mustn't find me here. Look, where can I hide?
Well, I think... Oh.
Good morning, my dear. So delightful to see you again. Why are you dressed in a raincoat? Is this a new game? If it is, you should have let me know. I love games.
No, it isn't a game, ma'am.
Well, take that thing off. It looks most unbecoming. And please sit down.
Your Imperial and Royal Highness is probably wondering why I'm still dressed as I was last night. Well, the fact is I had a stupid accident with my latchkey.
What does she say?
She says she had an accident with her latchkey.
Latchkey? What is latchkey?
Well, Ma'am,
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm sure it's something very dull. Such irritating news this morning. Maud von zum Meisenbrunn, my chief lady in waiting, claims she cannot leave her bed. So I had no option but to take the Baroness Brunheim to the Abbey, which means we shall all be very squashed in the carriage. So maddening of Maud. This morning of all mornings.
Well, I hope she isn't very ill.
Not at all. Last night she had a slight head cold, so I dosed her with one of my syrups. This morning, she announces the cold has left her head and descended to her stomach. Imagine. Je ne sais pas pourquoi, mais les maladies des autres m'embêtent toujours, surtout si elles sont imaginaires, comme celle de la comtesse. Vous trouvez ça aussi?
Excuse me, ma'am, I didn't quite catch what you said.
I beg your pardon.
I don't think Miss Dagenham speaks French, ma'am.
Doesn't speak French. Oh, ridiculous. She lives with Madame Bernhardt in Paris. N'est-ce pas, ma petite? Je suis sûre que vous parlez le français mieux qu'une Française. Et surtout, d'une voix d'or. Oui. You see? Au sujet des maladies des autres. C'était de Rochefoucauld, n'est-ce pas, qui a dit « Dans l'adversité de nos meilleurs amis, nous trouvons quelque chose qui ne nous déplaît pas. » Oui. Aha. Most intelligent. Reads the Rochefoucauld. Mr. Northbrook, please tell Baroness Brunheim to bring my jewel box.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't that an evening dress you are wearing?
But yes, ma'am, I was trying to explain. You see,
Stand up and let me see it. Walk across here, please. Excellent. Most suitable. Now, what was I saying? Ah, Lottie. Put the jewels on the chair there. Now then, just stand still, my dear. First, some pearls. Yes, that is very possible. Now, the necklace.
what's happening, ma'am? I mean, is this a game, ma'am?
What did you say, my dear?
She wants to know, ma'am, is this a game?
Lottie, my dear, put your cape on her, would you?
Please, what is happening?
Oh, better and better. Lottie, will you be very disappointed?
Oh, but that is perfectly all right, ma'am. As you know, with my trouble, I always have been a little nervous of long ceremonies.
Good. That is settled then. Arrange your veil on her and lend her your gloves.
Please tell me, ma'am, what's going on?
I am appointing you my lady-in-waiting for the day, my dear, and taking you to the Abbey.
But, ma'am, you can't. I mean, someone will recognize me. I shall be arrested.
Arrest my lady-in-waiting? My dear child, such an imbecility.
Yeah, but what do I do? I mean, where do I sit?
Just do what I do and sit next to me. You still look a little bare. I know. You need an order.
Ah, my dear, it is time that we left.
Oh, my dear, such fun. How you will roar. We are taking Miss Dagenham to the Abbey.
Oh, are we?
I need an order for her. Lottie, in that bureau there, the center drawer. Hand it to the regent. We will now be most comfortable in the carriage.
You realize, no doubt, that this order is only given for a very special personal service to the head of the state.
Oh, such hair-splitting. No doubt she will do you one day.
Take your cape off, Miss Dagenham. Kneel down. I hereby invest you with the Royal Carpathian Order for Perseverance, 2nd class.
Come, my dears.
And I hereby return you this brooch. After all, we're not parting quite yet. Are we, darling?
Come along, my dears. Come along.
Well, I think it went splendidly. Most splendidly.
Possibly, but I am weary to my very bones. I cannot help being one is past coronations. And now, to cap it all, the Archduchess Ferdinand and her idiotic daughter have arrived for the reception. That is why I asked dear Miss Dagenham to come up here with me and read something soothing to me.
Yes, my dear, but I wanted you to be particularly polite to Maria and Louisa. It is most important.
Important? For what reason?
I have told you many times of our plans for Louisa and Nicky.
So you have. I keep forgetting. Yes, most suitable, I suppose. Most suitable. A pity she's such a horrid little brat and has such dreadful parents.
Why don't you receive them here? I shall send Nicky up to join you.
Dear Miss Dagenham, she's been such a help to me all day, Charles. I'm happy to tell you that I have succeeded in wringing a promise from her to pay us a long visit to Carpathia. Isn't that good?
Quite splendid. Well, I must collect Maria. My dear, we mustn't be selfish and keep Miss Dagenham too long. I fear she will have to leave us very soon for her theater. So sad.
Theater? What theater? Are you giving something tonight, my dear? I had no idea.
Yes, ma'am.
But how exciting. What are you giving?
The coconut girl.
I didn't quite catch that, my dear. Speak a little more clearly. What is the name of your role?
Fifi.
Fifi. Ah, yes, of course. I know it well. By Sardou, I think.
No, ma'am.
Well, who is it by, then?
Al Fleischberg, Buddy Maxwell, and Joe Zink.
I do not think I know these authors.
Well, they're American, ma'am.
American, tiens. They have theater in America, too.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, how strange. And this Fifi of these authors, you are giving it tonight as a special performance?
Well, no, ma'am. It's been running for over a year.
A year? Oh, my dear, such a role. So many times. How dreadfully tired you must be. Please sit down. I remember once at Fürstenstein, we gave King Lear to the villagers and foresters. And we were so successful that dear Daisy insisted we should give it again the next night for the gamekeepers and huntsmen. You know King Lear?
Not well, ma'am.
A most delightful little play. Quite touching and very little love. I acted the part of Kent. We had not enough men as usual, but everyone was most kind and said I made a very handsome boy. I was quite word perfect and made only one mistake. When I was talking to Princess Schlumberger-Lip-Guildenstern about her poor husband, such a worry to us all, and my dear, I quite forgot to go onto the stage for the scene where I'm put in the stocks. However, the Duke of Stirling, who was acting the steward, most ingeniously saved the situation by saying some of my words as well as his, omitting the fight and sitting in the stocks himself. Oh, so quick-witted, and nothing was noticed. But, of course, the majority of our audience only spoke German, and we were acting naturally in English. What time must you leave for your theater?
Oh, in about 20 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, stay with me through this.
Her Royal Highness, the Archduchess Ferdinand of Styria. Her Royal Highness, the Princess Louisa.
Oh, dear Maria, so delightful. And this is Miss Dagenham, the actress. You have heard of her, of course.
Of course, many times.
What are you acting in?
At the moment, she is giving the Fifi of Fleischberg, Maxwell, and Zink.
I've never heard of it.
Then you should have done. And how is your dear husband?
Oh, my dear, the other day at a restaurant in Paris. Oh, how you would have roared. He sat down at the table with his hat on his head, and when the maître d'hôtel came up and said, "May I take your Royal Highness hat?" he said, "Yes, and you can take your soup too." And with that, he poured his soup into his hat and handed it to the maître d'hôtel. My dear, the man's face, it was a study.
Incomparable.
And you remember the time when he went to the Serbian legation in a false beard?
Vividly.
And half of it fell off into the soup.
Irresistible. And whose hat did he put that in? I forget now.
No. He did not put it into anyone's hat. He called the head butler over and said, "I think you have given me hair soup." Hair soup. Do you see? H-A-I-R and H-A-R-E.
His Majesty.
How are you, Aunt Maria?
Oh, very well, thank you, Nicky.
And Cousin Louisa?
Oh, my dear. I know how eager you are to talk to dear little Louisa, and I must not be selfish and keep your Aunt Maria any longer from the reception downstairs. So, my dear, shall I deliver you again into the hands of our minister, who I know is furious with me already for stealing you?
There will be a chaperone for the young people?
Miss Dagenham will stay.
Oh, but, ma'am, I
wonder if dear Ferdinand does not nurture some strange fascination for soup. I notice so many of his most brilliant escapades are connected with it.
But you remember the incident with the lemon meringue?
Won't you sit down?
No, thank you.
Shall we talk in English, French, or German?
I speak 7 languages.
Very clever. I speak 8.
You are older.
Are you going to the ball tonight?
You know I can't go. I don't know why they let you go.
I go to balls in my own country.
I thought there it was all lederhosen, bare knees, and slapping each other.
Cousin Louisa.
Cousin Nicholas? There's really no need to say what you're going to say unless you particularly want to. I'll tell my mother you said it, and you can tell your father I made the right answer. It's not for 18 months anyway, is it?
No.
So, that's all right.
Look, I wonder whether you two really need a chaperone.
Oh, don't go, please, unless you have to.
Well, Your Majesty...
I heard you went to the coronation with my stepmother. What did you think of it?
Oh, that was the greatest experience of my life, that's all.
You must come to mine.
I should like to very much, sir. Always provided you haven't put your father in some deep dungeon by then.
That is a good joke, Miss Dagenham.
Yeah, is it such a joke? I'm remembering a little telephone conversation from this morning.
I was talking to the German ambassador about an invitation to a shooting party.
Shooting is right. I happen to speak German, you know. I was born in Milwaukee.
All right. If you speak German, give me an English translation of what I said.
Now, let's see. For relay to General Ravenov, in view of recent developments, date 1, right?
You've told Father, of course.
No.
But you're going to?
No.
Why not?
Never mind. Just take it I won't.
Oh, it is good of you not to give me away to Father.
I have one proviso, though. And on this you must give me your kingly oath. That you don't intend him any harm.
If he agrees to the changed situation, he may remain in Carpathia without let or hindrance, and with all due rights and honors.
And if he disagrees?
He must live outside Carpathia.
Oh, but Nicky, for heaven's sake, the guy's your father.
The essential fact is that he is regent, and that his policy is leading my country into war.
That's what you think, I know. Anyway, it's what your Uncle Wilhelm thinks. Your father thinks different. But you're only 16, while he's... Well, he told me 40, but I'll make a rough guess at 45. Isn't there just a chance that he might know better than you?
Oh, there is surely an American characteristic. The idea that the old are wise simply because they are not young, and that the young are children until they are 21. But in America, I believe, they are children much longer.
Well, maybe. But we know that the most precious thing in life is childhood, and we don't see why we should take it away from people too soon. Now, I think it's wrong for boys of 16 to plot dirty tricks against their fathers and try to shove them off into limbo and then justify themselves by talking like they were George Bernard Shaw.
Miss Dagenham, may I pay you a compliment?
There'll be a catch to this, I'll bet.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, then.
I think I like you much the best of all my father's mistresses.
Oh, anyway, thank Your Majesty for the compliment.
I found some cards. Let's play a game. Let's play poker.
I don't remember it well.
It's easy.
What shall we play for?
Those chocolates. We'll each have 20. Miss Dagenham, pass the chocolates.
They belong to the Grand Duchess, ma'am.
I've never heard of Fifi. I don't believe there is such a play. We'll play for money, and remember, what we lose.
Shall I help Your Majesty with the card?
Oh, thank you. Most kind.
Well, Northbrook, and how do you think the reception is going?
Receptions are like war, sir. Only the bleeding is internal and the corpses are perpendicular.
Are you drunk, Northbrook?
I am afraid not, sir.
You sound somewhat sour.
No. Disillusioned, sir. Heads of the Balkan department are never sour.
Tell me, Northbrook, do you talk like this all the time?
Continually, sir.
Then I am glad I am not head of the Balkan department. Regent I may be, but if sometimes I feel like shouting, I shout. Or screaming, I scream. Or belching, I belch. Rudeness, though unseemly, is something I never hesitate to use.
No, indeed, sir, but then you have the benefit of an education at Eton.
Quite so. And what is that piece of paper you are clutching in your hand?
Oh, a message for you, sir.
Indeed.
From the telephone department.
The telephone department? What on earth can it be? I am surrounded by traitors.
Sir.
What was it Shakespeare said? Give me fat people around me who are always sleeping. Heads will roll, Northbrook. Heads will roll.
But that's only 2 pairs. Well, we have 4 queens. 2 pairs is better. No, it isn't. No, the king wins.
He doesn't. In stereo, 2 pairs is better.
Miss Dagenham is American, and this is an American game.
It isn't. It is a Styrian game.
It's an American game. Anyone knows that. Billy the Kid invented it.
My uncle invented it. It is a Styrian game.
Really, ma'am, it is an American game, you know, and in our rules, 2 pairs are definitely less than 4s.
Shall I tell you what you are? You are both of you dirty cheats.
I will not be so insulted. Noble Miss Dagenham, take that back at once.
I won't, you dirty cheats.
Take it back at once.
Oh!
Your Majesty, please,
don't do that. Don't you...
Nicholas, what are you doing?
Uncle Charles, I have to protest. Nicholas pulled my hair. Miss Dagenham was insolent. Both of them have obtained money from me at poker by what I can only call sharp practice.
My dear Louisa, I am sure there is some little mistake.
There is no mistake whatsoever. I am now going to look for my mother.
This conduct is utterly appalling. Worse even, and that is saying much, than I might have expected from you.
It was entirely her fault.
I see you have found a champion, Nicholas. I wonder if Miss Dagenham can help you in another even more serious matter in which she is as deeply involved as yourself. The telephone operator reports that you talked to the German ambassador this morning. That is so?
Yes.
After Miss Dagenham had obtained you the number.
She didn't know what the number was.
You passed some message, didn't you?
Yes.
About your forthcoming coup d'etat?
That exists only in your and your secret police's imagination, Father.
What exactly was the message?
Your operator will tell you.
She doesn't speak German.
I know. I found that out.
Will you tell me that message, Nicky?
Isn't it nice? It was such a fine day for the coronation.
You will go to your room. Colonel Hoffman will visit you there later, and of course there is no question whatever of your going to the ball tonight. I prefer not to keep company with traitors.
Miss Dagenham, I say this with sincerity. It has been a real pleasure.
What am I to do with such a boy?
If you were asking me that question seriously, darling, I'd answer you.
I am
But
asking you. Although, Herrgott, I know what the answer is going to be. Something about his not having enough love in his life, I suppose.
Not such a bad guess.
Christ donnerwetter nochmal. Such sentimental idiocy.
Why do you always swear in German?
Because the Germans have the best oaths and the best machine guns.
Yeah, I suppose cross thunder weather yet again wouldn't sound nearly so fierce. Well, I suppose I'd better hand back my diamonds and pearls.
What did you say?
I said I suppose
No, before that. You translated. Do you speak German?
Yes.
Then you heard the message.
Oh, yes.
What?
But I'm not going to tell you what it was, so there's no need to excite yourself too much.
Miss Dagenham.
Oh, gosh, you're pretty when you look fierce.
You are in possession of some very dangerous information, and I must warn you that...
You can't put the thumbscrews on me, darling, and you know it.
My dear child, if only you would
and
understand...
And you can't wheedle me either.
Himmel, Heiliger Bimbaum!
Oh, well done. Now, that's the best yet.
The peace of the entire world depends...
Yes, I know. The end couldn't be better. But telling tales out of school and getting other people into trouble makes bad means. And I think your treatment of your son just now was not only bad means, but bad policy, too.
Good policy, I suppose, would be to kiss the little Schweinehund on both cheeks and say, let bygones be bygones, dear child. Come to the ball.
The words right out of my mouth. Well, I'm ready for my goodbye kiss. Is that all I get?
The way I'm feeling at the moment, it is considerably too much.
Sir?
Tell His Majesty to come and see me.
Sir.
What about my parting present?
Very well.
Oh, no, come on, pin it on, please.
Well, if I do, you will only laugh, because my epaulettes are scratching you or something, and I shall be disconcerted again.
Well, take the risk.
It has been wonderful knowing you, if only it could have lasted longer.
Oh, thank you, my darling.
His Majesty.
And sit down, Nicky. Nicky, this German embassy affair has made me most unhappy. I've always known that you and I did not see eye to eye on policy, but... well, that my own son should conspire against me has been a most bitter shock.
I don't see why it should be. You told me last night that your secret police...
I was joking, of course. Oh, Nicky, I don't know whether you realize how easy it is to break a father's heart.
If you mean your heart, Father, I don't.
Perhaps that is because I do not wear my heart on my sleeve. Some people prefer to keep their feelings bottled up. And maybe that when I was...
Sorry to interrupt you, but have you seen an old raincoat lying around anywhere?
An old raincoat?
Yes. Oh, I remember. Here it is. Look, I don't want to be seen going through the stage door in an evening dress. It looks too silly. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please go on.
Anyway, Nicky, I don't want to say any more about it tonight. I have decided to let bygones be bygones, and in spite of everything, you may come to the ball.
Thank you, Father. But I don't think I want to. I think I'd rather go to bed. Stepmother says she's not going because she's tired, and I won't know anyone, and I won't have anyone to dance with.
Well, then invite someone to dance with.
Invite someone?
Yes, I can easily arrange it.
You mean anyone?
Yes, anyone.
All right, then. Miss Dagenham, will you accompany me to the ball at the Foreign Office tonight?
What?
I shall be most happy to obey Your Majesty's command.
Oh, that's good.
Now, Nicky,
do you think your stepmother will mind?
Oh, no, of course not. She'll just say, what fun. I'll borrow one of her tiaras for you. And I think I shall find you another order. The one you are wearing is not first class.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, mind you, but I did feel...
Then I shall come in person to collect you at your theater at 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes. That'll be nice. See you later?
Herrgott.
I have to report, sir, that His Majesty has returned.
Alone?
I fear not, sir.
But she is here in the legation? Where are they?
The steward's room.
The steward's room? What are they doing in the steward's room?
Oh, no, you must relax, Your Majesty. This is a foxtrot, not a minuet. Relax, easy.
I'm not used to relaxing, Miss Dagenham, but you are a good teacher.
Now, right foot forward, left foot forward. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay, Your Majesty.
Oh, Miss Dagenham, I can't tell you what fun it was to ride on a public transport bus this evening. First time in my life. Such fun. It was so clever of you to suggest it.
Well, if your father hears about it, I don't think he'll be quite so pleased.
Oh, I don't care. And number 57 was wonderful.
I don't think he'll be very pleased either about us doing this particular dance at the ball. I think we gave everyone quite a shock.
Good.
Yes, but not very regal.
With you, Miss Dagenham, regal matters are of no importance.
Ouch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay, Your Majesty, but I think we'll call it a day.
They did a one-step at the Foreign Office.
I'm afraid so, sir.
Well, they were asked to leave the floor, of course.
Oh, no, sir. His Majesty, of course, was known. It was merely suggested to them that they should alter the tempo back again. However, the king thereupon expressed himself insulted, and there were unfortunate words. Yes.
I should never have left them out of my sight for a moment.
No, sir.
And Lucy Maidenhead is late.
Oh, only a few minutes, sir.
Now, unpunctuality used to be one of her most irritating characteristics. I had hoped she might have grown out of it by now. She has had, after all, time.
Is your Royal Highness not feeling quite so enthusiastic about this reunion as you did this morning?
No, of course not. I'm most looking forward to seeing Lucy again. Dear Lucy, dear, enchanting, witty, grown-up Lucy.
Hello.
Hello. Have you at last grown tired of dancing?
Supper.
Oh.
I love it.
no,
darling,
Miss
how
Dagenham,
thoughtful of you.
Not at all.
Well, look, I'll just go and say goodnight to Nicky, and then I'll be right back.
Oh, come, sir. All that is needed is a little firmness. You should just tell her straight out that the supper is not for her and that you are expecting another guest.
That is your considered suggestion for surmounting this crisis, Northbrook.
Yes, sir, it is.
Then I can only say that I now fully understand why the Foreign Office always makes such a mess of its relations with the State Department.
Oh, sir.
Northbrook, we are not here dealing with a civilized adult, but an unruly child. Do you think I am anxious to have supper for free?
Are you sure you have the manifesto, Miss Dagenham?
Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's here in my bag.
Oh, excellent. Well, good night. And thank you once again for a most wonderful and memorable evening. I shall long remember the 57 bus.
Me too, Your Majesty. Good night.
Good night, Miss Dagenham.
Oh, Mr. Majordomo.
Madam?
Look, the guy who was lamenting his lost love on the violin last night, Franz.
Yes, madam?
Would you hand him this message straight away? I want him to do some more lamenting.
Yes, madam.
The best policy, then, would appear to be for me to intercept Lady Maidenhead on arrival and escort her to one of the downstairs rooms, and there I can arrange to have another table laid.
2 suppers I am to eat.
Well, I'm afraid I see no alternative.
But how am I to leave this one? That is the crux, Northbrook.
A few moments after Lady Maidenhead arrives, I shall come up and announce that the minister urgently requires your presence in the chancery and that your business will last for at least an hour.
No.
You then say goodbye to Miss Dagenham. No. Oh, I shall be here, sir. No harm will come to you. And leave Miss Dagenham for me to escort her home.
Well, here I am. Oh, what a sweet little boy that is.
You may leave us, Northbrook.
Very well, sir.
Who is a sweet little boy? My son?
Yes. Far too grown up for his age, of course, but I expect that's just the fault of his upbringing. Vodka?
No, thank you. No, stop. That is too much.
Oh, you can take that all right, surely. Hey, no, that's too quick. I wanted to give you a toast. Well, you'll have to have another one now.
Not so much, please.
You don't want to spoil my illusions of you, do you?
What are your illusions of me?
Well, your capacity for vodka is certainly one of them. Here's to more love in everybody's life.
Choho.
Well, now, I have a little document here that I think will interest you. The writing's bad because I did it on the top of a bus, so I'll read it to you. Manifesto to my faithful subjects. I, Nicholas VIII, King, do hereby renounce and reject utterly the overtures lately made to me by certain persons that I should assume the powers of government before the appointed time. And I do hereby solemnly adjure all citizens of the realm to unite loyally and wholeheartedly under the regency of my father, the Grand Duke Charles, for the settled peace of the kingdom. Signed, Nicholas.
But it isn't signed Nicholas at all.
No. Not yet. But it will be. Now, there's got to be a little give and take in this life, you know, darling. You have something to sign, too. Now, these are Nicky's conditions.
Conditions?
1, martial law must not be declared. 2, the king must be allowed to purchase a new motor bicycle and to ride it anywhere in the Dominion without let or hindrance. 3, there must be a general amnesty of all political prisoners. Parliament must be dissolved forthwith and a general election called. 4, the marriage between the king and Princess Louisa will definitely not take place. That's all. Quite right, my darling. You have another drink. That'll help you to see it in all the best possible light.
Herrgott, Donnerwetter, nochmal.
Funny, that's just what I thought you'd say.
You two have been having a fine joke at my expense this evening.
That isn't true. I've worked as hard as I know for you tonight, not against you. I've got all the details of his plot now, you know, and I really think it would have succeeded. Or may succeed yet if you're foolish enough not to sign that bit of paper.
Now, what does it matter either way? Declaring a general election will put the German party in power as surely as his coup d'etat.
Oh, I don't know. After all, you might win. Now, if you could only beat Mr. Wolstein constitutionally...
Beat Mr. Wolstein constitutionally. Beat Mr. Wolstein constitutionally. Did you phrase this?
I think so. Why?
God, how could you have deceived me so?
Deceived you, darling? What are you talking about?
Yes, of course. You did not realize what you were making the boy sign.
Yes, dear, a manifesto.
No. A confession. An abject confession. By my son, that the leaders of the German party had been plotting with him to overthrow me. And what is much more important, to destroy the Constitution. Here, the overtures, lately made to me by certain persons. Don't you see what I can do now? Now it is I, and not Wulstein, who can go to the country as the champion of freedom, of the Constitution, and of democracy. You know, with this in my hands, it might even not be necessary to rig a single election.
I should just hope not, indeed. But how clever of you to see all that in that. Have another vodka.
Right? No. I've had it.
Oh, just a little one.
Of course, the timing of events will have to be most carefully considered. I hold the initiative now. I must not lose it.
Oh, I do envy you, darling.
What? Envy me?
Yes, for being so blessed with so much. Rank, position, wealth, looks. Oh, such wonderful looks. Youth?
You are flattering.
No. Well, after all, 40 is still young. And above all, virility and strength of character. Wouldn't you be more comfortable with your feet up?
No, thank you. Why are you turning the lights down?
Another vodka?
No, thank you. Here, Gott. I have it.
What?
I shall release Wolfstein tomorrow night. On my return, I shall release them all, unconditionally. That will confuse them utterly. They will think that I have done it from weakness.
Wonderful.
And here lies the real clue of the plan. The very next day, while they are off guard, rejoicing in their apparent victory, I shall suddenly dissolve Parliament, call an immediate general election, and publish in every newspaper in the kingdom the King's Manifesto. The effect in the country will be immense. Immense. That calls for another drink.
Brilliant. Quite brilliant. And all out of that little piece of paper in your hand.
Yes, I am most happy with this thought of mine. Most happy.
And so you should be, my darling. Oh, I can see you haven't earned the title of Fox of the Balkans for nothing.
Am I called so?
Didn't you know?
The Fox of the Balkans.
And those eyebrows make you look rather like a fox, too. A beautiful, sleek, dangerous animal. But such a lonely one.
Oh, my child. It is my lot to be lonely.
Must it always be?
Yes, it must. Dear child, if you could only understand... Where's that music coming from?
Oh, it's that Hungarian again, I expect. You told me he played every night.
Yes, but I didn't...
Never mind, my darling. Go on about being lonely.
But what are words when deeds can say so much more?
Oh, darling, not again. Can't you think of anything else to say?
Gara ida velambum, moriad velem, serashudanam, seratlech.
Excuse me, I didn't quite catch what you said.
I love you.
I love you. Oh, gosh, Your Royal Highness, how I love you.
Sir, you are most urgently required in the Chancellery.
Northbrook, these constant intrusions of yours are beyond all bounds. How dare you?
Yes, but Your Royal Highness, the Minister...
Will you please not argue with me? Leave the room at once and think yourself lucky I'm not telephoning to the Foreign Secretary immediately.
Mr. Northbrook?
Good morning, Your Majesty.
Mr. Northbrook, is my father quite well this morning?
I gather so, sir.
He has just embraced me. And he called me his darling boy.
How nice.
It is most suspicious. He was asking, too, the most extraordinary, not to say embarrassing questions. Was I not sometimes very lonely? Had he always been a good father to me? Did I not feel the lack of love in my life? Mr. Northbrook, my father asked if I did not feel the lack of love in my life.
Yes, sir, I heard you.
Oh, Northbrook, I want you, if you see Miss Dagenham, to say goodbye to her for me And give her this small parting present. Also, this photograph.
Most certainly, sir.
Has he kissed you, too?
Not yet, sir.
I should not be too confident, Mr. Northbrook. Do you know, I've never been so scared of him in my whole life as this morning. It's almost disconcerting. Most disconcerting.
Ah, good morning, Northbrook.
Good morning.
Punctual as usual, I see. Splendid. Hey, God, how handsome you look in that uniform of yours, Nicky. I had meant to tell you that last night, but somehow it slipped my mind. Nicky, my darling boy.
Yes, Father?
Nothing, just my darling boy. You better get ready. We leave in 10 minutes.
Yes, Father.
Give me a kiss, Nicky.
Another kiss?
Why not?
One can overdo such things.
Nonsense. Fathers should kiss their sons.
When they are children, but not
Nicky,
when
come
they
and
are...
give me a kiss this instant. Good. Now, excellent. Off you go. Well, Northbrook. Well.
Well, indeed, sir.
A wonderful morning. Is it not?
Yes, sir, wonderful.
Now, Northbrook, I have 1 or 2 commissions for you to be performed after we leave.
I shall be honored.
First, a laissez-passer must be obtained for a journey to Carpathia in a few days' time and made out in the name of Miss Mary Morgan.
Miss who?
Citizeness of the United States, profession actress, stage name, Elaine Dagenham.
Oh, I was beginning to wonder, sir.
Second, for the journey itself, a special coach must be attached to the Orient Express for the accommodation of Miss Morgan and her staff.
Her staff?
Well, aviators or whatever it is. One other little matter. She may require a few dresses, furs, and personal ornaments for the journey. You will see to it that in that respect she is given carte blanche.
Carte quite blanche, sir?
As blanche as she cares to make it.
Ah.
You see, Northbrook, I have, in your idiom, got it bad.
You have indeed, sir.
Ah, it is a strange phenomenon. I do not yet quite know how it has happened to me. For 43 years I have tried. There you see, Northbrook. I now even state my age correctly. Herrgott nochmal. There is something in this falling in love that frightens me.
I am not surprised, sir. I have myself always studiously avoided the ailment.
Well, I suppose it cannot be helped. I had better get ready for the journey.
Good morning.
Morning, Miss Dagenham.
What a lovely morning.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, I have to present these to you. With His Majesty's compliments.
Oh. Gee, it's a signed photograph, too. Oh, how sweet of him. Oh. A brooch with the royal arms. Wouldn't you have known it?
Good morning, Mr. Northbrook.
Your Imperial and Royal Highness?
And Miss Dagenham. How delightful. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, my dear, such a night. Not a wink of sleep. Some dreadful drunkard fiddling in the corridor for hours and hours. And the night before, too. My dear, why do you always wear white?
Well, I suppose because I think it suits me, ma'am.
But not all the time, dear. You are imitating the divine Sarah, no doubt. But even she, I am told, changes her dress occasionally. Maud, where is that idiot?
Here, ma'am.
Oh, your cold has come back again, Maud.
It appears to have, Bob.
I cannot possibly see how it could have done. Are you sure you're not imagining it?
Quite sure, Bob.
Oh, then there is no alternative but for me to prepare you one of my hot plasters.
Oh, no, Bob.
Oh, most tedious. All those ingredients and boiling everything. But happily, it can all be done on the train. Did you say something, Maud?
Most good of you, Bob. It's just that it sometimes seems to burn a little.
Burn? Of course it burns. That is its point, my dear. It burns the cold clean out of the body. Now, what was I going to say? I remember. The present for Miss Dagenham.
Yes, Bob. I have it here.
Good. Here you are, my dear. Here is a little brooch for you with the Carpathian arms on it.
Ma'am, I'm overwhelmed.
And I have a photograph for you, too. Let me see. Yes, I have signed it. It goes best in a simple frame, nothing elaborate. I loathe elaborate frames, just plain gold or even silver.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You already have a photograph, have you not, Mr. Northbrook?
Most proudly displayed, ma'am.
Charles, my dear. Look who's come to see us off. Miss Dagenham.
How delightful.
So good of her to be here so early.
Yes, indeed.
You will be at the station, Mr. Northbrook?
Of course, ma'am.
Who else will be there, officially?
The Prime Minister, I believe.
Ah, dear Mr. Asquith. How delightful. Yes, I do think just a little more variety in your costume, dear. Nothing outre, of course. Simply from time to time an ordinary little day dress. Such fun it has been. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
As I am plainly de trop, I shall await your Royal Highness in the car. I will not say goodbye, Miss Dagenham. As I understand, I shall be seeing a lot of you in the next few days, what with special passports and other things.
Special passport?
That's right.
Northbrook, that was intended to be a surprise, and now you've utterly ruined it.
Oh. Well, I'm so sorry, sir, but
No,
how was I to know
no,
that
but
last
you make
night
things
you...
worse.
Your Royal Highness?
Good morning.
Good morning. My dear, I've been making such a spectacle of myself today. Behaving like a schoolboy. And this is so surprising, loving it. I see now suddenly the truth of all that you have been saying to me about the joys of childishness. It is exhilarating.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, dear. So this morning it's for me to be the grown-up one, is it?
How? Grown up?
Listen, you don't need to send Peter Northbrook out for a special passport. My own is quite good enough to take me to Carpathia when I come there. And what's more, my darling, I've found out the name of a good, cheap pension to stay at. The Villa Malmaison, just outside the city.
What nonsense is this? Pension? Do you not realize what I'm preparing for you on your arrival?
No. Tell me, please. I'd love to hear.
The Sonia residence. An enchanting house in the late Renaissance style. Quite little. You will only need 10 or 15 servants. With a few hundred acres of park, a most beautiful garden on a lake, with the mountains close by. It was built by a 16th century ancestor of mine for his favorite mistress.
And has been used by his 20th century descendant before now?
Well, never for long.
I know, Madonna. That's just what I mean.
But here, come on, for not one of the others have I felt any small part of what I now feel for you.
Yeah? And how long will you feel it?
For life.
Good. And so will I. You can be quite sure of that. So that when my show comes off and I come out to your country and take a room at the Villa Malmaison and drop you a line that I'm there, we can go over together to the Sonia residence and I can tell you what I want done to it. Because if I'm going to stay in it for the rest of my time on Earth, I'll need quite a lot done, won't I?
When will this show of yours come off?
Oh, I'd give it another 6 months.
6 months. Donavetta, gal. Don't you realize what can happen in the world in the course of 6 months?
Yes. Only too well. Go on now, or you'll miss your train.
You cannot possibly come before.
No. But thank you. Thank you so very much for asking me.
This is goodbye, then.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, of course.
Of course.
That Cigana music. Did you order it?
No.
Northbrook?
Maybe. May I have my parting present now, please?
Here. It is a brooch. Why are you scratching it?
Just so I'll know which one it is. Pin it on, please. Poor darling. Do you feel terribly disconcerted?
Yes, I do.
Come along, Charles, or we shall be late.
No. Go quickly, or I'll cry, and that wouldn't be right. Whatever happens, always remember this. Coming out of a heavenly dream can be a little sad, I grant, but that doesn't make the dream any the less heavenly, does it? Which is another way of saying, thank you, Your Royal Highness, from my heart.
From my heart, too, Miss Dagenham. I believe I have as much right to that word as yourself. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In Jerry Jones's adaptation of The Sleeping Prince by Terence Rattigan, Mary was played by Millicent Martin, the Regent by Peter Wingard, and the Archduchess by Fay Compton. Aubrey Woods played Peter Northbrook, Ronald Herdman, the producer and the major domo, Olga Lindo, Laura and the Archduchess, and Anna Burton, the Countess and the Baroness. The King was played by Brian Hewlett, and the Princess by Julie Stevens. The music was composed by Vivian Ellis and was arranged by Alan Paul. The play was produced by Guy Vason.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Vic Garson, Johnny, State Unity Life.
Oh, what's on your mind, Vic?
Got a job for you if you're interested. I just received a report from our agent in Venice that...
Venice? Oh, I'd love it. Soft nights along the canals.
Venice, California, Johnny.
Okay, what is it?
Murder. Bernard Slade, age 56, penny arcade operator in Ocean Park. That's right.
Right next door to Venice. Go on.
Well, the body was found in living quarters at the rear of an arcade in the amusement zone. Killer unknown.
And?
Barney Slade must have been quite a movie fan. The police found his apartment plastered with photographs of the movie greats. Silent screen vintage, that is. At least a dozen of them were of Mavis Gale, a real queen in her day.
Yeah, the vamp type, I know.
Oh?
Oh, it's just a vague recollection, you understand.
Yeah. Well, the police also reported that somebody, the killer probably, had drawn a big question mark in red crayon over each of Mavis Gale's photographs.
Interesting. If it means anything.
We think it does, Johnny. Especially since Mavis Gale is named as the beneficiary in Bernard Slade's insurance policy.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Silent Queen matter. Expense account item 1, $210.65, plane, cab fare, and incidentals to Ocean Park, California. As soon as I checked in at my hotel, I got in touch with Homicide. Sergeant MacRae, they said, would probably be down at the pier. I saved you cab fare on this one, Vic. It was a beautiful moonlit night at the beach. A warm breeze was blowing in from the Pacific. And besides, it was only a 3-minute walk from my hotel to the fun zone. A gaudy array of neon and noise, an occasional whiff of salt air seeping through the aromatic blend of fried shrimp, hamburgers, and popcorn. Business was good, and the penny arcade had its share of it. I headed straight for the blonde sitting in the change booth. She looked tired, faded. Hi, let me have a dime's worth of pennies, will you?
Real plunger, huh?
Oh, money means nothing to me.
Well, here you are. Don't spend them all in one place.
Well, you know, I might at that. This machine here looks mighty interesting. Lola the farmer's daughter.
Oh, it's kind of racy. How's your blood pressure?
Fine.
Then try that row along the wall over there.
That wouldn't do. How could we carry on a conversation if I was on the other side of the room?
Who wants conversation?
I do.
You don't look like the lonely type.
Never can tell, though, can you?
Look, you run along while I finish stacking these pennies, huh?
No, seriously. All I want is a few answers.
Well, I got more than a few, honey. What's on your mind?
Barney Slade.
What about Barney?
You work for him long?
Who wants to know?
My name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Oh.
I'd appreciate any information you can give me.
Hey, your company dropped a bundle on Barney, huh?
Well, that remains to be seen.
Well, Barney was a nice guy. Nice as they come. What do you want to know?
We'll just start anywhere.
You want to know about his friends?
Well, maybe after what happened to him, you'd better tell me about his enemies.
He didn't have none. Not one.
Oh, must have been quite a fellow.
He was, mister.
Okay, let's get back to his friends then.
Just about everybody along the pier.
Anyone in particular?
Oh, Frank Jessup, for one, runs a concession just down the way.
Go on.
Sam Hegstrom owns a fishing boat. Then there's Gus Kanakos, Irv Goldstein. Like I said, Barney had a lot of friends.
Including you?
Including me.
How about Mavis Gale?
I don't know the dame.
Well, she used to be in the movies, the silent kind.
Oh, I heard about her, only I never met her.
Didn't she ever come around?
I never saw her.
Did Barney ever talk about her?
Not to me, he didn't. Why?
Why what?
Why should Barney talk about Mavis Gale?
Oh, I just thought he might have mentioned it sometime or other. Is that the door to Barney's apartment back there?
Yeah, that's right.
Mind if I have a look around?
That'd be up to Sergeant MacRae.
Well, look, if he comes in, tell him where I am, will you?
Tell him yourself. He's back there in Barney's apartment now.
I walked on back and took note of the heavy padlock dangling open on the door leading into Barney Slade's apartment. The small living room was empty, yet it was crowded, too. Crowded with memories of the silent greats. Nazimova, Valentino, Pickford, Fairbanks, Meehan, Swanson, the Gish girls, Lon Chaney, dozens more. Their photographs filling practically every inch of wall space. Mavis Gale was there, too, a big question mark in red crayon drawn over each of her photos. I moved through a narrow kitchen. The back door was wide open. I stepped outside.
Who are you?
Oh, Johnny Dollar. You must be Sergeant MacRae.
That's right.
Yeah, your office said you'd be here browsing around.
So I'm browsing.
There's something bothering you, Sergeant?
Murder always bothers me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like those photos in there of Mavis Gale and the question marks on all of them. And that bothers me. You think the killer did it?
Could be. Let's go back inside.
Why not? Or maybe Barney, huh?
Maybe Barney what?
I'm talking about the question marks.
Could be. Pictures belong to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he had quite a gallery here. Looks to me, though, that some are missing.
That's so?
Why, you know so, Sergeant. The wallpaper isn't faded as badly where they used to be. And there are a lot of tack marks, too.
Okay, so who took him down? Barney? He could have.
So could the killer.
That's right.
Have you found anybody who could tell you anything about him? The missing photographs?
Not yet.
Hey, Barney, keep a lot of money in here?
Twyla didn't seem to think so.
Twyla?
Twyla James. Blonde out front at the change booth.
Oh, yeah.
Barney was sort of particular about his apartment. Never let anybody in as far as she knows, not even his friends.
Wonder why.
According to Twyla, he seldom used the arcade entrance. Preferred to use the back door.
Is that the one the killer used?
It was standing wide open when the body was found.
Well, who found it, by the way?
Twyla. When she showed up for work yesterday, the arcade was closed up, so she went around back.
Do you know when Barney was killed?
Doc figures around 3 a.m. 2 slugs from a .38. One would have been enough.
Any signs of a struggle?
Yeah. Lamp over there was on the floor. That chair was turned over, and this table had been upset. Pipes, medicine bottles, pillboxes scattered around.
Uh-huh. Heavy bolt and chain on the inside of both doors. Barney didn't have to let a visitor in unless he wanted to.
That's right.
Of course, he could have run into the killer outside somewhere.
Sure he could.
Only you don't think so.
Unless Barney was in the habit of walking in his sleep.
Oh?
When we came in and found Barney, he was in pajamas and bathrobe. The wall bed over there had been pulled out and was mussed up.
So it figures he was probably asleep when the killer tapped on his door. He got up and let him in. Yet according to Twyla...
The place was off limits, even to his friends. But she wasn't around all the time and didn't know all his friends.
You found some others?
I'd like to find one of them in particular. A man Barney referred to as the preacher.
Just the preacher? No name?
No. At least Sam Hegstrom couldn't remember.
And this preacher, was he allowed into Barney's inner sanctum?
Sam's pretty sure he saw the two of them come out the back door one night, a little more than a week ago. Other times he spotted them taking a late evening stroll along the oceanfront walk.
Mm-hmm. Did Sam ever talk with this preacher?
No. But he got curious after a while, asked Barney about it. Barney said the man was a very old and dear friend. Let it go at that.
And you haven't been able to find out anything more about him, huh?
I'm still checking.
Well, it would sure be a break if you could locate this preacher. He might be able to tell us something about those missing photographs, what they were.
Might also explain why the killer took them. Have you seen enough in here, Dollar?
Oh, yeah, sure, I guess so, Sergeant. Hey, tell me, what does Mavis Gale have to say about all this?
I only got to talk with her just a couple hours ago when she returned from Palm Springs. She was pretty upset when I told her about the crayon marks on her photographs.
Oh, but naturally she couldn't offer any explanation.
None?
How did she react to the news of Slade's death? Tears and such?
She's supposed to weep about it?
Why not? Barney Slade must have been a pretty good friend of hers. After all, he named her as the beneficiary in his insurance policy.
Oh? That's interesting.
What?
When I talked with Mavis Gale, she told me she never heard of Barney Slade.
Expense account item 2 and 3, $1.10 phone call and cab fare. The call was to Mavis Gale's home in Bel Air. The butler said if it was important, I could find her at McCartney's mortuary in Venice. Cab fare to Venice via what is laughingly called the Speedway, a one-way alley lined with backyards and garbage cans. It took us less than a minute to cross over into Venice, a boom that had busted. A melancholy mixture of old broken-down buildings and the sound of the sea. Crumbling bridges, moss-covered canals, of paved streets wandering disconsolately into sand dunes and ending where the money gave out. A dream that had kind of died of a broken heart.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, Bernard Slade, please.
Oh, yes. Mr. Slade is in the slumber room at the end of the hall.
Is anyone with him?
Oh, indeed. Quite a number of his friends.
Would you know Mavis Gale if you saw her?
The silent screen star? Oh, indeed I would. At least I think I would. She was one of my favorites.
Oh. She hasn't shown yet?
No, You mean she is expected?
So I understand.
Well, that's nice. Oh, that is nice. I didn't know she was a friend of Mr. Slade's.
Oh, you know most of Barney's friends, huh?
I know most of the people along the pier, and they were all his friends.
Well, how about one called the Preacher?
The Preacher?
Mm-hmm.
Well, naturally, I'm very well acquainted with many men of the cloth. And if you could tell me his name...
I don't know it.
Oh.
Look, you have a visitor's register here, don't you?
In each of the slumber rooms, yes. Just inside the door.
Oh, thanks. Where did you say Mr. Slade was?
Down the hall. Last room on the left.
The room was crowded with friends who'd come to pay their respects to Bernard Slade. I eased over to the visitor's register and gave it a fast rundown. There was nothing to indicate that a minister was among the mourners present. Then I heard the hall door creak open. And there she was, Mavis Gale. Certainly not at all what I expected a vamp of the silent screen to look like 30 years later. Slender, trim, in a smartly tailored suit, and even more attractive than the photographs I'd seen of her in Barney's apartment. She moved down the center aisle to the casket and stood there for a moment. As I walked toward her, she suddenly turned, her eyes wide and staring, her lips moving silently. Then she crumbled to the floor.
I understand you've been trying to reach me, Dollar.
That's right, Sergeant.
Okay, what's up?
I got some news for you. Mavis Gale was once married to a small-time movie actor named Tom Sanford. Seems he was murdered during a hunting trip in the Sierras some 27 years ago.
So?
So now it turns out he wasn't. Mavis Gale just identified Barney Slade as Tom Sanford.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a stagecoach ride. I get some lumps, and a surprise witness turns up. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Adrian Jondeau, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
I understand you've been trying to get in touch with me, Dollar.
That's right.
Okay, what's up?
I got some news for you, Sergeant. Mavis Gale was once married to a small-time movie actor named Tom Sanford. Seems he was murdered during a hunting trip in the Sierra some 27 years ago.
So?
Mavis Gale just identified Barney Slade as Tom Sanford.
What?
Same man, Sergeant.
She's still at the mortuary?
Yeah, the manager's office.
I'll be over in 5 minutes.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ocean Park, California. To State Unity Life, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Silent Queen Matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, 10 cents, a cup of black coffee for Mavis Gale, Queen of the Silent Flickers. While she drank it, I elbowed my way past Barney Slade's friends gathered in the hall just outside the mortuary office and walked out to the street to do a little quiet thinking. I didn't have time.
Excuse me, Mr. Dollar. Is it a fact about Mavis Gale? I mean, she was Barney's wife?
Where'd you pick that up?
Well, Mort thought he heard her say so.
Mort?
A manager of the funeral parlor. You were in his office, helped carry Miss Gale there. Is it a fact, Mr. Dollar?
How do you know my name?
I was gabbing with Twyla earlier tonight. She's the girl at the change desk in the Penny Arcade.
I know.
Then I seen you and Sergeant MacRae come out of Barney's apartment.
Who are you?
Frank Jessup. I run the mermaid bit over on the pier. You know, 3 baseballs for a quarter and you...
You tried to dunk the doll in the water tank, yeah.
I figure Mort heard right that Mavis Gale used to be Barney's wife.
Well, that's what the lady said.
How do you like that? Old Barney married all this time into that Mavis Gale, old-time movie star. Never breathed a word of it to any of us. Sure can't get over it. And him being a picture player in the old days, too.
Yeah. Do you recall ever seeing her around the arcade, Mr. Jessup?
Nope. Think I would have recognized her tonight when she came in the mortuary. Real handsome woman.
Can you think of anyone Barney might have told about his past?
I don't think any of his friends knew, Mr. Dollar.
Including Twyla James?
Why'd you ask that?
Has she been with him long?
Close to 5 years. What are you driving at, Mr. Dollar?
Barney was still a pretty good-looking guy.
She liked him a lot.
And vice versa?
Barney never talked it over with me.
What did he talk about?
Well, fishing mostly, and pinochle. He was crazy about pinochle. Best I ever played with.
You play often?
Average couple times a week.
In Barney's apartment?
Barney was kind of funny about that. None of us ever set foot in his place. Most of the time we played over at my bungalow or on Sam's boat.
I see.
Say, you being an insurance investigator and all, I was wondering, was Mavis Gale...
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Jessup. There's Sergeant MacRae. Well, you said 5 minutes, Sergeant. You made it to 3.
She's still in there, Dollar?
Yeah.
Nice turnout of Barney's friends. Only they're all out in the hall.
Well, things got sort of frantic when Mavis took her nosedive. They wanted to find out why, I guess.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. Mort nosed it around.
Is he in the office with her?
And her chauffeur. His name's Ronald.
I'll send them both out. I want to talk to Mavis Gale alone.
I don't think you get much out of her. She really fell apart at the seams. As it turned out, I was right. At least about MacRae not getting much out of Mavis Gale. She came out of the office a minute or so later with MacRae and the chauffeur on either side, and I went along with the mourners into the street. They helped her inside the big blue Cadillac, and she slumped down as far as she could get in the back seat, covered her face with a handkerchief. Then she was gone.
Okay, you people, break it up. You came here to see Barney, remember?
Sergeant.
What is it, Dollar?
Would you happen to remember Mavis Gale from the old days? When she was a star, I mean.
Yeah, I guess so.
Was she a pretty good actress?
I'd say she was.
Do you think she still is?
If you're referring to that fainting spell, Dollar, you tell me. You saw it.
It looked pretty genuine.
So?
I just wondered is all. Just wondered. Expense account items 5 and 6, $4.60, one morning newspaper, and cab fare to Mavis Gale's Bel Air home. Now that Barney Slade had been identified as Tom Sanford, husband of the old-time movie queen, the affair was splattered all over the front pages. There was also a complete account of the 27-year-old murder case in which this same Tom Sanford had presumably been killed with a shotgun blast during a hunting trip. The big wide gates of the ex-movie queen's estate were locked when I got there, but there was a phone close by. I picked it up, leaned on the buzzer. No answer. Nothing. Then I saw the car coming down the drive. I recognized Sergeant MacRae at the wheel.
Morning, Dollar.
Hi. You have a special pass to this place?
If you're figuring on having a talk with Mavis Gale, you better put it off. Doctor's orders.
Still suffering from shock, huh?
Yeah, and I figure she's leveling.
According to the newspaper, she and Tom had a pretty stormy time of it during their brief marriage.
She was a star and he wasn't. Maybe that had something to do with it. She was also pretty popular in the film colony.
Oh, Tom had a few buddies, too. At least 4. The men who went on that hunting trip with him.
The case was investigated pretty thoroughly. They came out of it clean.
You know, it'd be interesting to find out who wanted Tom Sanford dead, though, wouldn't it?
The fellow hunter who got his face blown off by a shotgun blast wanted Sanford dead. Only apparently Sanford beat him to the draw, right?
Do you think somebody might have hired that would-be killer who instead became the victim?
What are you getting at?
So the person who did the hiring thought the mission accomplished, but then recently learned that Tom Sanford was still alive, posing as Barney Slade.
You really have an imagination.
So this time he does the job himself.
Or herself.
It's possible.
Look, I know Mavis Gale stands to collect $25,000 insurance.
Unless.
Oh, sure, unless you can hang it on her. 2 attempts on hubby Tom Sanford.
I'm not trying to hang this on anybody, Sergeant. The insurance company hired me to turn in a report, and they'll pay off according to that report. I just want to be sure, that's all.
Okay, relax. If you're going back to the beach, get in.
Oh, thanks. Why do you think he did it, Sergeant?
Why do I think who did what?
Sanford. 27 years ago on a hunting trip. Why do you suppose he planted his identification and clothing on the man who tried to kill him, and then vanished?
Who knows? Maybe he was in a jam. Liked the idea of letting the world believe he was dead.
And how about those question marks on Mavis Gale's photographs? A tie in there, maybe?
We've been through that. Barney could have made those marks himself.
Well, then here's a thought. Barney, or Sanford, whichever you want to call him, might have wondered, could his wife have hired the killer? And is that why he drew those question marks?
I thought you decided the killer drew them.
All right, assume the killer drew them. Why?
You tell me.
Well, it would certainly attract attention to Mavis Gale, wouldn't it?
And eliminate her as a possible suspect?
As far as Barney Slade's death is concerned, yes.
You're really determined to go after this woman, aren't you?
Look, MacRae, I told you...
Okay. Assuming the killer drew those question marks to direct attention to Mavis Gale. Why would he want to do that?
I can make a guess. Can't you?
Yeah. Could be blackmail. But why wait all these years?
For the simple reason he just picked up a little information recently. Maybe he got it from one of the men who were on that hunting trip.
Think they're still around?
Expense account item 7, $10.50, cab fare and tips. It took me that long to find Milo Martin, actor's agent, one of the men who had been on that hunting trip 27 years ago. He operated out of a plush suite of offices on the Sunset Strip. He wasn't in, but his secretary, a friendly and eager little doll named Lana, gave me a list of places where I might find him. I finally did. Out on a ranch near Chatsworth, where a movie company was filming an epic. Yep, a Western. What else? Milo Martin was short and round. He wore cowboy boots, dungarees, no shirt. He was sitting on a wide, flat rock, sunning himself.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar. I read about it in the morning paper. It came as a tremendous shock. Tom, alive all these years? It's incredible. It's fantastic.
Well, according to newspaper accounts, you were the one who first discovered the body that day 27 years ago.
A horrible experience, terrifying, and never forget it. We'd been searching the hills all night, and then in the cold gray of dawn, there he was in the ravine. Tom.
Only it wasn't Tom.
But the police are certain? I mean to say...
The scale positively identified the man known as Barney Slade to be Tom Sanford.
Running a penny arcade in Ocean Park. It's incredible. Well, then who was the man I found in that ravine?
We don't know. We may never know.
And he wanted to kill Tom? But why?
You have no idea why anyone would have wanted to do away with him?
No, of course not. Oh, I knew Tom was a wild sort. He never got along with most people, but, well, to resort to murder.
You were his agent, weren't you, Mr. Martin?
Yes, I was. I must confess I only took him on as a client to please Mavis.
Oh, you also represented Miss Gale?
I did. She was... Well, she still is a truly wonderful person, Mr. Dollar.
I understand the two of them weren't getting along too well.
Oh, that would be putting it mildly, Mr. Dollar. It was one frightful row after another. Wild, hysterical sort of row.
What did they quarrel about?
Well, Tom was quite a gambler, and he also drank rather heavily, and he also fancied himself as quite a ladies' man.
And this made her sore.
He was also extremely jealous.
Oh? Mavis ever give him good cause to be?
No, of course not. Oh, he was always imagining all sorts of fantastic things about her. Actually, she was very much in love with him. That was my impression, at least.
Tell me, Mr. Martin, those other men who were on the hunting trip, are they still around?
Well, let me see now. There's Trev, for one. Trev, that's Francis Trevelyan, used to be Miss Gale's cameraman, independent producer now. His pictures aren't very good, but they make money.
Well, how about this Jarvis Pocket?
Jarv? Let me think now. Oh, excuse me. You ready, doll? Okay. That's Saul, the director. He's a friend of mine.
Look, about
You
Jarvis.
like stage coaches, Mr. Dollar?
Well, I can take him or leave him. Look, what
Come
about
along.
this?
They're finished up here. We'll ride the coach back to the ranch house. It's only a few miles, maybe 5.
And this contraption?
Oh, you'll love it. All right, now, yeah. Get aboard, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, brother. Hey, it's not too roomy, is it?
Okay, doll. Let it go. Oh, how do you like it, Mr. Dollar?
I know how John Wayne feels.
Let me see now. You were asking about...
Jarvis Pocket.
Now, faster, doll. Faster.
Oh, come on now. Expense account. Item 8, 81 cents. 1 bottle of rubbing alcohol. It was late that afternoon when I got back to my hotel, but before I could use the alcohol on my aching bones, the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
MacRae here. This time I got news for you, Dollar. You ought to be real pleased.
Wait till I sit down. Oh, on second thought, maybe I won't. Okay, Sarge, let's have it.
Mavis Gale said she didn't know her husband was alive all these years, that he was using the name Barney Slade, running that arcade in Ocean Park.
So?
So maybe she didn't tell us the truth.
What do you mean?
We got a witness, Dollar. Someone who saw Mavis Gale hanging around the Penny Arcade 2 nights before the murder.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a bowl of lentil soup, and I almost wind up in a cemetery. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Adrian Jandot, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hiya, boy. Vic Carson in Hartford. Say, things are really opening up out there on the coast, huh?
So, you read the papers.
Quite a surprise, learning that Mavis Gale was married to that penny arcade operator Barney Slade.
She'd been married to Tom Sanford.
Sure, silent film actor. Only it turns out he and Slade are the same man. Really something, isn't it?
Yeah, well...
Here, Sanford's supposed to be dead for 27 years, and all the time he's living down there in Ocean Park, and she didn't know about it.
So she said. Only somebody saw her hanging around the arcade 2 nights before Slade's murder, Vic.
What? Well, what does she have to say about that?
She wasn't around when the police went out to her place a little while ago. No one knows where she is.
Look, have you been able to get an angle on those photographs of hers in Slade's apartment? Why the killer drew those question marks over them?
No. And we haven't found out why the killer copped a half a dozen of the photos either.
Photographs of who?
How should I know? They're gone.
Well, maybe they're important.
No. Look, I'm on the trail of a character called the Preacher. If I find him, I may find some answers.
Well, according to the papers... Johnny, are you sore about something?
Yeah, Vic, I'm sore. Better read my report.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ocean Park, California. To State Unity Life, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silent Queen matter. Expense account continued. Item 9, 55 cents, 1 scotch and soda at a local pub. This was right after I talked with you, Vic. Yeah, I guess I was a little sore. Maybe it was because of that phone call earlier from Sergeant MacRae, when he told me that old-time screen star Mavis Gale had been seen hanging around the arcade where Slade was murdered. Okay, so Mavis Gale was in line to receive $25,000 as the beneficiary of Slade's insurance policy. I suppose he figured I was itching to get something on her so the insurance company wouldn't have to pay off. I downed the rest of my drink and walked over to the penny arcade in the Ocean Park amusement zone.
Hi, you back again?
Yeah, I'm back again, Twyla.
If you're looking for Sergeant MacRae, he's...
You sure about what you told him? That you saw Mavis Gale in here several nights ago?
I'm sure. Recognize her picture in the morning paper.
Well, you didn't volunteer this information to MacRae until this afternoon.
I sleep late.
Okay. So Tuesday night, Mavis Gale showed up. Around 8, you said.
Well, I couldn't swear to the time. It was around then.
Well, exactly what did she do?
I told the sergeant.
Well, tell me.
When I first noticed her, she was standing just inside the front door, like maybe she was waiting for somebody.
Was Barney here in the arcade at the time?
No, Barney was back there at that test your strength machine. It was busted.
And I was up and fixed it.
Oh, hi, Mr. Jessup.
Evening, Mr. Dollar. Evening, Twyla.
Hi. Yeah, Mr. Dollar, Frank here's pretty good with electrical stuff.
So?
So I helped Barney fix the machine.
Look, Twyla, I mean, what happened then? What did Mavis do?
Well, she waited around another 10 minutes maybe and then beat it.
Did Barney see her?
Did he, Frank?
You mean Mavis Gale was in here the night he was fixing the machine?
So Twyla says. Do you think he noticed her, Mr. Jessup?
Kind of hard for me to say, Mr. Dollar. We were both pretty busy fooling with that machine. I didn't notice her, that's for sure.
Look, Mr. Dollar, don't you believe I saw this Gale Dane here? You need half a dozen witnesses.
Okay, Twyla, don't get excited.
Twyla, what I come in for, me and Gus are going to drive over to the mortuary, spend a little time with Barney. I know you were there.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, I'd like to go again, Frank. I'll get one of the boys to take over the change booth for an hour or so. Thanks.
Be around 8. Well, I'll see you around.
Just a minute, Mr. Jessup. I'd like to ask the two of you something.
Sure, go ahead.
I've got a list of names here. Barney may have mentioned any one of them to you. Now, stop me if he did. Milo Martin, George Sheldon, Jarvis Pocket.
Stop.
Huh?
Yeah, Sergeant MacRae already asked us. About that fella called the Preacher, too. We've never heard of him.
Okay, thanks. I wandered around the pier for a while trying to figure out my next move. MacRae wasn't around, and it was a cinch Mavis Gale hadn't returned to her Bel Air estate. So the only thing I could do was to keep on trying to track down the men who'd been on that hunting trip 27 years ago with Tom Sanford, alias Barney Slade. Milo Martin, number 1 on the list, hadn't been able to give out with anything exciting. But he had given me a 5-year-old address on George Sheldon, number 2 on the list. Expense account item 10, $15.10. Cab fare and tips on the trail of George Sheldon. It blew hot and cold until late that night when I wound up at a bar in downtown L.A.
Yeah, old George worked here for a while. Handyman, sort of. That was I.W. Harper, you said?
Right, it was sort of.
So, you're an insurance investigator. Wouldn't be a cop, maybe, instead.
No. Now about George.
Just wondering is all, friend. What's he done you want him for?
I'd just like to talk to him.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Yeah, it figures. He wouldn't be getting into no trouble.
Real sweet fellow.
Real sweet for a fellow who had it rough. And believe me, he had it rough. Used to be an actor.
Yeah, I know.
Had it real good during the silence, you understand. Then along comes the talkies and old George. Him having a voice 3 tones higher than an air raid siren is out.
Oh, it happened to a lot of them.
Only for old George, this, coming on top of a busted romance, this is too much. He starts hitting the bottle and
Wait a
heads
minute.
down.
What romance?
Oh, movie actress. She up and married another guy, so...
Her name wouldn't be Mavis Gale, would it?
Say, funny you ask that.
Oh?
Her name's all over the front pages. You read the story?
Yeah, I did. You mean that this...
Nah, this wasn't the romance. Old George had a yen for some doll named Josephine Hinch, or something like that. Say, you wanting to talk with him, it got something to do with that Penny Arcade murder?
Yeah, that's right. Now, where can I find George Sheldon?
Well, the address is 1712 South Glendale Avenue, Glendale.
Thanks.
Another drink?
No, I'll finish this. And I'll be on my way.
You know, I kind of miss old George since he left us.
Yeah, sure. Real sweet fella.
Yeah, kind of miss old Preacher, too. The way he used to rant and rave.
What did you say?
About Preacher?
Yeah.
Old guy. Was a friend of old George. Used to come in here, read him the riot act about his drinking. Wave his arms around and holler.
Wait a minute. This Preacher, what's his name?
Let me see now. Kind of screwy name. I ought to remember. Runs a rescue mission somewhere around here.
What if Finn help?
Sure. His name's Pocket.
Jarvis Pocket?
Right on the button.
Thanks. Here's your $5.
My pleasure. Oh, and friend, since you've been so generous, well, that address I gave you on old George...
What about it?
Will save yourself the trip. It's a cemetery. Old George has been dead for a couple of years.
Jarvis Pocket had been number 3 on my list of the men who'd gone on that hunting trip 27 years ago, and someone had tried to murder Tom Sanford but got killed instead. Now that it turned out he was also the preacher I'd been looking for, well, that could turn into a big break. Expense account items 11 and 12, $6 even, tip to above-mentioned bartender, and cab fare around L.A. Skid Row looking for the rescue mission. It was a neat-looking affair. All the lights in the main hall were on, and as usual, the place was open for business.
Seek and ye shall find. So, my brothers, seek ye the way of the Lord, for along that way lies...
There was a good crowd on hand. I eased into a seat alongside a bleary-eyed pilgrim who reeked of bad sherry. I looked around. The bottom of the barrel was here.
Repent your sins and put down that bottle.
The brothers were listening to the good man up front, but they weren't really tuned in. They were just waiting for a bowl of soup and a place to flop.
Peace, my brothers. In him alone is your salvation and your hope of everlasting life. Open your hearts to eternal joy, and the glory shall be yours. We will now sing hymn number 32.
When the singing was over, I got caught in the crush, and the next thing I knew, I was holding a bowl of lentil soup in my hand, and I realized I hadn't eaten all day. Meanwhile, I kept my eye on Brother Pocket and waited for a chance to get to him alone. That happened about 5 minutes later when he walked out. I followed him down a long, dark corridor and into his office.
Please sit down, young man.
Thanks. My name is Johnny Dollar, Brother Pocket. I'm an insurance investigator.
Oh. Frankly, I thought you were a policeman when I saw you out there seated with my flock.
Been expecting the law?
Yes. Excuse me. I knew they'd be coming around sooner or later regarding that long friendship of mine with Barney Slade.
Yeah. Goes all the way back to the days he was known as Tom Sanford when you directed silent films. Check?
Check.
How long have you known Tom was alive, using the name of Slade?
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I was witness to that horrible affair that took place during that hunting trip 27 years ago.
Oh?
Somehow, during the course of that day's hunt, I became separated from the others. Then suddenly I came upon Tom struggling with a man in a deep ravine.
The would-be killer? The man with the shotgun?
The other man fell, the gun went off, and he was killed instead of Tom.
Go on, Brother Pocket.
Well, immediately I told Tom we should find the others, tell them what had happened, that he would have none of it.
Is that when he told you he preferred to let the world believe he was dead?
And I suddenly realized it probably would be best for all concerned.
In what way?
Well, Mr. Dollar, Tom was constantly involved in trouble of some kind, drinking too much, gambling, women, brawling. He knew what it was all doing to Mavis, but he couldn't help himself. Believe me, Mr. Dollar, he loved her passionately. Made her life miserable, and his own as well.
I see. Brother Pocket, about the would-be killer.
I know what you're going to ask. The name of the man that tried to kill Tom.
Yeah, you know him?
Oh, yes. So did Tom. Only the two of us knew his identity.
You're forgetting someone else.
Huh?
The person who hired him.
Hired? Well, Mr. Dollar, what makes you think he was hired?
So maybe I'm wrong. Am I?
I was never quite certain myself.
Did Tom think he was?
Oh, no, definitely no.
At least as far as Mavis Gale was concerned.
Yeah, quite right.
Did you share his opinion, Brother Pocket?
As I said before, I could never quite make up my mind.
Oh, why not? Did you think Mavis Gale incapable of doing such a thing? Hiring someone to kill off Tom?
No, I'd rather not say.
Okay. So who was the man who tried to murder Tom? What was his name?
I'm afraid it'll mean little to you, Mr. Dollar. His name was Joe Fallon.
Well, you're right. It means nothing.
Well, this fact, however, might prove interesting to you. Joe Fallon, at one time, had been Mavis Gale's personal chauffeur.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, audience with the Queen and a brush with the killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Adrian John Doe. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, it's you.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Headquarters just gave me this number to call. I was wondering who'd be in Barney Slade's apartment. How'd you get in?
With a key. Brother Pocket had it.
Give me that again?
Jarvis Pocket. He's one of the men on that hunting trip with Tom Sanford 27 years ago. He's here with me now.
How'd he get it, the key?
Barney had given it to him a few years back. He's known all along that Barney Slade and Tom Sanford were one and the same. He also knows the name of the man who tried to kill Sanford.
Who was it?
Name was Joe Fallon. At one time, he'd been Mavis Gale's private chauffeur.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Ocean Park, California. To State Unity Life, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silent Queen matter. Expense account continued. Locating Brother Jarvis Pocket, who now ran a rescue mission along L.A.'s Skid Row, had been the only real break I'd had in the case so far. At least I hoped it would be. The one-time Phil director of the silent era had often visited with his old friend Tom Sanford, alias Barney Slade, might put us on the track of Slade's killer. I watched Brother Pocket as he paced back and forth across the small room, scratching his chin thoughtfully, glancing up at the blank spaces on the wall where the photographs had been. He was still pacing the room when Sergeant MacRae arrived.
How about it, Mr. Pocket?
As I told Mr. Dollar, Sergeant, I'm positive that this entire wall was covered with photographs.
Uh-huh. And now there are several missing. Were they photographs of some particular star?
Oh, no. Action shots made during the filming of a picture that I directed for Miss Gale. Let me see, what was the title of that one?
Well, maybe that isn't important, Brother Pocket.
Wait a moment. Yes, it was called Dangerous Lovers. Yeah. That George Sheldon starred with Mavis in that one.
Was Tom Sanford in it, too?
Tom, yes. Best role he ever had.
Well, how about the next row of pictures?
Yes, well, a photograph of Mavis and Tom, I believe. I can't recall the title of that film. A dreadful thing. Francis Trevelyan talked them into it and directed it, too. He should have stayed behind the camera where he belonged.
And the bottom row, were they photographs of Tom Sanford and Mavis Gale?
Yes, I'm certain of it. That picture was...
Brother Pocket, would you say that Tom had changed much since those photographs were made?
Not too much, no. He put on a bit of weight. His hair turned gray, of course, thinning on top. Oh, he'd grown a small mustache, too.
How about it, Sergeant? You'll notice there isn't another photograph of Tom Sanford left on that wall.
Okay, so assuming the killer took these away because they might identify Barney as Tom Sanford...
And link him with Mavis Gale?
Yes. Yet the killer went to the trouble of drawing red question marks over the other photographs of Mavis Gale.
To deliberately draw attention to her. Why?
Mavis Gale would have been involved anyway to a certain extent. After all, she is the beneficiary of Slade's insurance policy.
Sure. But suppose the killer wasn't aware of that.
$25,000, I believe, is the amount.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're wondering why he did it?
Oh, I can make a guess. You said he'd been pretty reckless, tossed a lot of Mavis Gale's money around in the old days. May have amounted to something close to $25,000.
Possibly.
This may have been his way of squaring the account. $25,000 and a king-size shot.
You could hardly be expected to guess that his death would come about under these circumstances, Mr. Dollar.
No, but he could have passed away calmly in his sleep some night and wouldn't have changed a thing, Brother Pocket. Mavis Gale would still have been curious about a man named Barney Slade.
Yes, I suppose, yes.
He must have been pretty sure she'd recognize him, that it would make a nice big splash in all the papers. Was he that much of a ham?
Tom, I'm afraid so.
He couldn't have loved Mavis Gale very much.
Mr. Dollar, right to the last, yes.
Still, he couldn't resist the magnificent gesture, the big payoff, returning her $25,000.
You know something, Dollar? Now you sound like you're on her side.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, if that's all that you want me for, I think I'd best be getting back to my quarters at the mission.
The flock may be getting a little restless, huh?
You know how it is. There are times that one of the brothers will sneak a bottle of sherry into the dormitory, and things become quite gay.
Sure, Mr. Pocket. You can run along, and thanks.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Well, Sergeant, what's the next move?
What about this Joe Fallon? You said he'd been Mavis Gale's chauffeur at one time.
Yeah. Pocket saw the whole thing. The attempt to kill Tom Sanford 27 years ago. Fallon and Sanford were struggling. The shot went off, and Fallon got it full in the face.
Sanford then decided to play dead.
Yep. But ever since then, Sanford was hiding out down here under the name of Barney Slade. That is, until somebody caught up to him, caught on to it 3 nights ago, and killed him. Big question still remains, who?
Come on, let's get out of here. I'll get it. Yeah? Uh-huh. Right, I got it. That was headquarters. They just got a call from Francis Trevelyan.
Trevelyan? He was one of the men on that hunting trip, along with Pocket and the others.
Yeah. Seems Mavis Gale just heard we've been wanting to ask her some questions. She wants us to come right over. She's at Trevelyan's beach house in Malibu.
The beach house turned out to be one of those super modern jobs, low, sprawling with a lot of glass and flagstone. The butler allowed us through the front door, and after a nice little stroll, we finally arrived at the den, a 50-footer at least, with a bar at one end. Mavis and a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman were at the other.
Evening, Miss Gale.
Good evening, Sergeant. I'm terribly sorry about all this. I didn't know you wanted to talk with me. I should have left word at the house, I suppose, but I was so upset, anxious to get away.
I understand.
Oh, this is Francis Trevelyan, Sergeant MacRae and Mr.
Dollar. We met at the funeral home.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Do sit down, gentlemen. May I offer you a drink?
No, thanks, Mr. Trevelyan. Now, Miss Gale.
Yes?
When I first informed you of Barney Slade's death at the Penny Arcade at Ocean Park, you told me you never met the man.
That's right. I had no way of knowing it was Tom. Not until last night when I went to the mortuary.
Had you ever been in or near the Penny Arcade at any time, Miss Gale, previous to the murder?
Yes. 2 nights before.
Why didn't you mention this to me when I spoke with you before?
I don't know. I was frightened. A man named Barney Slade had been murdered. The killer had drawn question marks on my photographs in the dead man's apartment.
Were you afraid to tell me because it would involve you deeper?
Yes. I think that was the purpose of the phone call, Sergeant.
What phone call?
That evening, shortly after 6, I received a call from a man. He wouldn't identify himself. He said that a very dear, very old friend of mine was in trouble and needed my help.
He instructed you to go to the arcade in Ocean Park?
I was to be there by 8 o'clock, and this old friend was to make himself known to me.
So you went. Did you see anyone?
No one that I recognized.
Miss Gale, does the name Joe Fallon mean anything to you?
Fallon? Why do you ask that?
Just a moment, Mr. Trevelyan.
Why, yes. Joe was my chauffeur. Many, many years ago.
And when did you discharge him?
Shortly after my marriage to Tom.
Did he tell you to get rid of Fallon?
Yes. Yes, he didn't like Joe.
Mr. Dollar, may I ask you why you're questioning Miss Gale about Joe Fallon?
Because we just found out he's the man who tried to murder Tom Sanford 27 years ago.
What? You mean he was the man killed? The man we all thought was Tom.
That's right. Was Joe Fallon in love with you?
Now, see.
Better answer. Was he, Miss Gale?
I don't know.
What are you two driving at, Sergeant? I insist on knowing.
And I'd like to know why you jumped when I first mentioned Joe Fallon's name, Mr. Trevelyan.
All right, I'll tell you. You see, I'd quite forgotten about him. It was only when you asked Miss Gale that it suddenly dawned on me who he was, and it startled me, because his name had been brought to my attention only some 24 hours ago.
Oh?
A phone call. A man who said he was in partnership with Joe Fallon. They had a business deal to talk over with me.
And?
Well, I simply told him that I wasn't interested. I was in the midst of my most important production, and I just couldn't be bothered.
Did you receive a similar call, Miss Gale?
I know.
You know, Sergeant, I'll give you odds it's the same one who called Miss Gale before the murder to get her down to the Penny Arcade.
But I don't understand. Why? Who is the man?
When we find that out, Miss Gale, we'll have the killer.
Here's your hotel, Dollar.
Oh, yeah, right, thanks.
Been a long day, hasn't it?
Sure has. And we haven't made much progress.
At least Brother Pocket was some help.
Uh-huh. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Pocket gave us a couple of answers. We could sure use a lot more.
Thanks.
You know, Sergeant, that bit about the photographs still bothers me. Why would the killer first try to hide the link between Mavis Gale and Tom Sanford, and then deliberately draw attention to her?
You think someone beside the killer could have made those question marks on her photographs?
Could be.
Okay. For instance?
Who discovered the body?
Twyla James.
Okay.
You mean she walks in, discovers the body, picks up red crayon, does the art job? Why?
Well, look, I just make these things up. I don't explain them.
You're off the beam on this one, Johnny. When we got to Barney's place, she was shaking like a ship without a rudder. She was scared silly.
Uh-huh. I'd still like to ask her about it, though.
Better get some sleep, Dollar.
I guess. Thanks for the look, Sergeant. Night. Yeah, the sergeant was probably right about Twyla. But I sauntered on down to the amusement zone anyway. It was late and the place was folding up. There was a nice warm breeze blowing in from the sea and the night was calm. So I continued along the ocean front, crossed over into Venice, and kept right on going. The old canals and the bridges looked more sad and forlorn than ever in the pale moonlight, with the sea in the background adding its lonely rhythm of sound. The shot had come from somewhere over by the canals. Then I saw the man on the bridge, staggering, weaving like a drunk. I headed toward him on the double, but before I could reach him, he stumbled and fell on his face. Here. Let's see how... Pocket.
There. Back there.
Pocket, this is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
There. Over there.
He kept pointing across the canal, and then I saw the figure slinking away. I took after him. I scrambled across the bridge, and then along the canal. And then I lost him. I pulled up on the bank of the canal, looking around. Listen. Nothing. Then, suddenly, something. Footsteps behind me. But I heard them a second too late. Oh!
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a man who talked too much, and it killed him. Yeah, the payoff. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Adrian Jandot, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Good morning, Mr. Dollar. This is Milo. Remember?
Oh, Milo Martin, the agent, yeah.
Yes, I've just read about that terrible affair about Jarvis Pocket murdered. Oh, it's a terrible thing.
Yeah, he didn't even make it to the hospital.
And you, Mr. Dollar, the killer tried to do away with you, too, huh?
Well, all I got was a nice crack on the head and a not-so-nice dunking in the canal.
You were fortunate, Mr. Dollar, extremely fortunate.
Yeah. Anything else you wanted to talk about, Milo?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry I wasn't at the office when you called earlier.
Well, your secretary gave me part of the information I was after. She remembered a man had phoned your office yesterday.
Yes, she said he was a business associate of someone named Joseph Fallon. Well, I was out at the time, but he did leave that message.
Well, what I wanted to know is, did he ever call back?
No, he didn't.
He probably will, unless he figures he's already found his pigeon.
Pigeon? What for?
Blackmail, Mr. Martin. Blackmail.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Ocean Park, California. To State Unity Life, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Silent Queen Matter. Expense account, final page. 27 years ago, somebody had hired one Joe Fallon to murder Tom Sanford, the husband of silent movie star Mavis Gale. But Joe had muffed the job. Now that somebody had turned killer himself. His first victim, Tom Sanford, who'd been going under the name of Barney Slade and running a penny arcade in Ocean Park. The second, Jarvis Pocket, who could have helped us spot the killer. The only two others who might help us were actor Francis Trevelyan and actor's agent Milo Martin. And both had received phone calls from the killer. The reason? Blackmail, obviously. Item 13, $1.35 cab fare to police headquarters. Morning, Sergeant.
Hello, Dollar. How do you feel?
Oh, okay, I think. You turn up anything on Pocket's killer?
Only this. 2 slugs taken from the body, 5 from a .38.
From the same gun that killed Barney Slade?
The same.
Well, that figures. Oh, I wish a lot more did. Hey, look, just what have we got anyway?
Maybe you better start with what we haven't got.
Well, Barney Slade gets clobbered by a killer who scrawls question marks all over Mavis Gale's photographs in his dingy apartment.
To draw attention to Mavis Gale.
All right. Mavis is named as the beneficiary in Slade's insurance policy. Claims she doesn't know the man, then takes a look at his body and identifies it as husband Tom, who supposedly was killed 27 years ago on a hunting trip.
Right. Then Jarvis Pocket, one of the men who'd been on that trip, fills us in with the info that Mavis Gale's ex-chauffeur had tried to knock off Tom.
Yeah, but he goofed the job and got knocked off himself.
Question. Had Joe Fallon been hired? Answer, probably.
Question, who hired him? There's a beaut, huh?
Say, this Milo Martin ever get in touch with you?
Yeah, just before he came over. He got a call, all right, apparently from the same man who called Trevelyan.
Mm-hmm. Trying Fallon's name on for size.
Oh, he's trying to get a reaction, that's for sure. And when he gets the right one, he'll put on the squeeze.
I wonder why he didn't call Mavis Gale and give her the pitch.
Maybe he did, and she forgot to tell us about it.
Think he called Jarvis Pocket?
No, I think Pocket would have told us.
I wonder if Pocket told us everything last night at Barney's place.
Oh, probably not. I think he suspected something or someone. When he left us, he probably did a little prowling of his own. Result, got himself killed.
Look, it's almost noon.
Yeah. I'll buy you lunch. We'll have about an hour.
Then what?
Then I'm going to Tom Sanford's funeral. Aren't you? They buried Tom Sanford, alias Barney Slade, that afternoon under cold gray skies that made it look like it would rain any minute. But that didn't keep the crowd away. All Barney's friends from the pier were there, including Frank Jessup, who ran the mermaid bit, and Twyla James, who pushed pennies at the arcade. Mavis Gale, of course, was there, along with Francis Trevelyan and Milo Martin. And there were the usual spectators who came out of curiosity. When it was all over, the sergeant and I started down the hill.
Oh, there, Sergeant. Mr. Dollar.
Oh, hiya, Frank.
Mr. Jessup.
Sure was a nice ceremony, wasn't it?
Yeah, very nice.
Pier was practically closed down. Everybody here for the funeral. We're all going to miss old Barney. Somehow I just can't bring myself around to calling him Tom. Won't seem to fit somehow.
Sure.
Well, I got to get back to Twyla. She's taking this kind of hard.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I was kind of surprised the way Miss Gale stood up. Real brave she was. No tears at all.
Yeah, I noticed that. Sergeant?
Maybe she was all cried out, Dollar. It happens, you know.
Uh-huh. It happens. I went back to my room at the hotel later that afternoon and stretched out on the bed to do a little thinking. Sleep, something I hadn't had much of in the past 24 hours, finally caught up. When I awoke, it was dark outside. After a shower and shave, I wandered on down to the amusement pier again. No particular reason. Then I remembered I still had the key to Barney's apartment. I flicked on the light switch in the living room and sat down. Then as I reached around for an ashtray on the small table close by, my sleeve brushed several medicine bottles to the floor. I was picking them up when somebody came in through the back door.
Mr. Dollar?
Oh.
I happened to notice the light under the arcade door. What are you doing back here?
Well, nothing in particular, Twyla. I'm afraid I accidentally knocked these off the table.
Oh, no harm, I guess. Poor Barney won't be needing them anymore.
Well, he had quite an array here. Medicine, pills.
Yeah. Virus of some kind. Hit him like a ton of bricks a month or so ago.
Oh? Did he go to the hospital?
No, not Barney. He wouldn't hear of it.
Well, who took care of him?
Oh, Frank Jessup and myself. Between the two of us, we did the cooking and saw to it he got his medicine and all.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you'd never been in Barney's apartment.
Yeah, that's right. First time was when I found the body.
Well, look, if you and Frank took care of him while he was sick...
Well, it was over at Frank's place in Venice.
Oh.
Yeah, Barney and Frank and a couple other fellows were playing cards. Suddenly, Barney wasn't feeling so good, so he decided to lie down for a while. That's when the game broke up. Frank stayed with Barney, and when he saw how bad his fever was, he called Doc Ferris.
Doc Ferris, huh?
Yeah, lives over in Venice.
Thanks, sweetheart. Lock up for me. Expense account item 14, $1.50, cab fare and tip to Doc Ferris's place in Venice. Barney, he told me, had been a pretty sick man, high fever, delirious at times. But Frank Jessup had stayed by his bedside during the crisis and had done a good job of nursing him through the night. Expense account item 15, $1.50, same cab, back to the amusement zone. The attendant at the Mermaid bit told me that Frank Jessup had gone home early. Expense account item 16, 75 cents, cab fare to Frank's bungalow in Venice. The place was dark. No answer.
You looking for Mr. Jessup?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He just left a few minutes ago. Out for a walk, I guess.
Oh, that's so? Do you know which way he headed?
Down the street. That way.
Good, thanks. I finally caught sight of him a couple of blocks later. He was headed south along a back street. I trailed him all the way out to 47th Avenue. Sand dunes, oil wells, a scattering of houses. Then I saw him duck into some shadows, so I waited. About 10 minutes later, a big Cadillac came along, cruising slowly. As it reached the corner, someone inside flicked out a package, and then the car disappeared into the night. Frank Jessup suddenly darted out of the shadows, scooped up the package, and came running straight toward me. Hold it, Frank. I said, hold it.
Let go. Let go. What are you doing here?
I don't have to ask you that question, do I, Frank? And I don't have to guess what's in that package.
Let go.
Not a chance.
All right. Look, Dollar. We get a good thing here, maybe.
We have.
Sure, why not? 50-50.
That the deal you offered to your old friend, Barney Slade?
Look, I didn't want to kill him, only when I went there the other night and told him what I had in mind, he got sore. Started pushing me around.
How did you find out about Barney's past? That time he was sick, delirious, fever make him do a lot of talking?
That's right.
So Barney spilled the whole thing without knowing.
Come on, Dollar, let's get out of here.
Pocket guessed you were behind it all, didn't he? Figured that's exactly how you found out, so you had to get rid of him, too.
Look, Dollar...
Hold still, little pal. Now, who tossed out that package of money? Come on, Jessup! You called somebody on the phone and got a nice, fat reaction when you mentioned the name of Joe Fallon. Now, who is that somebody?
I am, Mr. Dollar. Easy there. I'm a good shot.
Well. The actor's friend and agent, Milo Martin.
Thank you for holding our little friend here, Mr. Dollar. Makes things a lot easier.
Huh? Your little friend was running a bluff on you, Martin. I don't think he's got the proof that you hired Joe Fallon 27 years ago.
Oh, really? Perhaps not, but I couldn't risk it. Now, could I?
So you thought you could make a little time with Mavis Gale if husband Tom was out of the way, that it?
Yes, but I was wrong.
Didn't even give you a tumble. Too bad, Milo.
Stupid woman, really. Is quite stupid. And now, little man...
Look, Mr. Martin, we can forget all this.
Don't be ridiculous. We can't. And by the way, we haven't met, have we?
Allow me. Frank Jessup. He runs a stall down at the amusement center.
Mr. Martin, you've got to trust me. I can keep my mouth shut.
I fully intend to make certain of that, Mr. Jessup.
Look, all we got to do is get rid of Dollar here.
Oh, you're a sweet kid, aren't you?
Nobody will ever know, Mr. Martin, I swear it.
You're so right, little man. No one will ever know.
Let go, Dollar! Hey!
Frank pulled away from me somehow and started racing across the sand dunes, but he didn't get very far. Milo Martin pumped 2 shots into his back. That meant he took his eyes off me for just a split second, and that's all I needed. I belted him where he was very, very soft, and then followed with a hard uppercut. Milo, 10% Martin, folded without a sound. 17th and final item on expense account, $185.10. Hotel and incidentals in Ocean Park and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $436.25. End of account. Remarks? About Frank Jessup. He got his out there in the sand dunes for the murders of Tom Sanford, alias Barney Slade, and Jarvis Pocket. About Milo Martin, in jail awaiting trial for murder of the above-mentioned F. Jessup. About Mavis Gale. She's going to see to it that the good work at Brother Pocket's rescue mission goes on. We'll donate $25,000 to the cause. Yeah, you guessed it. That'll be the insurance money. End of remarks, end of report. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star with a special announcement.
Yes. I think you'll be glad to know that beginning Sunday, instead of 5 times a week, we'll be on the air only once a week, but with a complete half-hour story. Remember, that's beginning this coming Sunday. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. This week's story was written by Adrian Jandot. Heard in the cast were Paula Winslow, Virginia Gregg, Victor Perrin, Paul Dubov, Frank Gerstle, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Chet Stratton. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Remember, we'll now be on the air on Sunday nights. The time will be listed in your newspaper with more exciting stories of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a special Christmas show, The Happy Prince, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest star, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. On this Christmas Eve, we have joined a great story with the great music of Christmas, brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae. Merry Christmas, everybody. On this Christmas Eve, I shall be the statue of the Happy Prince. Lucille Norman is the little swallow, and John McIntyre is our narrator, who spins for us the lovely story of the Happy Prince.
Above the city, on a tall column, stood the statue of the Happy Prince. He was gilded all over with thin leaves of fine gold. For eyes, he had 2 bright sapphires, and a large red ruby glowed on his sword hilt. He was very much admired indeed.
He is as beautiful as a weathercock.
That's one of the town councilors who wanted to gain a reputation for having artistic tastes. Then there was the sensible mother.
Mama, I want the moon. I want the moon.
Oh, why can't you be like the Happy Prince? The Happy Prince never dreams of crying for anything.
And then there was the disappointed man who gazed up at the wonderful statue.
I'm glad there is someone in the world who is quite happy.
One night there flew over the city a little swallow. Her friends had gone south to the Holy Land weeks and weeks before. But she had lingered behind, dipping her wings in the river and making beautiful silver ripples. All day long the little swallow flew, and at night time she arrived in the city. And the statue of the Happy Prince, whose head seemed to brush the starlight, heard the rush of the swallow's wings.
Whence comes this rush of wings afar, following straight the Noel star? Birds of the woods in wondrous flight, Bethlehem seek this holy night. Tell us, ye birds, why come ye here into the stable poor and dear?
We seek the newborn King, and our sweetest music bring.
Angels and shepherds, birds of a sky, come where the Son of God doth lie. Christ on earth with man doth dwell. Join in the shout, Noel, Noel.
The swallow swooped down and settled for the night at the feet of the statue.
I have a golden bedroom. Now for some sleep. Why, what a curious thing. There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are quite clear and bright, and yet it is raining. Another drop. What is the use of a statue if it cannot keep the rain off? Now, really, this is... Why, the eyes of the statue are filled with tears, and tears are running down his golden cheeks. Who are you?
I am the Happy Prince.
Why are you weeping, then? You have quite drenched me.
When I was alive and had a human heart, I did not know what tears were, for I lived in a beautiful palace where sorrow is not allowed to enter. And each year at this time, the palace rang with our joyous Christmas songs. And my voice led all the rest.
Let every heart prepare him room, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
Everyone called me the Happy Prince, and happy I was, for I never looked beyond the walls of my palace. But now that I am dead, they have set me up here so high that I can see all the unhappiness in my city. And though my heart is made of lead, yet I cannot choose but weep.
What? Is he not solid gold?
Far away in a little street, there is a poor little house. One of the windows is open, and through it I can see a woman. In a bed in the corner of the room, her little boy is lying ill. He has a fever, and his mother has nothing to give him but river water. So he is crying. Swallow, swallow, little swallow. My feet are fastened to this pedestal, and I cannot move. Take the ruby out of my sword hilt and give it to the boy.
I don't think I like boys. Last summer, when I was staying on the river, there were 2 rude boys who were always throwing stones at me. They never hit me, of course. We swallows fly too well for that. But still, it was a mark of disrespect.
Please, little swallow, will you not stay with me for one night and be my messenger?
Oh, but I am expected in the Holy Land, where the sun shines even in the winter.
You have been to the Holy Land? Why, then you know the meaning of Christmas. Have you seen Bethlehem?
Oh, yes. Just a bird's eye view, of course. Ah, but it is a beautiful town, dreaming under the starlight. For one night and be your messenger.
Thank you, little swallow. Thank you.
So the swallow picked out the great ruby from the prince's sword and flew away with it in her beak over the roofs of the city. She passed the cathedral tower where the white angels were sculptured. She passed over the river and saw the lanterns hanging to the masts of the ships. And at last she came to the boy's house. He was tossing feverishly on his bed, and the mother had fallen asleep, she was so tired. In the swallow hopped and laid the great ruby on the table. And then she flew gently around the bed, fanning the boy's forehead with her wings.
How cool I feel. I must be getting better. I shall be better for Christmas.
Then the swallow flew back to the Happy Prince and told him what she had done.
Thank you, little swallow. My entire city is preparing for Christmas. And how unhappy I would be if I did not have you for my messenger. Listen, the carolers singing through the streets of my city. But they do not see what I see.
To save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
It is curious, but I feel quite warm now, although it is so cold.
That is because you have done a good and loving deed. Now go to sleep, little swallow.
The next night, when the moon rose, the swallow flew up to the shoulder of the golden Happy Prince.
Have you any commissions for the Holy Land? I am just starting.
Swallow, swallow, little swallow. Will you not stay with me one night longer?
Oh, no, I cannot.
Please, little swallow, I need you.
You do not understand. Each day it grows colder here in your city. If I stay any longer, I shall freeze.
Just one more day, little swallow.
I cannot, dear Prince.
Please.
Oh, there are tears in your eyes. Are you so sad that I am leaving?
I shall miss you, little swallow. But it is not for my own loneliness that I weep, but for the sadness of others. With your help, I can bring joy to them. But if you go...
Stop your tears, dear Prince. Let winter come. I will stay with you for one more day.
Praise God. Praise God.
We'll return for the second act of The Happy Prince in just a moment.
But still the swallow remained, doing the tasks of mercy and love the Happy Prince commanded.
Sit on my shoulder, little swallow.
But I am so cold, dear Prince.
Oh, then I shall tell you a story which will warm your heart. The story of the first Christmas.
First Noel, the angels did say, was to certain poor shepherds in fields as they lay, in fields where they lay keeping their sheep on a cold winter's night that was
lovely story. Perhaps you did not hear us or understand us, but we birds have sung that for a long, long time.
They looked up and saw a star shining in the east, beyond them far, and to the earth it gave great light, and so continued both day and night.
Oh, little swallow.
What is wrong, dear Prince?
The little match girl in the square below. She has just dropped her matches in the gutter, and they are all spoiled. Oh, her father will beat her if she does not bring home some money. And she is crying, for she thinks that Christmas will pass her by. She has no shoes or stockings, and her little head is bare.
Shall I take her a ruby?
Alas, I have no ruby now. My eyes are all that I have left. And they are made of rare sapphires which were brought out of India 1,000 years ago. Pluck them out and take them to the child.
Oh, no.
Her father will sell them to the jeweler and buy food and firewood. And they will celebrate the birth of the Lord.
Oh, dear Prince, I cannot do that. You would be quite blind then.
Swallow, little swallow, do as I command you.
So the swallow plucked out the prince's eyes and darted down with them. She swooped past the match girl and slipped the jewels into the palm of the child's hand.
Why, what lovely bits of glass.
Then the swallow flew back to the prince.
You are blind now, so I will stay with you always.
No, little swallow. You must go away to the Holy Land where it is warm.
I will stay with you always.
You have a loving heart. Look down the streets of my city at the white faces of starving children staring out at the black world. I am covered with fine gold. You must take it off leaf by leaf and give it to the poor.
Leaf after leaf of the fine gold the swallow picked off, till the happy prince looked quite dull and gray. Leaf after leaf of the fine gold she brought to the poor, and the children's faces grew rosier, and they laughed and played games in the street.
We have bread now, and perhaps for Christmas, a roast goose, steaming and delicious.
Then the snow came. The streets looked as if they were made of silver. Long icicles like crystal daggers hung down from the eaves of the houses. And the little boys wore scarlet caps and skated on the ice. The poor little swallow grew colder and colder, but she would not leave the prince. She loved him too well. She picked up crumbs outside the baker's door when the baker was not looking, and tried to keep herself warm by flapping her wings. But at last she knew she was going to die. She just had strength enough to fly up to the prince's shoulder once more.
Our task is ended, dear Prince. Peace and silence sit on your city.
That is because of you, little swallow. Listen to the lovely silence of my happy city.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright. Young Virgin Mother and Child.
goodbye, dear Prince.
I am glad that you're going to the Holy Land at last, little swallow. It is warm there. You have stayed with me too long.
It is not to the Holy Land I am going. I am going to the house of death. Death is the brother of sleep, is he not?
Then she kissed the happy prince and fell down dead at his feet. At that moment, a curious crack sounded inside the statue as if something had broken. The fact is that the leaden heart had snapped right into it. Early the next morning, the mayor was walking the square.
Dear me, how shabby the happy prince looks. The ruby has fallen from his sword, his eyes are gone, and he is no longer golden. We must have him pulled down. And what's this? A dead bird at his feet? We must issue a proclamation that birds are not to be allowed to die here.
At the foundry where they melted the statue, there was something that puzzled the overseer.
Why, what a strange thing. This broken lead heart will not melt in the furnace. Well, throw it away. Toss it over there on that dust heap where the dead swallow is lying.
Bring me the two most precious things in the city, said God to one of his angels. And the angel brought him the leaden heart and the dead bird. You have rightly chosen, said God. For in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore. And in my city of gold the happy prince shall praise me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And our thanks to Lucille Norman, John McIntyre, Herb Butterfield, Howard McNair, Patty Ione, Stuffy Singer, Katie Lee, and to our entire company. We're so happy you joined us for our Railroad Hour Christmas party. On behalf of all of the American Railroads and all the members of our company, Lucille Norman, Carmen Dragon, and all his fine musicians, Norman Luboff and all his singers, our producer, our technicians, our writers, and our arrangers. A happy, happy holiday, and God bless you, everyone. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, when Lucille Norman joins us for the Railroad Hour Review of the Year, a happy holiday, and good night, everybody.
Portions of the preceding program were transcribed. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Starlet. Lucille Norman appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, who are releasing the Milton Sperling production Distant Drums. Tonight's story, The Happy Prince, by Oscar Wilde, with the great music of Christmas, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Hear the voice of Firestone with Eleanor Steber next on NBC.
Now, Twilly. 1, 2.
Where the bee sucks, there suck I.
Suck, 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 suck. Right, lads. Now, just hold it there. Now, I realise that since the governor, George and Charles's suggestion, of course, has arranged that B Block is to give a concert at the Tower of London, every prisoner in B Block quite naturally wants to be in the choir, but lots of you, unfortunately, can't sing for toffee. Order, gentlemen, please, order. So I think the best thing all round, both to satisfy my aesthetic judgment and to ensure that all of us still go on the outing, is that the ones I now indicate, the growlers, that is, will kindly mouth the words rather than actually singing them, all right?
This is sort of sound.
Right. Basil, mouthing only.
You were flat.
Billy?
Oh, right.
Winston?
Yeah, right on, Nigel.
Tommy, mouthing?
Right.
Fingers?
Really?
Yes, mouthing.
Suit yourself.
Now, gentlemen, let's try again with some heartfelt mouthing as well as singing. Right, from just before suck, 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 suck. 1, 2.
Where the bee sucks, there suck I.
Suck, suck.
In our cow's lips, well I lie.
Oh, no, stop. Now, you just mouthed it as well, Bullet Head.
No. Not that. No one calls me that. No one. Not anymore. No one calls me B.H.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Bullet. I mean, Cyril. Yes, I was forgetting, sorry. Now, would you just mouth as well, Cyril?
Certainly, Nigel. Charmed to be of assistance.
Right, Cyril. Now, once more, gentlemen. Twinny, you start. 1, 2.
Where the bee sucks, there suck I. Suck. In a cow's lips, bell I lie. There I count when owls do cry, when owls do cry, when owls do cry.
A Right Royal Rip-Off by Wally K. Daly, with Peter Jones as Charles, Lockwood West as George, Bernard Bresslaw as Bullet Head, Charles Hawtrey as Fingers, and Donald Hewlett as Governor Smith. A Right Royal Rip-Off.
Under the blossom that hangs on the bough,
merrily, merrily shall I live now. Under the blossom that hangs on the bough, under the blossom that hangs on the bough.
Gentlemen, restrain yourselves. Gentlemen.
And lady, Mrs. Chairperson.
Sorry, Mrs. Sopworth, and lady, of course. Thank you. Now, could you please try to control these outbursts? We are, after all, making decisions that affect the lives and release dates of many of Her Majesty's most recalcitrant prisoners. And I think it essential that this parole board retains its sense of what is and what is not decorous.
Well, Governor Smith started it. Now ask him to explain his disgraceful attitude to the inmates of B Block in general, and to these two prisoners in particular.
Certainly, I'll explain,
Well,
Mr.
get on
Judge.
with it, then explain.
If only you'd all stop shouting for a moment.
Through the chair, Governor Smith.
Sorry, certainly I'll explain through the chair, Mrs. Chairman, Mrs. Chairperson.
Well, please do. It's nearly sherry time, and we've still got an awful lot of business to attend to.
Normally I would be the first person to admit that remission earned should be given. And the two gentlemen in question have certainly earned their remission.
Well, what's all the fuss about then? Let them go.
The fuss, gentlemen, and Mrs. Sopworth, of course.
Thank you.
My pleasure, is about the reaction of the other prisoners to the early release of these two particular inmates.
What's that got to do
Now,
with it?
we know they all took part in the great sales day robbery at Harades. £4 million removed in one day.
Yes, but they didn't get away with a penny of it.
That isn't the point, Mr. Thompson. They took it and paid the price. There's no denying it was the judge's favourite store. He admitted as much in court. And despite being a relatively young judge, at 87 years old, he confessed to still taking tea there at least once a week, if not twice. I admit he was somewhat severe, all the accused receiving 10 years each, except for these two, who, having impeccable records and having worked a lifetime for the Prisoners' Aid and Rehabilitation Society, as well as having met the judge a few times at receptions and things, received only 5 years.
What are you grizzling on about, Governor Smith?
I'm grizzling on, as you so graphically put it, about the fact, Mrs. Sopworth, that if you parole them now, after having served only 3 years of their sentence, and the rest must remain for a further 7 years, there's likely to be a riot in this prison.
Sorry to keep you, Billy.
That's all right. No rush.
Got another 7 years to do as it happens. I'm not exactly in any great hurry.
Good. Couldn't pop the kettle on while you're waiting then, could you?
Certainly. Be my pleasure, Charles. My folio case will be all right here, will it?
I'll keep my eye on it.
Ah, fine.
Charles?
Yes, George?
The clay for the pottery group has arrived at the main gate.
Right. The governor will look after that then when he's free.
Good.
How's it going, Warden Wilkes?
Oh, just tip-tapping the last of the classes out now. Towards a greater understanding of policemen and their problems.
Well done. Use the Darjeeling, Billy.
Oh, right. There we are. Done.
Good.
And an impressive list it is as well.
I think it must be the busiest curriculum we've organised yet.
Without a doubt. You don't think you may have laid on a little too much this time? Silk screen printing, Silver Mark Appreciation Society.
If you remember, Warden Wilkes, you had the same reservations about the lapidary class and the art appreciation lectures last term.
So I did. Point taken.
The boys can't get enough. The whole of B Block's a thirst for knowledge and new frontiers, and George and I shall go on providing ever greater challenges to their newfound enthusiasm till the thirst is quenched.
Well, I must be off to the meditation/snooker room. Will you be along to hear the choir rehearsing later?
Well, there's still a few appointments on the book, but we'll try to pop in for a few minutes before they finish.
I see you then. Bye, Charles. Bye, George.
Bye. Kettle's on.
Many thanks, Billy. Want to show us what you've got in the folio while it's quietened down for a few minutes?
Certainly, it'd be my pleasure.
George, are you nearly finished there? Billy's brought his latest piece for us to have a look at.
Just marking the last paper.
There we go. What do you think of those two, then?
Wonderful.
Coming.
Am I right? First of all, Picasso. One real and one copy.
Got it in one, Charles. Or rather, in two.
Good Lord. Now, that really is quite amazing, Billy. From over here, you can't see a scrap of difference between them. Oh. Can't see any difference from here, either.
So which one's the real one, Billy?
I have a guess, Charles.
Well, I couldn't be certain, but I'd have a blind guess that that one's the real one and that one's the one you painted.
George?
Well, on principle, I usually allow myself to be guided by Charles in this sort of thing. He was, after all, in intelligence during the war. So that one is the real one, and that one is the forgery.
Copy, George, copy.
Oh, sorry, Billy. Yes, copy. No offence meant.
It's all right, no offence taken. It's all semantics in any case. Copy, forgery, what's the difference?
About 5 years, I should imagine.
Copy it is then. Well, it's time I was off. Many thanks for the interview at such short notice, Charles.
Right.
I was looking forward to your opinion, which I naturally value highly.
Yes, but which one is it?
Which one's what, George?
The real Picasso.
Oh, the real one.
Were we right?
Afraid not.
Oh.
You both picked the phony yet again. Well, I better be getting back to my cell, get this into its frame. Governor Smith said that if I let him have it by this afternoon, he'll get it back to the gallery and see if his friend there will let me have a Lautrec. Perhaps you'd let the governor know it'll be ready soon.
Of course.
Well, I'll be off then. Oh, it looks like the kettle's boiling.
I'll get it. Bye, Billy.
Bye. Bye, Charles.
Bye.
You all right? Bit deep in thought.
Yes, just a hint of a worry in my mind, George.
Worry?
Well, thought might be the better way of putting it.
Well, you want to share it?
Yes. How do we know whether it's the real paintings that go back into the frames?
I say, Charles, that's a bit strong.
Is it? I took tea with Billy last week in his cell. The walls are hung from floor to ceiling with unframed Picassos, 2 constables, a fat lady with a hole in the middle by Henry Moore, a Modigliani, a Monet, a Manet. Wall-to-wall paintings, George. You name the master, and he's got at least one painting by each. And you know what, George?
What, Charles?
I think they're all the originals.
What?
In fact, being honest, I'm certain of it.
Good Lord. Well, surely we must tell someone. Governor Smith, perhaps.
Certainly not. It's only a misplaced sense of value that puts such a worth on the originals. No, I think leave well alone, George. But I do think best to let Billy know soon that I'm not quite the silly old duffer he's been taking me for these last few months.
Oh, you're not a silly old duffer, Charles. If anyone around here could be called a silly old duffer, it would be me.
Yes. Well, is that the last of this morning's appointments, George? Just check the book, would you?
Certainly, Charles, certainly. We've got to pop along and see how finger sculpting is coming along.
Good, I shall enjoy that. Ever since Tommy the Telephone's taken to playing his guitar in Finger's cell to help soothe his nerves, it's become quite Arcadian there.
Yes, quite delightful. Apart from that, there's only Bullethead.
Cyril!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Really?
Well, he wants to talk about his English lit examination, I believe.
Well, that shan't take long. So good opportunity to finish making the tea, eh, George?
Oh, indeed. Right off.
I don't know what we're going on about still.
Surely, if you could rethink the matter in even 6 months' time, it would be a help.
Governor Smith, this parole board as a whole has decided. And I would be pleased if you would accept our decision without further quibbling. They've served their sentences so far blemish-free. They've earned their remission, and they are to be paroled forthwith. Now, Sherry.
But
me no but, sir. Forthwith they are to be freed. I, the lady chairperson of this Her Majesty's Parole Board, have spoken.
Well said, lass. You stand up for your right. Well done.
Come.
It's only me.
Ah, Cyril.
How are you?
Surprisingly well, thank you, considering the inordinate amount of perusing I've had to be a doing of relative to my forthcoming examination on the many mysteries of English literature. I found a great problem at first with Ode on a Grecian Urn, but I think I finally cracked it now.
Oh, good. Well, there we are. Tea's made and brewing.
But how's it going more generally, Cyril? Ready for the exams?
Oh, it's going quite smoothly, thank you. Well,
good.
very smooth indeed. In fact, smooth as monumental alabaster, as a fellow said prior to doing a Jack the Ripper on Desdemona.
Yes, go on.
Being honest, I never thought that education could be such fun. In fact, 'tis like the barber's chair that fits all buttocks.
Beg pardon?
All's well that ends well.
Ah, yes, of course, I suppose it would be, yes.
Shakespeare again, George.
Really? Fits all buttocks.
Appetite, isn't it? Not that I would have known before, never having had any until you got me started on this self-improvement course, that is.
Oh, good. Glad you're enjoying it.
Oh, yeah, lovely. Education's wonderful, isn't it?
Wonderful.
You know, I never could understand when the head of the gang was working out how far a tunnel or get into a bank vault, say, how he could possibly know the distance with just a map to guide him how far to dig like.
Yeah.
But once you've done geography and you learn about episimeters, you're home and dry.
What, Cyril?
Episimeters, George. You know, the little wheel on a stick for measuring lines on a map.
Oh, yes, of course. Episimeters. I'd quite forgotten those.
And the things of interest you discover are really amazing. I mean, what are those long white things that Indians have dangling between their legs that they nonchalantly throw over their shoulders called?
Doties.
That's the word, doties. Well, they wear those doties to reflect heat so they don't get too hot round the crutch like.
Oh, how awfully interesting.
Yes, but what is the purpose of your visit today, Cyril? Is there something specific, or did you just pop in to chat over things generally?
Well, there was that thing about the past participle relative to the pronoun, of course.
Ah, yes, of course there was. Well, I honestly think the best thing would be to have a chat with Governor Smith. Grammar's not really my strong point, and he has had to do an awful lot of studying of grammar for his autobiography, so I'm sure he'll be able to answer any queries.
Right, I'll do that.
Anything else?
Well, just about my name again.
Cyril.
And, no, the other one.
Bullethead, you mean?
George.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that one, which I'd rather not say. A few of the chaps still let it slip out, accidentally, I think. I mean, I know a rose by any other name should smell as sweet, but quite frankly, that particular sobriquet gets right up my hooter. And I would like you and George, if you would, to let it be known to everybody what my feelings are about it. Now I'm starting to get some small smattering of education like, and not unnaturally a more sensitive like nature like.
Certainly we will.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. You could also drop it into the conversation, subtle like, nothing too obvious or overstated, that the next person I hear calling me that shall have their legs ripped off and stuffed up their noses.
Yes,
something like that. But better than that, if you know what I mean.
Yes, it's similar.
Silken words are thread with gold, as Shakespeare would probably have said.
Would he?
Probably.
Safe and secure security. Yes, Mr. Perkins speaking. Who? Oh, the Tower of London Chief Security's office. Yes, of course, yes, I'll certainly hold. The Crown and Jewels cleaning contract. Please, let it be yes. Please, let it be yes. Yes, speaking. We have. Oh, that's wonderful news, Colonel, wonderful. No, I do realise how important the job is, and I do appreciate you ringing to let me know personally that the contract is ours. I'm sure that safe and secure security will serve you well. Pardon? Yes, it was a very good cabaret, wasn't it? Delightful little fillies. We must meet there again soon. Yes. Yes, I'll do that. Goodbye. Goodbye, Colonel. Yippee! We've got the crown jewels job. We've got the crown jewels job. We've got the crown... Come. Yes, Doreen?
I thought I heard you call, sir. Was there something?
No, it was nothing. Just stubbed my toe. Back to work, Doreen.
Very good, sir.
By the way, it's just been confirmed that Safe and Secure Security has actually won the contract for overseeing the cleaning of the crown jewels at the tower.
Oh, sir, that's wonderful news, Mr. Perkins. Wonderful.
Control, Doreen. Just another job. Nothing to get too excited about. Back to work now, dear.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Cannelloni phoned.
Cannelloni?
That's the one. Said please to call him pronto. Something the matter, Mr. Perkins? Not bad news?
Oh, no, Doreen, not bad news. Now, get me, Mr. Cannelloni. Now, no, wait. Get me my pills first.
I hope you don't mind me saying so, Fingers, but your calves are exquisite.
Not at all, Tommy. Nice of you to mention it.
And those thighs. So smooth, so sensual.
Oh, glad you like them.
And best of all, I think, are your little toes. Perfect little pearls. Each one a minor miracle at the end of a perfect foot.
Oh, you are awful. Make me blush if you go on like that.
No, I mean it. It's fantastic. You take your little thing there in your hand, hit the end of it with a mallet, and voila! Miracles in marble. Half a torso knocked out in no time.
It's only practice. I mean, I feel the same about your guitar playing, Tommy. I've got the nimblest fingers in the world when it comes to safe cracking. Fame for it. But when I see what you can do with yours, well, one quick wiggle and you're plucking up arpeggios out of nowhere. Well, there, you see. It almost puts me to shame.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. It's really all down to discovering your unknown skill and practising it, as George and Charles would say.
Yes, they would.
Oh, it changed my life totally, them getting me my guitar.
Now, Tommy, if you just stop playing for a few minutes.
Oh, certainly.
This is a bit difficult. Needs all my concentration for these last few taps.
Oh, I don't know how you can tap there without wincing.
Just a few more taps.
Ooh.
Da. Silence, please, Tommy.
Sorry.
This is the vital bit.
Fingers! Tommy, disastrous news!
Whoops.
Oh, nasty. Sorry, Fingers, but there's a meeting of all B Block in the meditation stroke snooker room immediately.
Music, Tommy. Please.
You know, George, sometimes I wake in the middle of the night when the world is peaceful and asleep and I'm comfortable and safe, snug in my bed, and I think, are there any other two elderly gentlemen adrift in this whole world as lucky as we two are? Biscuit?
What's brought this on, Charles?
What?
The musing, aren't we lucky, all that business.
I don't know, really. Just thinking, wouldn't it be awful if something came along to spoil it, I suppose?
I shouldn't think so. A bit unlikely. There's enough work here to keep us going for years yet.
True, but I do feel a strange sense of impending doom this morning.
Who on earth can that be? None of the boys would ever disturb our break.
Awfully sorry to disturb without an appointment.
Governor, what an unexpected pleasure. Come in.
Popped in for a cup of weak Darjeeling. Perfect timing. I'll fetch another cup.
No. Thank you very much, all the same, George. Had something of a shock.
Shock?
Yes, but I'll get to that in a minute.
Turn the gramophone off, George.
How's your day been? Busy?
Fairly average, no great problems. Oh, I did suggest that Bullet Head contacted you with a grammatical problem he's somewhat baffled with.
Oh, fine. Be pleased to help.
And he has now apparently cracked the Grecian urn, by the way.
Oh, that's rather sad. I didn't actually know he had a Grecian urn, being honest.
No, the Ode. By Keats.
The Ode, of course, yes, good. Anything else for me, crop up?
Just to remember to collect the Picasso off Billy for return to the gallery.
I think it's a Lautrec he's after next, isn't it?
I believe so. It's very thoughtful of your friend there to be so helpful.
Oh, not at all. Charming man, charming. We've no real connection, you understand. Same prep school, Eton, Oxford, the Guards, MI6, that sort of thing. But nothing special. Every time I see him, I say, who'd have thought old Pumper Pemrose would end up as head of a gallery? And he says, who'd have thought old Stinker Smith would end up as an HM prison governor?
Yes.
But I would, of course, prefer that particular nom de guerre didn't go beyond these four walls.
Oh, but of course not.
Oh, good.
So, he doesn't mind you borrowing them?
No, the exact opposite, in fact. He says the prison atmosphere obviously does them good. They all arrive back looking even fresher and cleaner than when they leave.
Yes.
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 Don't you think you'd better get it off your chest, Gov?
It's bad news, I'm afraid.
Bad news?
You both have to leave.
What?
You have to leave.
You can't mean it. There's so much work still to be done here. The men are just learning to trust us.
I'm sorry. I did my best, but the board was adamant. You are now eligible for parole, and I know you'll be as horrified as I am to hear it, but they are insisting that you are both released.
Good. Oh.
But how on earth would we manage?
It's iniquitous.
I agree. I tried very hard to explain that to them. Then I pretended the others might riot. Then I told them the truth didn't do any good. They pooh-poohed the idea that you might like it here and not want to go.
Like it? We love it. Never been so happy in our lives. 3 meals a day, plus cocoa at bedtime, comfortable room, place to rest one's head. No worry about what clothes shall I wear today. Helpful guards on every landing attending to one's every need.
Yes.
Not to mention the fact that one never receives any bills.
Personally, that's the best thing I like about prison. No bills.
I know what you mean, George. I had 3 final demands and a rate supplement alongside my lightly boiled egg this very morning.
Good heavens.
One simply can't survive. It's horrendous.
But more important is our work. We've done more to help these boys in the last 3 years inside than we did in our 30 years with Prisoners' Aid and Rehabilitation Society outside. We can't just let it all slip away, Governor. There must be an answer.
Oh, there must be.
I'm afraid not. You will have to leave. However, if by any mischance you should err again, you would have to come back and serve what remained of your sentence, plus whatever additional sentence you received. Not that you would, of course. Totally reformed. In a way, that's part of your problem, really. You're both just too nice. Too jolly nice. Charles, George, we, the entire prison, will miss you. Yes. Well, I'll let the guards know that you're to be allowed to come and go as you please until you finally leave. Give you a chance to get used to the outside world while still having a safe place to come back to, as it were. It's the best I can do, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Charles, this is calamitous. What on earth can we do? What on earth can we do?
Calm yourself, George. Calm yourself. We're not quite as reformed as the governor thinks.
Aren't we?
No, we're not, George. You and I are going to pull off just one more job. A job so big it'll set the whole world talking, make our last little escapade look like peanuts, and will guarantee us, when we're finally caught, prison for the rest of our natural lives.
Well, what do you think, Tommy?
No, there's no chance of an appeal to them working. I checked the recording I made of the parole board meeting, and the whole lot were adamant. Yeah. George and Charles have to go. That Mrs. Sopworth started it.
Of course she would.
But what if they want to be released?
Of course they don't want to be released, would you?
No, but...
Well, there you are, then.
Well, listen, Basil. I've got a small bug in the rose Governor Smith is wearing in his lapel this morning, and I happened to catch him breaking the news to George and Charles that they have to leave, like. And I promise you, they were totally aghast.
Oh, well, in that case, what are we going to do about it?
I personally am in something of a quandary. If only I could think of the right person to punch, Perhaps that was sorted out, but I can't think whom I should punch.
Violence isn't the answer, Cyril. But I do know what is.
What?
A little riot. It's the only answer. We'll have to have a little riot.
Hello? Yes, Governor Smith speaking. The Daily what? Oh, the Daily... yes. I've been expecting a call. It's about the Haradi Sales Day robbers' release, I suppose. It's not? Oh, what is it about?
Sir, you'll never believe what's happened.
Would you hold a moment, please? Plunkett, how many times do I have to tell you, knock on the door and then wait?
But, sir...
But me no buts, Plunkett. Oh, that's rather good, isn't it? But me no...
Sir, I honestly think
I am on the telephone. I'm sorry about that. Prisoners. Which part of the prison are they calling from? B block. Oh, no. I'm sorry, there's been some mistake. It's obviously a practical joke. B block would never riot.
Oh, yes, they bleeding would.
Plunkett, I will... What did you say?
I said, oh, yes, they bleeding would. There is a riot in B block at this very moment, sir. They barricaded themselves in the meditation/snooker room and are holding Officer Wilkes as hostage.
Good God, why on earth didn't you tell me, man? This could be just what I need for the last chapter of my autobiography. Come, Plunkett, to B block.
Sir!
Yeah.
Oh, mamma mia.
That creep from Safe and Secure Security's outside, Mr. Cloney. Shall I send him away?
No, send him in. I was expecting him.
You wish me to wait in case you want him chastised for anything?
No. I sent for him to compliment him. He's been a good boy now. He's organising our little money laundering factory very well these days. If I have you punch him, he will doubt my sincerity.
Oh.
There will be other creeps to chastise. I, Mr. Cannoni, promised this.
Oh, very good, Mr. Cloney.
Now tell this creep to come in, okay?
Okay.
Come in, creep.
Thank you very much.
Ah, Pukins. Good to see you, my friend.
Perkins,
Pukins, Perkins. With friends, what does it matter?
Friends?
But yes. Did I not invite you to the mansion here?
I was actually a little worried about that, sir.
No, what's with this, sir? Call me Cannoni now. We're friends.
Yes, very good. Well, I was a little worried about coming to the family's mansion. You see, Cannoni...
Mr. Cannoni, you cretin. Don't go getting too familiar with me, you punk. There's a Mr. before my Cannoni.
Sorry. Misunderstood. Mr. Cannoni, sir.
Okay. Now we're friends again. Oh, don't look so worried. Oh, look at you. Your brows all spotted with sweat. A little tick under your eye there. See, going twitchy. Your hand all shaky. What's the matter with you, Pukins?
You normally don't like me coming to the mansion, Mr. Cannoni. Sir, it's not really safe that I, the head of one of the largest security companies in the country, should visit you. Oh. Not only Machine Gun Cannoni's son, but the family's representative in England. And while I know that Safe and Secure Security actually belongs to the family, best nobody else perhaps ties the two things together. Wouldn't you agree?
You question my judgment?
Oh, no. Just thought I'd mention it in passing. And nothing else, just a thought, that's all.
That's good. For today, I like you.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah.
And I would not like you to spoil that for me. You have made my mama very happy. Oh, thank you, Pukins.
I have. Your mama. I didn't know I'd met Mama Cannoni.
Of course you haven't met Buffino. She is a lady. But yes, happy you make her. She called me from Palm Springs. Mama is so proud, she said. Mama is so proud that the family has been chosen over so much competition to guard the Queen's jewel.
The Queen's jewel?
The Tower of London, stupido.
Oh, the new contract.
And when Mama comes over, she says she looks forward to trying them all on. Crowns, tiaras, in fact, all the Queen's hats and all the other stuff that ladies like.
Yes, but Mr. Cannoni, that's impossible.
What?
The security's immense. There are alarms, gas, electric scanning, infrared trip switches, magic eyes, beef eaters.
Enough, Pukins. You want I should call my uglies to thwack you a little?
No, sir.
So it isn't good. Who do the men who will be guarding the jewels work for?
Safe and Secure Security.
And who runs Safe and Secure Security?
Well, I do.
And you, Pukins, you ugly, cretinous, moroso dombino, who owns you?
Well...
Me owns you, me! And if the mama of me wants to try on the Queen's hats when she comes on a visit, then the mama of me shall try on the Queen's hats.
You hear me? Yes, sir. Of course, sir.
Shouldn't be allowed if you ask me, sir.
Plunkett, will you stop mumbling on to yourself? It's very disquieting. Very good of you to help out like this, gentlemen.
Pleased to be of assistance.
Oh, of course, any time.
I went along to the meditation stroke snooker room myself, but they were shouting, hang the governor, with such ferocity, I thought best not pop in unannounced.
I shouldn't worry. Billy was talking about painting your portrait this morning. They were probably agreeing it was a good idea.
No, I still say it shouldn't be allowed. Prisoners being asked to stop other prisoners rioting ridiculous. Makes a farce of the old system.
It's not a proper riot, Plunkett. More of a demonstration, if you ask me, or even an improvised drama group, come to that.
I still think you should break out the riot guns and go in there shooting. Sir!
We haven't got any riot guns.
Gas canisters?
No gas canisters either. Too much television, that's your trouble.
Better than asking prisoners to stop other prisoners' riots.
Plunkett, if you don't stop whinging on, I'm going to send you straight back to the guardroom and not let you come with us to the riot, demonstration, improvised drama.
You wouldn't?
Oh, yes, I would.
Good Lord, I think you mean it.
I most certainly do. Now, will you be good enough to keep quiet?
All right. But I still
Not another word, Plunkett, or it's the guardroom.
Ooh!
Right. What do you think, gentlemen? A gentle tap on the door, perhaps?
Good idea, yes. Yes.
Ah, it sounds as though whatever agreement they've come to has met with general approval.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Quatch, somebody's coming out.
Governor, I am the agreed spokesman for the prisoners.
Oh, that's nice.
We have decided unanimously to exchange our hostage for George and Charles.
Very good. Oh, by the way, Cyril, I believe you wanted to have a chat about a grammatical problem.
Oh, yeah, I would. If you'd be so kind as to help. Past participles, principally.
Certainly. Why not pop and see me later on when all this business is sorted out?
Love to. See you then. Thanks, Gov.
My pleasure. Oh, by the way, congratulations on the Grecian urn.
Oh, you've heard? I'm having a shot at his Nightingale next.
Well, let's hope you bag it soon.
Hey? Oh, very droll, Governor, very droll. Right, in you come, George and Charles.
Very good. After you, George.
Oh, many thanks.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Cyril.
Send out the hostage.
Thank you.
Bye, Mr. Wilkes.
Thank you, Cyril.
See you later.
Look forward to that, Cyril. Past participles, eh? All right, Wilkes?
Oh, yes, sir. Fine.
It shouldn't be allowed if you ask me.
Plunkett, enough! But I warned you! To the guardroom! At the double!
I've never known anything like it in my life. In all my years in the service...
Now, Wilkes, tell me exactly what happened, every vivid detail.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, it's very good of you to be so caring about George and my well-being, and you're quite right, it is a ghastly thing to happen at our time of life.
Yeah.
But laying siege to the meditation stroke snooker room is, I feel, not really going to help an awful lot.
Well, it's more of a gesture, really, Charles.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I mean, once the rot sets in, it could strike anywhere. I mean, who knows which one of us might be picked on for early release. It's very worrying for all of us.
Now, listen, everyone, please. Charles has a plan.
Well, it's not quite a plan yet, George, but a thought. Namely, one more gigantic job. A job so big that'll make our last one look like small change and guarantee George and I B-block for life.
All by yourself?
Oh, no. We thought you might all like to help us out. Or, more precisely, help us back in.
But how? I mean, you're outside, being allowed to come and go as you please until you're released properly, as I heard it on my recording of your conversation with the governor, that is. But we're inside.
Not in 3 weeks' time, you're not.
Oh, the choir outing.
Exactly, Nigel. So if you're all to help, the date of the robbery has, of course, decided itself. February the 14th, day of the choir outing.
But, Charles, what's the job going to be? I mean, it'll take an awful lot to top our last caper.
That also has decided itself.
How come?
Well, gentlemen, where is your choir giving its special invitation Valentine's Day concert?
The Tower.
Exactly. And what of inestimable value is lodged and carefully guarded in the aforementioned edifice?
The crown jewels.
Right again. Gentlemen, George and I would be very grateful indeed if you would all join us in our attempt on the day of the choir outing to remove the aforementioned baubles from the Tower of London.
Julius Caesar's ill-erected tower. How on earth will you do it, Charles?
No idea, Cyril. But George and I will pop over there and have a look round Caesar's erection tomorrow.
Really? That should be fun.
Something's bound to suggest itself. What do you say, George? A day out at the Tower?
Oh, yes, super. Look forward to that. Take a packed lunch, shall we?
Yes, good thinking.
And an episometer, perhaps?
Pardon?
Gentlemen, so nice of you to come at such short notice.
Nice of you to invite us, Colonel.
Yes, indeed.
Off with his head! Off with his head!
Beg pardon, Colonel?
Not me. Damn raven on the window ledge there. Go on, push off, you little black beggar.
A talking raven?
Yes, Mr. de Vere, we've 2 or 3 of them as it happens. I'd be pleased if you both keep quiet about it. Wouldn't do if it got out. Lower the tone of the whole place, talking ravens indeed. When I find which of the damned beef-eaters is teaching them, I'm going to string him up by his toggles. Yes, well, gentlemen, shall we be seated?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. It's all
I sit in.
Yes, very comfortable.
I'll sit behind my own desk if it's all the same with you, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Right, introductions. Mr. de Vere, of Stones of Bond Street, Mr. Perkins of Safe and Secure Security.
How do you do, Mr. Perkins?
Pleased to meet you.
Well, gentlemen, we're breaking new ground here. This is the first year that Mr. de Vere has been in charge of the cleaning, and this will be the first year that we've ever used an outside security firm to oversee the operation. Being honest, Mr. de Vere, no offence intended, I was rather looking forward to seeing old Mr. Coots again.
No offence taken.
Every year for 25 years he's been popping in with his posse of cleaners, polishing up the pearls and pushing off peacefully. I shall miss him. Is he dead?
No, just retired. At 85, he decided to call it a day. Polished himself to a standstill for the royal wedding, apparently.
Sensible chap, then. Funeral will be a splendid affair. Times obit, gun carriage, all that.
I was taken on to replace him at director level. They felt that with my references, my background in the trade, my fine arts degree, plus the fact that I am engaged to Deirdre, the chairman's daughter, I was the perfect candidate for the job.
I suppose they would do, yes. Right, gentlemen, to business. Unless, of course, a quick slosh is called for.
What a good
Toast
idea.
to the success of our little venture, as it were.
Thank you very much.
Right, gin and tonic's all right.
Make one a double! Make one a double!
Faunt, you black monster, away!
Oh, bloody down! Bloody down! Bloody down! Bloody down!
Get off! Get! Dear, I do hope that wasn't a valuable piece.
No, just tourist trash. Sorry about that. Gin and tonic's all right.
Excellent.
Good. Better make them doubles, I imagine.
There.
You know, George, it's 40 years since I've been here, and it hasn't changed a jot.
40?
Yes, during the war. Had a little job to do.
Gosh, what a throng. Never seen so many foreigners gathered together in one place before. Except for one night in a little place in Tangiers.
A motley United Nations collection indeed. I should imagine every country is represented. I haven't heard English spoken since we've been queuing here. Still, nearly at the head. I'll give you some money, shall I?
No, it's all right. I'll get them. My treat. Here we go.
I'll wait by the entrance.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Just to put you both in the picture generally, before we get down to finer points, the Queen's company watch the Crown Jewels, the yeoman warders watch the Queen's own company, the soldiers watch the yeomen, and I watch them all. Until, of course, the week ending the 14th. I'll be your sweetheart. Valentine's Day, that is, when the jewel heist is to be closed to the public. The Queen's own company, for the first time in history, goes off to help the Queen create pageantry in Patagonia. Then your cleaners move in to clean the jewels, Mr. de Vere, and Safe and Secure Security move in to keep watch, Mr. Perkins.
Will my men be expected to wear the beef...
No. Just their normal caps and coshes and things will do.
And as I stood steel-eyed at the meditation-snooker-room door, relaxed but ready to spring instantly into action if there was the least danger to the two prisoners, the two elderly prisoners who had so bravely volunteered to... Oh, damn! If it goes on at this rate, I'll be in my grave before this flipping autobiography goes to press. Come.
Only me, Governor.
Oh, Cyril. Pleasure to see you. For one dreadful second, I thought it was going to be that awful Plunkett again. Take a seat.
Thank you. Oh, Plunkett's all right, really, Governor. Underneath that is. Once you get to know him, like, I wouldn't be surprised he had family problems. A harridan of a wife or unlovable children, perhaps.
Yes, they usually are, aren't they?
But, as Shakespeare said, let's purge this collar without letting blood.
Hamlet?
Richard III. I think he just needs a little love and affection, really, Gov.
Richard III?
No, Plunkett.
Well, there's a very Christian attitude on your part, Cyril, but I must admit I find his whining on all the time very hard to take. Very hard indeed. Being honest, I pray for the day when, as Shakespeare also said, his silence will sit drooping.
Richard III?
Hamlet, just after Alas, poor Euricus.
I'll have a little chat to him first opportunity that presents itself tomorrow, Governor. See if I can get to the bottom of it.
I'm glad the spot of bother yesterday got itself sorted out.
Wasn't much of a riot as riots go, was it?
No, but it'll make quite a nice chapter for my autobiography.
Oh, good. I'm pleased about that. I was even more pleased yesterday with the realisation that George and Charles perhaps won't be leaving us after all.
Really?
Yeah, but best not to talk about it, of course, Governor, as I wouldn't like any possible suggestion that I might be a grass to soil my name. Shades of Iago, as it were.
Of course not.
But I do think I'm giving nothing away if I simply say that the imminent danger of their release might have been safely sidetracked for a little while, i.e. 20 years.
As long as that? Oh, that's wonderful news, wonderful.
Past participles, perhaps?
Of course.
And though not having taken charge of the operation before, I have, of course, been well briefed by our Mr. Coote.
But of course.
As you know, Colonel, the jewels aren't seated and glued firmly, but in fact lightly clipped in their mounting, so it's no great problem getting them out of the settings ready for dipping in the acid bath for the cleaning. And, of course, to check that no plastic stones have made an appearance since the previous year's cleaning.
Good Lord, just lightly clipped.
Yes, not commonly known that Mr. Perkins can't go gouging them out of gold every time they're cleaned.
I mean, isn't there a danger that if the Queen is going along in her carriage on some state occasion, she may sneeze violently and inadvertently scatter all the stones in the crowd?
Now, all the jewels in use are naturally firmly fixed, Mr. Perkins.
Besides which, H.M. does not sneeze on state occasions.
No, of course not. I was forgetting.
By the way, Colonel, there is one small change that I shall be making this year.
Oh, yes, what's that, Mr. de Beer?
Instead of completing the cleaning of the jewels one case at a time and then replacing them, as in previous years, all the jewels from all the cases will be stripped and the gems cleaned together.
Really? A somewhat unusual break with tradition.
We have been requested on the highest authority to have a total weight and present-day market value put on the whole collection. As soon as the last stone has been removed, I shall make the valuation myself, and naturally needing complete quiet while making the assessment, I will do it after the cleaners have left.
And on whose authority is this taking place?
The highest.
You mean?
Yes. I will naturally have the necessary documentation prepared and signed by the authority concerned, and will expect cooperation from both your good selves in keeping the matter secret.
Secret?
Totally. Gentlemen, I may be walking very close to the bounds of what I'm allowed to tell you of this matter, so let it suffice to say that the higher authority concerned may, in a very unusual manner, be about to clear the national debt once and for all.
George, this must be the Traitor's Gate right here.
Yes, so it must be. Leastways, that's what it says on the plaque there.
Really? Oh, so it does. Well, that's got that sorted out. At least we know where we are. Good Lord, George. Look who's just come out of the maze of that tower thing.
Where?
50 yards down to the left.
I can't see. Oh, yes, I've got them.
Good Lord, they're coming this way. Quick, behind the map. Don't let them see us.
Well, I'll be blowed. What on earth is Perky Perkins doing here?
Never mind Perky. Didn't you see who the other one was? The one the Colonel Chappie was calling De Vere.
No.
It was Brian.
Brian? Brian who?
Brian Thompson.
Sorry, Charles, it doesn't ring a bell.
Who was our personnel officer on the Haradi's job, who got all our men working in the store, who damn well double-crossed us, who got off scot-free while the rest of us ended up in B-block.
You mean Brian?
Exactly. The man that officer kept calling Mr. De Vere is Brian Thompson, con man extraordinaire. Come on, let's follow them.
Yes.
Hear what they're saying.
Yes.
Fingers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope you don't mind me saying this.
What's that, Tommy?
Well, I think you're making her right one just a sort of fraction higher than her left one. But...
Now, no chat for a moment, Tommy. Oh. This is quite a delicate bit.
Yeah, I suppose it will be. Oi! Careful, Fingers.
Oh, damn. That's the third nipple I've had off this morning. I'm sorry, Tommy. Did it get you?
Well, no, it just missed.
Oh, play something soothing. I need my nerves calming.
I wonder how George and Charles are making out.
They'll work something out. Good chaps, both of them.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be funny doing a job without worrying about getting caught and ending up in Nick. Because we're already in Nick.
Yeah.
Well, I hope they need me to open the strong room doors for them.
Oh, a bit of a challenge, like, eh?
No, piece of cake. But I could make it look good. Touch a sweat on my brow as I put my ear to the cold steel door listening to the tumblers click. Everyone standing around with bated breath, knowing that without my skill, the whole caper crumbles, even though I already know the combination as it happens.
You do?
Yes, common knowledge. Queen's birthday, 21st of April, 1926, which equals 2141926. Plus the last digit, which changes depending how many corgis she's got.
Well, I never.
Easy when you know how, Tommy. Oh, no. There's practice underway already. Come on, Tommy, let's be off.
Yeah, but we're only mouthing now.
That is not the point. You know what a temperament Nigel's developed since he's been in charge of the choir. Any absenteeism, even among we mouthers, and he'll drop us from the trip to the tower as quick as a flash.
Move along now, ladies and gents. Keep moving.
Oh, it's no good, Charles. Getting in nearer to them and they'll spot us.
Dash. Now we'll never know what they're up to.
Now here's an interesting thing.
God, you made me start.
Start, you say? You nearly finished me.
I've been watching you two gentlemen and find it quite fascinating. Here's people paying fortunes to come from all over the world to look at the crown jewels, I say to myself, and these two gentlemen arrive at the jewel house and look at the people. Why, I ask myself, why? So, here I am. Tell me, gentlemen, why do you look with such interest at the people rather than at the baubles on display?
Well, we thought we'd recognise the chaps with that military-looking fellow over there, as it happens. But it's not the people we thought, I don't think.
Oh, as mundane as that?
Afraid so.
Oh, pity that. I had hoped it might be something slightly more original. If not professional people watchers or pickpockets, perhaps persons perusing the place prior to pulling off the perfect robbery of the crown jewels, trying to suss out where the alarms were, things like that.
What an amusing idea.
Not that it would do you any good, of course.
Really?
Oh, yes, it's impossible. I've been here 5 years now and I've never worked out how to do it.
You've spent some time thinking about it.
But of course, never stop. Favourite hobby of all of us. Every guard in the place is constantly turning it over in their minds, but it's just not on, I'm afraid.
Those gigantic safe-like doors at the entrance are the problem, I suppose.
Oh, no. Oh, that's probably the easiest part. They never let us catch sight of the combination when they open them, but I reckon it'll be 2141926.
The Queen's birthday?
That's the one. Plus the number of her corgis as the last digit, I should imagine.
Good Lord. How surprising.
No, just common sense, really. After all, in the final analysis, it is her clobber.
I suppose it is, yes.
No, it's getting past the soldiers to the safe door that's the main problem. And then, when you've got it open, your troubles really start. Scratch your nose, blink anywhere near the jewel cases, and there's alarm bells ringing all over the tower.
Oh, difficult.
Impossible. The only chance would have been in the middle of the month, and the rotters are sending us lot off to Patagonia creating pageantry with the Queen, so that's out.
Why in the middle of the month exactly?
Well, that's when the Queen's going.
No, you said that was the best possible chance.
Oh, well, just between you and I, as you look honest enough to share a little secret with, they take the stones out for cleaning then.
Really?
The smooth-looking geezer who you thought you recognised is from the cleaning company that does the job, and the ferrety-looking one beside him is from the security company that takes over the guarding of the place while we're away.
I can't see how it's easier having all the stones out.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? You'd need a truck to take this lot away, wouldn't you? But all you'd need for just the stones would be a decent-sized carrier bag. And that's where all the value is, in the stones.
So beautifully hot in here.
I thought this is the way you like it best.
Oh, it is. Fantastic. Love it. The only way to make the cares drift away.
Relaxed now.
Totally.
Would you like me to give you a nice, gentle beating, darling?
No, I'm still tingling from the last one.
How about pouring a little more cold water on? I love to see the steam rising from it.
No, I just want to lie back and relax and not think about anything.
Me too. Brian? I think having this sauna put in was the best suggestion you've ever made for my flat.
Plus the stereo.
Plus the stereo. Brian? Is everything going to be all right?
Yes, everything's going to be perfect.
But supposing Daddy and the rest of the board find out what you're up to?
Nobody is going to find out what I'm up to. I've matched every gem perfectly. My replacement stones can't be told from the real thing except by the experts. They'll go into the settings the day after the 14th, and nobody will know that they're imitations and that the real ones have been stolen until the following year, when they're dropped in the acid for cleaning again and just melt away. By which time you and I, my little darling, will be married and the world away.
You know Daddy will cut me off from the family fortune without a penny if he finds I'm involved.
He won't find out. Nobody will. In 1 year, anybody could have stolen the stones. Besides which, if he did cut you off, we'd be able to buy the firm 100 times over to make up for it.
Let's hope that won't be necessary.
I promise you it won't. It's foolproof. There is only one small fly in the ointment.
What's that?
When I was at the Tower today, in the jewel house as it happens, I looked up and saw 2 old boys watching me. And I could swear I knew them from somewhere.
Really?
But I can't for the life of me remember where.
But to me, no more buts. Mama is coming over on the 14th, St. Valentine's Day, the anniversary of a small family achievement, and wishes to see and feel the crown jewel, so she will see and feel the crown jewel.
It's impossible, Mr. Cannoli.
Oh! Not only is he stupido, he is deaf. I say Mama is seeing the jewel, he says she isn't. Who is the idiot here?
He's Mr. Cannoli.
Well, why are you just standing there? What do you think I pay you for? Slap him.
Oh, sorry, boss. Wasn't thinking.
I said slap him, not so hard. It's my property you're damaging.
Sorry, boss.
Right, a few keys. Let's start again. Pardon?
I said yes, sir.
Good start. Now, you drive a security van belonging to the firm and to the tower every day, yes?
Yes.
The day of the 14th, in the van is me, Cannoli. But, wait till I tell you. You started to think for yourself or something stupid like that?
Sorry, boss.
In a moment, perhaps. Okay, Pukins. Listen good. Safe in the van is me, Cannoli. Also in the van is my mama. We are both wearing a beefeater's costumes, eh? My tailor in Savile Row is already making them up. Mama, she makes a fur line because she feels the English cold winds. When all of the jewel cleaners and all of your men have gone, you get us out of the van. We go into the vault, open it up. No problem with the combination. Except we've got to know how many corgi dogs the Queen's got at the moment. And Mama, she holds the crown jewel, tries things on. And then we all come back here for one of her spaghettis.
But, Mr. Cannoli, there's soldiers on guard.
How many?
2 on each entrance, plus patrols.
No problem. Stand the guns. Knock him out for half an hour. No harm done, eh? But, Pukins!
Yes, Mr. Cannoli.
One more bat. Well, just one more bat, and I will break pieces off you and hit you with them.
Are you all sitting comfortably?
Yes, Charles.
Then I'll begin.
Isn't this exciting? You know, I think I could really get to enjoy robberies.
George.
Sorry, Charles.
Well, gentlemen, our trip to the Tower was supremely satisfying.
Supremely.
You've got a plan.
Indeed we have, Tommy.
Indeed we have.
You've started repeating everything I say again, George.
Sorry, Charles.
Glancing idly through the guidebook, we noticed to our surprise that there's only one building in the whole of the Tower where it states that you must not go inside without an accompanying guide.
Oh, which one's that, Charles?
The Chapel Royal of St. Peter ad Vincula.
It's Vincula.
Thank you, sir.
That's the one, next to the jewel house. And we asked ourselves the obvious question...
Why? Exactly, why? And I realised I already knew the answer. I had known the answer for over 40 years, ever since the Second World War, in fact. It just hadn't struck me before. Remember, George?
But, Charles, what if somebody catches us in here unaccompanied? It does say very clearly in the booklet that it's not allowed.
Couple of doddery old duffers like us, George, obviously innocently lost our way. Which way would you say the jewel house was?
Well, now, let me see. I'd say in that direction.
You're probably right. Right. Let's gently wander over there, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, beautiful tapestry work around the altar.
Yes, delightful.
That's probably why they have to have a guide. Keep the vandals in check.
You could be right, George. You could be right. But there again, you could be wrong. So this wall would be the nearest to the jewel house, you feel?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Because if there was to be a tunnel, this is the wall it would have to go under.
What? A tunnel?
Yes, George, a tunnel. The one thing about being in intelligence is always store away and remember that which surprises you. Never know when it may come in useful.
Surprises?
At one point during the war, there was a distinct possibility that the tower might become the government's final boat hole. A team of us were asked to do a feasibility study and report back. My job was to check all existing plans.
Good heavens.
Well, the boat hole idea finally came to nothing. Hitler backed off. But the thing I remembered about my bit of the research was, in the earliest plans, going back to the misty edges of history, the place was always shown to be a veritable warren of underground tunnels. And the later plans showed no tunnels at all. For some reason, someone had decided all knowledge of the tunnels should be hidden.
But why?
I can't be sure, but it was around the time of the gunpowder plot that they disappeared from the drawings, so it could be something to do with that.
You mean the secret tunnels could still be here?
I'm sure of it. The difficulty is going to be finding the entrance to them. Could be anywhere. Secret panels in organ pipes. A statue that slides aside. Anywhere.
Nobles to be pressed on stony walls?
No, not nobles to be pressed on stony walls, George. This isn't Enid Blyton we're talking about here. It's some giant of medieval ingenuity, something much more subtle than a noble on a wall is called for.
Well, they might have used a novel.
No, George.
I must confess, I always had a longing to find a novel that made, for instance, a bookcase slide aside in some large country mansion.
There is no bookcase to slide aside, and this is not a large country mansion, George. It's a chapel in the Tower of London, and nobody in their right mind would use a novel to reveal its greatest secret. A sliding coffin, yes. A novel, no.
Well, there are, you've got to admit, some lovely novels on this wall here in front of us. Surely it wouldn't harm to try a few of those.
George!
Well, just two, then.
It's a waste of precious time.
This one here, perhaps. No, nothing.
Could we get on?
This one, then. Oh, no. You're obviously right, Charles. Silly idea on my part. Novels, indeed. I shan't press any more. Charles! Charles! Charles, where on earth are you?
My hunch about there still being tunnels was amply rewarded, though my shins were somewhat bruised while I was being proved right.
You mean?
Yes, one of the large flagstones on the chapel floor is counterweighted, operated by an almost invisible protuberation in the brickwork.
A what?
A protuberation. You know, something sticking out.
Oh, something sticking out, you mean a knobble like?
That's the word, Fingers, a knobble. Perfect.
For want of a better word, a nobble. And by 1,000,000 to 1 shot, George, within seconds, had found which nobble, or protuberation, operated the counterweight.
Oh, just luck, really.
And by another 1,000,000 to 1 shot, I was standing on the flagstone as it disappeared from under my feet, plunging me headlong into the blackness below. After George joined me by less precipitous methods, we discovered how to operate the door from the inside. Next, we went exploring.
I think the torch is going to give out any minute, Charles. We'd better follow the trail of wool that you've unravelled from your cardi back to the chapel and...
Shush!
Pardon?
I said shush!
Oh, all right.
Listen. What do you hear?
Well, nothing apart from the odd drip of water, and you saying listen, that is, and shush, of course.
Listen harder. Hear it?
Yes, I do.
And where have you heard that before?
The jewel house.
Correct. Quickly, George. This way. And there we were, looking through a small chink straight into the jewel house.
People dashing round and round in circles, trying desperately to take everything in, while we had a perfect view, without even paying.
Was that another flagstone, like?
No, a section of the wall this time. We spotted the way to open it, but it had been sealed round with some ancient sort of concrete. That'll be your job, Fingers.
My little tool will wheedle that out in no time.
We do, in fact, have some jobs that must be put in hand immediately. Basil?
Yes, Charles?
Lapidary is your speciality, isn't it?
Well, aye, and flower arranging, of course.
Chapel looked charming on Sunday, Basil.
Yeah, too kind.
Oh, your use of chrysanthemums was really
But it
wonderful.
was your skill in lapidary we need for this job, Basil. We need a whole set of imitation jewellery by 14th of February.
Settings as well?
No, just the jewels.
Well, making them should be no problem. I'll get the rest of the class to help us. But getting the designs together, no, that is a difficulty.
That's where Billy comes in.
Me?
Yes, I have a book on the crown jewels and a breakdown of the gems they contain. campaign, you'll have to paint drawings of each of them, scale them up to the right size, and let Basil have them as quickly as possible.
No problem. I do have my Lautrec underway, but naturally that can wait.
Yeah, that's all very artistic skin, but what's the actual plan?
George, would you like to divulge this? My voice is getting rather hoarse.
Certainly. The plan is that as the choir stands up to leave the chapel, 8 will remain hiding under their pews.
Would that be us, George?
Exactly, Cyril. Very astute. 2 will get dressed as beefeaters and remain on guard in the chapel.
That will be Twinny and yourself, Winston.
Oh,
you always
right
perform so well with the drama group, and some acting may be required.
The rest of us will go into the secret tunnel, and as soon as the workmen finish in the jewel house for the day and the safe doors slam shut, fingers will chip away the concrete around our secret door, then we'll all dash in and swap our imitation jewels for those that have been cleaned.
Then we all dash back to our tunnel entrance, slam our secret door shut behind us, back to the chapel, and hide under the pews awaiting the return of the choir. Twinny and Winston will lose their costumes during the service of Thanksgiving, and we'll all board the bus with the rest, back home to B Block.
How can you possibly get 2 beefeater costume for Twinny on me?
We've already got them and stored them away safe in the tunnel.
We found the beefeater's restroom, borrowed 2 of them. The costumes, that is, not the beefeater.
Wait a minute. How do you intend to get the jewels out?
Leave that to George and me, please. There will, after all, be no traditional share-out, and it's posterity we're after, not profit.
Fine, baby, fine. Okay.
Well, gentlemen, if there's no more questions, to work. Then in no time at all, we'll be heading for the tower. And history.
All right, driver, we're ready to go.
Please let me come, Governor Smith, please. I promise to be good from now on.
No, I gave you my final warning yesterday, Plunkett. Any trouble, no trip.
But, Governor...
It was the last straw. You wanted to examine everyone's little picnic carrier bags before they got into the bus. Thank goodness Charles warned me what you were up to in time, and I could stop it before it started.
I promise to try to be cheery. If you'll let me come, I'll try to smile, perhaps. I won't be a wet blanket, sir.
I'm not a mean man, Plunkett. I shall put it to the vote. Gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? I have something I wish to put to the vote. Guards and guests, should Warden Plunkett be allowed to come on our outing to the tower?
No!
Prisoners, should Warden Plunkett be allowed to come on our outing to the tower?
No!
There you are, Plunkett. Unanimous. Back to the guardroom.
Not quite unanimous, Governor.
Cyril?
If you would graciously allow me a couple of minutes of your time, gentlemen. I'd like to address a few words to you regarding the essential need in modern society of humanity to our fellow man in general and towards Warden Plunkett in particular.
Mr. de Vere.
Ah, Colonel. Good to see you again.
How's it going?
Very smoothly. We should have the last of the stones out and cleaned within the hour.
Jolly good.
I let my chaps go off then, and if you could be in attendance after that, I'll get down to the valuation.
Well, as you know, we've got this Valentine's Day concert thing on the green, plus a short service before and after, but if you get a message to me, I'll slip away and come straight over.
Fine. I'll send one of my men.
No. Best ask Perkins. Frankly, he doesn't seem to be doing anything of any great import. Where is he, by the way?
I just popped out to his security van. Said he's got to check something.
Yeah. Must have a word with him about that van of his. It's not really on, parking it so near the front of the entrance of the jewel house like that. Trouble with these damn security van things is that nobody ever questions their right to be anywhere. Could be full to the gills with terrorists. You can't even get the doors open to check them.
Yes, you're right. Interesting thought.
And then finally, he walks slow up the long, lonely and dusty road that leads to an inevitable final confrontation with that one great governor in the sky. Sends cap, sends whistle, sends truncheon, sends everything. Let Warden Plunkett have to clutch to himself the memory of how his fellow comrades, though loathing him to a man, forgave him for being himself, and let him go with them on their out into the tower. Gentlemen, I rest my case.
Very moving indeed. You've got a true champion in Cyril Plunkett. You're a very lucky man.
I know.
Gentlemen, I ask once more, should Officer Plunkett be allowed to come on our trip to the tower?
Yes!
So where have you been, you bum? For hours now, Mama and I have been stifled up in here, like the congested the macaron.
I've just popped back to tell you it'll be a little while longer, I'm afraid.
Longer? How longer?
Not too long.
Well, how long is not too long?
About an hour.
Okay. An hour we can take. Yes, Mama?
Good. Now, the last of the jewels will be cleaned soon. Then I stand by with the Colonel while evaluation is made by Mr. De Vere. Then I'll come...
Pequeno, spare me the details. Just get back before the hour's out. Then we leap out. Deal with the soldiers. Stun. Take the Mama. But in an hour. Pukins an hour.
Yes, sir.
And puke.
Yes, Mr. Coloni.
Shut the door. You're putting the Mama in a draft.
Yes, Mr. Coloni. I'm sorry, Mama Coloni.
Mamma mia! What is that? That ugly black biggy thing that slept in!
Hello. Who's a pretty girl? Who's a pretty girl?
Oh, Mamma mia!
And as the Lord so surely giveth, he has assuredly taketh away.
He has a point there, you know.
George!
Sorry, Charles.
Amen.
Amen.
Right, gentlemen. And ladies, of course, if you would like to follow me, I shall lead you in procession to Tower Green at the pleasure of our charming little concert.
Now, Charles. Yes, now. Go. Under the pew. Good luck, lads.
Are we all ready? Now come along, please. Right in the way. Right in the guest I come this way.
We did it. By George, we did it, Charles.
Is everybody here? Basil, Tommy, Twinny, Fingers, Winston, Billy?
Yes.
Here. Where's Bullethead? Hey, Cyril! Where are you, Cyril? Everybody down.
Awfully sorry, Charles. I forgot to stay behind when everybody else left.
35, 36, 37,
Plunkett.
38, 39,
Plunkett.
40. Yes, sir.
What are you doing, man?
Counting the prisoners, sir. 41, 42.
Counting the... But what on earth for? We already know how many prisoners we have.
Just to see if any are missing, like.
Plunkett.
Yes, sir.
You are here under sufferance.
45.
Will you stop at this instant? You're in danger of making me very cross indeed. Do you want Cyril to learn about this?
No, sir. Sorry. Sir.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Give us a gander through the old George.
Certainly, Tommy.
What's going on now, Tommy? Well, all the blokes seem to be packing up and getting ready to leave, except the two geezers who seem to be in charge who are just chatting by the door. You want to have a look, Billy?
Yes, all right.
How long do you think we've got, Charles?
Well, as soon as they leave the vault, we'll go in.
No, I mean before the choir and the guests return to the chapel.
Well, it's hard to say, but as soon as there's any sign of anyone approaching, Winston or Twinny will pop down to warn us.
Yeah, the last two chaps are moving out. Yes, they've gone. Vault doors are starting to close. They've closed.
Right, Fingers, off you go with your chisel and mallet, so we can get our own private door open and get in there.
Right. It's going to be very strange chipping away without you playing your guitar, Tommy.
Oh, just do the best you can, Fingers. If it becomes too difficult, I'll hum a bit.
Sucks their sock eye. Suck. In a cowslip's bell I lie. There I couch when owls do cry, when owls do cry, when owls do cry.
On a bat's back I do fly.
I do fly after summer merrily. After summer merrily. Merrily shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Merrily shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Under the blossom that hangs on the bough. Suck.
Right. That's the last of the concrete chipped away.
Good. All I have to do now is press here, and the door will... Dash, it's stuck.
Oh. Shall I have a go, Charles?
Certainly.
Oh, it's no good, it won't budge.
Must be jammed solid.
If you'd be kind enough to line my head up with the centre of the door.
Good idea.
Right there. OK, all clear now, Cyril.
Yeah, and your head's lined up perfectly.
Oh, good. George!
Quiet! George!
Again. Oh, there we are. Just a little bit stiff, that's all.
Quick, in we go. Cyril, you can open your eyes now.
Oh, thanks.
Hold the back of the vault door over there in case anyone tries to come in.
Be delighted, Charles.
The rest of us must match up the imitations in our carrier bags with the real ones laid out as quickly as possible.
Right.
And whatever you do, don't get the two of them mixed up and don't touch the central section. Every alarm in the place will go off immediately. Right, in we go.
Delightful concert, delightful. Pity you had to call me away. My old school chum Stinker's certainly got a good bunch of choristers together.
Yes, sounds charming, drifting across the green, the ravens cawing in the background.
What? You didn't hear any of them swearing by any chance, did you?
No, can't say I did.
Oh, good. Some of them are getting quite foul. Mr. De Vere?
Yes?
Mr. Perkins? Well, gentlemen, if you'd both be good enough to move off, turn your backs, I'll dial in the combination to open the vault door.
Oh, certainly.
Right. 2, 1, 4, 1, 9, 2, 6, 7. Well, I never. Well, I've dialed the number and it isn't opening.
Strange.
Very.
There hasn't by any chance been an extra corgi aboard recently, has there?
No, they would have told me. I tell you what, I'll try dialing it again, more carefully. Turn your backs again, gentlemen, please. 2, 1, 4, 1, 9, 2, 6, 7.
Somebody trying to open the vault door, Charles.
Hold on, Cyril, we're nearly there. Hurry up, Tommy. All done. Into the passage, Tommy. Fingers.
And swap that pretty one there for that pretty one there. Finished.
They're pulling again. Only harder this time. There's obviously more than one of them.
Hang on. Only a few more stones to match up myself. Finish, Charles. Right, away you go. No, George, take your carriage bag with you.
Sorry, Charles.
Right, that's me finished as well, Cyril. Okay, Cyril, you can let go of the door anytime you choose and make a dash over here.
Very good, Charles.
Right, gentlemen. Just one last heave should probably do it. I think I felt it shifting. Right. Now, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Mr. Perkins! Are you all right, Mr. Perkins? Oh, that's a damn heavy door for anyone to get caught behind, Mr. De Vere.
It most certainly is. It actually squashed poor Perkins flat. Look, slap his face.
What?
Bring him round.
Oh, right.
Ah, appears to be working.
Oh, good. No harm done then, Mr. Perkins.
Well done, Cyril. Keep your eye on the spy hole, Fingers. Right. Well, George, you know what's next.
Transfer all the stones to one carrier bag.
Good fella. Pass the bags to George, chaps.
Right.
What's going on, Fingers?
3 blokes have burst in. 2 of them are supporting the third one. Blimey, you'll never believe this, fellas. One of them is that Brian Thompson from the Haradies, George.
Yes, we know. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. He's calling himself De Vere at the moment.
Can't wait to find out what he's up to.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sir. Sir.
Yes, Blunkey, what is it now? I'm trying to listen to the concert.
It's Bullethead.
You mean Cyril?
Yes.
What about him?
He's not in his place in the choir, sir.
Kit, you're not starting again with your paranoid suspicions, are you?
No, it's not that. I just thought they might have nodded off during the service and still be in the chapel like.
You could be right. I did find it rather soporific myself.
And him being so nice to me on the coach and all, I'd hate him to miss the concert, sir.
Thoughtful of you, Plunkett. You're a changed man.
Yes, sir.
Right, pop along over and check. You could also see if George and Charles are there as well. I can't see them either.
Ah, very good, sir. I'll check them as well. And I'll also check on the other 5 bastards who've gone missing.
Right. That's all the jewels into the one carrier bag, Charles.
Good chap. Off you go and hide them in the chosen spot. And whatever you do, don't let anybody see you.
Right.
Would you like me to accompany you, George, as a bodyguard, like?
No, it's all right. Thanks all the same, Cyril. Back in no time. By George's. Heavy.
Charles, that Brian Thompson bloke has left the other 2, and he's coming over towards the gems.
What?
He's kneeling down by them. Now he's got his back to the others.
Let me take your place, would you, Fingers?
Certainly. Oh, I've been looking so long, I'm in danger of getting a bad case of housemaid's eye.
Some sort of scales he's got.
If he weighs them, he's bound to realise that they're phony.
No, he's not weighing them. He's I don't believe it. He's swapping them. He's swapping our imitations for others that he's taking from the false bottom of his scales.
That big lord. All the trouble I went to make them imitations, and they end up getting nicked within minutes and being replaced by some other bloke's imitations.
Charles!
One earth,
Sounds like George.
Can't have hidden the stuff already, can he?
Oh, Charles! Catastrophe!
Control, George, control!
Winston and Twinny, they're carrying someone along the passageway.
Carrying? Who?
He fell down the hole in the chapel floor, knocked himself unconscious.
Who, George, who?
Officer Plunkett.
What?
Yes, unconscious. Officer Plunkett is now in the tunnel with us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After that solo from Gilbert and Sullivan's Yeoman of the Guard, for the last number in our little concert, we would like to perform, appropriately, with our head tucked underneath her arm.
With the red tucked underneath her arm, she walks the bloody tower.
There you are, Pongo. Just made it for the grand finale.
Yes, didn't take long. Damn clever, these valuer chappies. Only takes a few minutes to work it all out. But now he'll be off like the clappers to the palace, I should imagine, to let them have the final assessment. The
palace, good heavens.
Did I say P-A-L-A-C? Great Scott, so I did. State secret stuff, stinker. Not to be revealed on pain of death. Pop into my office after for a quick snifter, and I'll let you in on the story then.
Right, shall do, Pongo. Be my pleasure. Being honest, I need a drink. While you were away, a raven landed on your chair, and you won't believe this, Pongo. It sounded exactly as though it was talking. Very strange.
What did he say?
Oh, just a string of numbers. Sounded like total gibberish. 2141926 or something. Oh, yes, and then it said, don't forget the corgis. Don't forget the corgis. Strange.
I'll kill that bird. Kill it.
Well, what are we going to do with him?
A very good question, Fingers. Not quite sure of the answer yet, mind.
But we do the right thing bringing him along the tunnel here to you, didn't we, Charles?
You most certainly did, Winston. But Fingers right. We must come to a decision. Gentlemen, as I see it, there are only 3 options open to us. 1, take him back upstairs with us and have our whole plan revealed too soon.
No.
2, leave him down here where, not knowing the way out, he'll finally die of starvation.
Yes, that's a good idea.
And 3, our third and final option.
But, Mr. Coloni, the soldiers looked as though they were dead. How many times do I have to tell you? Stun the pugans. Only start me. I use the quick knocker after stunning. Yes, okay. Now take Mama's other arm. She's not too good on stairs these days. I'm sure one isn't really allowed to take ravens into the jewel house, Mr. Coloni.
I can do anything.
He is my Mama's a new friend. He wants to sit on her shoulder and come for walkies. It's okay by me if it's okay by her. That's right, Mama.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You see? He understands every sound she makes.
How far?
Nearly there, Mama. The steel door at the bottom leads straight to the jewel.
Take some more wheat, pugans. You'll hardly help it.
She's rather...
Rather what? Rather what, pugans?
Nothing, Mr. Clooney. Nothing. I've just not been getting very much exercise lately. Bit out of condition, perhaps. You see, Mama, he didn't demean the nothing. You're as light as one of your little fairy cakes.
Okay. Who's a pretty girl?
Right, all in favour of the last option? Good, unanimous. George,
hang on.
What is it, Fingers?
The whole door's opening again.
Oh, no.
It's like bleeding Piccadilly Circus in there. It's 2 beefeaters this time, and they got a raven with them. One of them's absolutely gigantic with a large bristly moustache. And that security bloke Perkins has just squeezed in as well. Oh, he looks totally knackered, poor boy.
Yeah, let's have a gander, Fingers. Hey, that's no beefeater. That's a spaghetti eater. It's Coloni.
What?
The Coloni?
Machine gun Coloni, son.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, no.
Mind you, I don't know who the gigantic one with the moustache and the raven on his shoulder is.
Makes no difference. Gentlemen, having made our decision, now is the time to carry it out. We must throw Plunkett through our secret door and leave him locked up safely in the jewel room.
I believe he's coming round, Charles.
Right, well, take his head out of your lap and stand him on his feet, sir.
Oh, seems a shame, really. He's just like a little baby. Upsy daisy. There we are. Who's the big boy standing all by himself?
Where am I? Open the door to the vault, George. Right, lads.
Put me down. Push.
Now, gentlemen. Yes. Double fast. Back to the chapel.
Oh, dear.
Who the hell is that staggering around over there, pugans?
I've simply got no idea, Mr. Coloni.
A ghost! A ghost!
No, Mama, don't worry. He's not a ghost. Though if you'd like me to, I'll make you one for frightening you like this.
No.
Oh, you're too kind, Mama. That is your trouble.
But where on earth did he come from?
Looks as though he is walking in his bye-bye, staggering like the drunk on a bum.
Yes, well, as long as he doesn't clutch at the centre section for support. Oh, no, it's too late. He's going to fall right onto it.
Bloody jar! Bloody jar!
Oh!
And then, while attending an outing with the wonderfully mellifluous B-Block choir, a most amazing series of incidents occurred at the Tower of London. Oh, damn. My last chapter as well. Come.
You sent for us, Governor?
Oh, yes, so I did. Come in, take a seat, will you, gentlemen?
Oh, that's kind of you.
A bit of a day yesterday.
Oh. Interesting.
Seen the headlines?
No. Well, I glanced at them in passing.
Yes, I did the same, really. A quick glance, no more.
Yeah, in passing.
Ah.
Interesting that De Vere person at the Tower wasn't De Vere at all.
Yes.
A real name was Brian Thompson, apparently. According to the paper I glanced at, police had been looking for him for some time.
Yes. The paper I glanced at said the soldiers caught him red-handed at the gate when the alarms went. Jewels hidden all over him. Was that right, Governor Smith?
Yes.
I know.
The trouble is, turned out they weren't the real jewels at all, but just fantastically good imitations.
Amazing.
But perhaps not half as amazing as the fact that the two beefeaters they found locked in the jewel house, along with our poor old Plunkett and a rather bemused Raven, weren't beefeaters at all. According to the paper I happened to glance at, that is.
Gangsters, perhaps.
Don't be silly, George.
And George is right, as it happens. Well, one of them, that is. The other was the mother. His mother, the gangster's mother, that is.
Gosh. The security chap, Perkins, that they mentioned, was in there with them, all part of it as well, perhaps.
Apparently.
They usually are.
Arranged to get him in, along with the Raven, apparently.
Ah.
And Plunkett?
Well, what can one say about poor old Plunkett?
Oh, poor old Plunkett, yeah.
Says he doesn't know how he got into the vault in the first place. Delusions about seeing B-Block prisoners turning into beef-eaters, carried along underground tunnels, half-conscious. It's very sad indeed.
Very sad.
Though it is, of course, a blessing he won't be back here for some while.
Yes, wonderful.
And tragic.
And no sign of the real jewels anywhere.
Strange.
Sad.
Did you hear about the reward that's being offered?
No.
Oh, can't say that I did.
£2 million.
Really?
Good Lord.
So I rang the police today and told them that two of my prisoners, Charles Forbes and George Evans, were claiming the reward.
Pardon?
And then I told them where the jewels were hidden.
What?
Yes. Seemed the least I could do, especially as it appeared that Pongo's head might roll, particularly after he'd been so helpful over our outing. Petrol tank of the security van, wasn't it?
Good Lord. How on earth did you guess?
I missed your company at the concert. Guessed you'd been up to something. Everyone thoroughly searched on the way out and no jewels. Amazing. So I picked the most unlikely place possible. That most conveniently parked security van and its petrol tank.
Well, I never. How amazingly astute.
Plus, of course, the fact that I did see George at one point popping back into a flagstone underneath it.
George, I told you to be careful not to be seen.
Sorry, Charles.
But, Governor, you didn't tell the police.
Oh, no, wouldn't be sporting. You'd have both got 20 years, and that's just not on, I'm afraid. You do both have to leave B-Block for good, as a little punishment for letting me down, and as an example to the rest. You see, George and Charles, it's quite good occasionally to let people know that one is not quite the silly old duffer they've been taking one for over the years.
I seem to have heard that somewhere before recently.
Besides which, you will be slightly more comfortably off now you're in retirement. £2 million, in spite of the present rate of inflation, should be enough to see you both safely through your last years in some little style. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, fine.
Hello? Yes? They're with me now, as it happens. I'll put them on. The secretary tells me somebody would like to thank you both personally for saving the crown jewels.
Who?
Someone high up. Someone very high up.
You don't mean...
Oh, what a glorious ending to my autobiography. Her voice on my phone. Yes, Mrs. Thatcher, they're with me now. I'll hand them over.
With the head tucked Underneath her arm she walks the bloody town, with her head tucked underneath her arm. At the midnight hour, she comes to on King Henry. She means giving him what for. Gadzooks, she's going to tell him off for having spilt her gore.
And just in case the headsman wants to give her an encore,
she has her head tucked underneath her arm. Boom, 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 boom.
Peter Jones played Charles and Lockwood West George in Wally K. Daly's play A Right Royal Rip-Off. Governor Smith, Donald Hewlett, Fingers, Charles Hawtrey, Bullethead, Bernard Bresslaw, Tommy, John Bull, Billy, David Timpson, Perkins, Adrian Egan, Colony, Gordon Reed. Warden Wilkes and De Vere, John Rowe, Warden Plunkett, John Rye, the Colonel, Stephen Thorne. Nigel and the Vicar, John Warner, Basil and the Yeoman Guard, Ronald Herdman, Mr. Jones and Winston, Steve Hodson, Parole Board Chairperson, Miranda Forbes, Doreen and Deirdre, Wendy Murray, Mark Colony and Mrs. Sopworth, Pauline Letts. A Raven and a Thug, Wally K. Daly. A Right Royal Rip-Off was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Very good, very good.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.